Hello and welcome, DCL fans. What is going on today? Today we're going over week 5 of the DCL Draft Champions League team tour. Big, very cool, very epic. Let me go ahead and link the stream in a bunch of places and then we can get started pretty soon. Alright. Linking it in my own server, link down below in the description, of course, if you want to catch all these live. And I'm also linking in the Smoke on Draft Discord, because there's a role for that now. Smoke on Draft content, here we go. Bang. Alright. What's up, Cinewrath? How we doing today? Alright, and Glop will be joining in about an hour and a half, but he will be busy at work until then. We just got here. Who's winning? The fans are winning, Vergi. The fans. That could be you if you're lucky. Anyways. DCL Week 5. What's up, Pivot? You're winning? Congratulations. No, you're missing Glopper? I mean, they'll be here for, I think, partway through the second series, if we go about how it is expected. The fans are up after the release of Monkey. True. New Pokerap released. Link is in my Discord server. You want to check that out? It's called Monkey. Lots of ooh ooh ah ahs. Yeah, just give a few minutes for people to join into the stream and we can get started. We're going to start off with ooh ooh ah, yes indeed. We're going to start off with the series of the Tacticians versus the Subway Surfers. And this is an interesting one because there's lots of playoff implications. Like, both these teams are kind of fighting for that 4th spot in the playoffs. Gen 8 before I started playing. Oh, are you one of the Gen 9 guys? Started playing this gen? The wishes are so back, so true. Or is she for real lucky there's no Ting Lu in this gen? On God, on God. You might be onto something there. Yeah. So, Tacticians going into this week. Let me just double check so I'm not spreading misinformation. But I believe they were doing pretty good. Yeah, they are going into this 1 win, 1 loss, 2 ties. So definitely still in the playoffs race. The Subway Surfers, however, they've taken 3 L's, but they did get a win. So both these teams have something to fight for. It's week 5. Both these teams can definitely make playoffs. Tactician's definitely in a better position to do so, but hey. Still goated though? Of course, of course. How would Shifu ever deal with someone like Ting Lu? Well, there's a few ways, right? There's a few ways. Yeah, the Subway Surfers really need to get at least some kind of points here, being it a tie or a win. Obviously a win is better, but I don't think you can afford a 4th loss in the season as the Surfers, because they lost to Foxes, they lost to Armory, they lost to Yoshi's, which is like, oof. And then, now going into this week, they really need this win here. Gen 8 was a stall-heavy meta, no? It used to be. Gen 8 kind of used to be, I mean, this is a bad example, right? Because we're watching a Theo game. But this kind of Theo structure, where it's like regen, Clefable, like Stunfisk, Buzzwole, a bunch of like bulky Pokemon. This was kind of like the standard a few years ago. And that has changed pretty recently to more so favor a lot of offensive teams. But Theo is like one of the best pilots of these bulky styles. So you kind of get in this game a kind of clash between like the bulky teams versus the new gen kind of like Volturn offense. Like here, you have lots of momentum into like Urshifu Breaker, Lycanroc Breaker. Pretty cool stuff. Like this Habitus team I think is more indicative of the current metagame trends of like Swish, whereas Theo's team is more so like definitely on the bulkier side, even for back then when balance was king. Lost to Yoshi's, yeah, wrap it up, season over. Some people are saying this, some people are saying this is true. Anyways, I think we can go ahead and start. We're gonna have Theo versus Habuda, two really fantastic players, obviously. Habuda being a captain for Ancient Tacticians, and Theo being one of the most respected Sword and Shield players of all time. As you can see, he has this little gold thing. That's a top 3 on Gen 3 or Gen 9 RU ladder, top 3. So, good players here. Right, let's take a look at it. So, versus a bulky team like this, Habuda's probably intending to just like get Urshifu in as often as possible. Maybe choice banded Surging Strikes can break through a lot of stuff, unless the slowking is helmet, obviously. But obviously, you'd scout that out. Maybe you'd be punching glove bulk up, although that doesn't really break through slowking either. So maybe you're just trying to snipe it with a thunder punch on the switch, and then after that, Surging Strikes, it looks pretty free. But we're gonna see slowking lead off versus the Uxie. Boots wasn't a thing in Gen Boots was introduced in Gen 8, so this is a Boots gen. Uxie versus slowking lead. We're gonna see a knockoff into weakness policy. Scurf does 58, a clear to it KO, and this is the thumbnail Pokemon. Decided to go ahead and start off with this one. We're going to see rocks go up from the Uxie as slowking clicks Trick Room. And now, what's Habuda supposed to do? Where's his water resistance in Urshifu Rapid? So this slowking is going to be a major problem here, and Uxie's going to go down. And now what? Urshifu Rapid comes in, trying to bait a Psychic into the Scizor, which is going to be successful, but Scizor still takes 55. So, wait a minute, this isn't a Stally slowking. What happened to Theo? So this is kind of one of Theo's tricks that he likes to pull, is the team looks very defensive, but he always has this, like, weakness policy slowking up his sleeve. Like, I'm not gonna lie, this is one of his most common slowking sets that he brings, is offensive weakness policy Trick Room. And what he does is he does this in matchups where he doesn't think he can just raw outlast. He needs some offensive pressure. This lead slowking obviously is getting the job done there. Already removed 2 Pokemon and 1 more Trick Room turn left. Lycanroc's going to come in, go for Accelerock, doesn't KO, and it's just going to drop to a Psychic. So 3 kills for the lead slowking in exchange for rocks going up. I think you take that trade as Theo every day of the week. Now we're just going to sack to these Surging Strikes. Don't really have a great Urshifu switch in the first place, so that makes sense. Just use Expert Belt G-King and PGP, kind of similar. Yeah, like the offensive, like slowking twins kind of thing. Like Trick Room sets are really powerful for this reason, like especially versus offense. You can see this was really great prep. Free rocks, yeah, some are saying this. Now we see Clefable come in and take rocks, so no boots, and also we know it's not Magic Guard, so it's going to be Unaware Clefable. It's actually Scarf Clefable, going to do big damage to this Urshifu, and it's going to take the Surging Strikes barely, but if this is Aqua Jet, it might be able to finish it off, but no Aqua Jet on the Urshifu. Maybe that's just banded damage, it's like bulky Scarf Clefable. We don't really know without knowing the spreads. But now Coco's going to come into Revenge, does outspeed Scarf Clefable, and just going to knock it out there. Theo at this point doesn't really need to risk anything, may as well just let it go down, get the free switch to Stunfisk, go for a Scald on the Lando switch in, and yeah, this is just cooked, because now Torn can come in on the Choice Banded Explosion, by the way. Never risk your Coco check there. And now Buzzwole into Coco, the Scarf Buzzwole, so Earthquake going to bring us very low. Triggers a weakness policy, stored power, but you have to imagine between Bullet Punch and Stunfisk just living, Theo will be perfectly fine. And decides to end it off with a Stunfisk, and that was a very fast game 1. Did Slowking ever get his pants? He's been looking for pants since the year 2000. If people are familiar with the Pokemon movie 2000, there's a talking Slowking in there, and he needs pants. So that's kind of all the lore there. Gonna show him Vinted. Yeah. So Theo opens up the series really well for the Surfers, gets them on the board immediately. And now we have Iron Boulders versus Aberforth. Now Iron Boulders is going to be on the Ancient Tacticians, looking to even up the series, whereas, you know, obviously Aberforth looking to expand that lead. Right. This is Oras, Gen 6, so obviously no boots for that Volcarona, no boots for the Weavile. Toxic's team, Iron Boulders is toxic. He really relies on removal to get his threats in at max value, but he does have Donphan plus a potential defog Skarmory, so plenty of removal to go with the plenty of rocks weak Pokemon. You have to imagine at least one of them is going to be designed to spin versus the Registeel, probably the Donphan, right? Although you could just be defog Skarm, but that being said, doesn't really beat Registeel 1v1 long term necessarily, so it's probably going to be spin Donphan. I don't see a ghost type to spin block, so it's probably fine. Wow, why did you just call Iron Boulders toxic? Because he's a bad guy? That's his name. He goes by Toxic. Chow Iron Boulders, yep, so true. One hell of a team. Yeah, it does have a lot of aura on this one, I'm not gonna lie. And Aberforth once again opting to bring the Articuno, which is definitely not a common Pokemon in Oras. Defog and a contrary Serp and boom, it dodges everything. Yep, GG. Why do people keep bringing Articuno to games? This is a question that I really cannot answer for you. I mean, especially in a matchup like this, what does Articuno even do? Like, I don't get it. Maybe it's your best Pokemon to take on like Hyper Voice, Wisp, Gardevoir, but even then, like, you have a Registeel for that. Like, how much more do you need? Spec for Mega Guard, but even then it doesn't do much back to guard, right? Natural Spadef on that guy. Let's look into the game though. We see Rotom lead off into the Mew. Immediate Trick Scarf into the Mew, which was Lumberry. So we're gonna see Psychic and Lumberry revealed from this Mew, so it's probably looking to be like a Nasty Plot lead set. Maybe with Vacuum Wave for the Weavile and Flamethrower for the Skarmory. That looks like a pretty reasonable set. Maybe some other coverage move for Gardevoir. But, yeah, it could be a bunch of things on this Mew. Maybe Shadow Ball. Maybe a bunch of stuff. But now it is Scarf. So it's going to be a free Skarmory. And I have to imagine spikes are going up. Or rocks. One of the two. This is like what Skarm does best. Sets up a layer. There we go. Rocks go up on the Registeel. And now spikes go up as well. So double hazard Skarmory with leftovers. And now we're going to see a double to Serp. This is trying to call out the Donphan switch here, attempting to immediately spin, because like we said, Rocks really hurts this team, Weavile and Volcarona. So Aberforth makes a heads up play, goes Superior on the predicted Donphan, but Toxic doesn't care. He just stays in, goes for another layer. Now here, a bit of a nothing burger as both of them miss their moves. Did Mew have Vacuum Wave in Gen 6? I'm pretty sure it did. I'm pretty sure. Leaf Storm gonna come out here. Another miss, so 2 misses for Aberforth, very unlucky. And now this means the Skarmory is not necessarily forced out by this, as now you have to Leaf Storm, get +2. It reveals Life Orb Serp, gets the last layer. Nothing burger, but Leaf Storm only has 8 PP. I mean, you're not PP stalling Leaf Storm. Like, let's be real. We see HP Fire at +2 Life Orb, doing 66, but this is Roostable. The Skarm just going to go for Roost, and here we reveal all 4 moves. So it's Double Hazard, Toxic, Roost, meaning this has no attacking moves. Which is like a good thing and a bad thing, right? Obviously, you're able to get max hazards up, but now Aberforth doesn't have to worry about Brave Bird or anything. Defog. I mean, you're not going to be defog on dual hazard, but no Brave Bird is the main one, so no Iron Head as well. So something like Aerodactyl, if it's Taunt, can just 1v1 this Skarm all day, no worries in the world. So at least Aberforth has scouted out a little bit, and the Aerodactyl is going to come in, kind of threatening Taunt here. As Donphan comes in, this is going to be like a perfect spin opportunity, as he does call the Taunt correctly. So now a free spin. Aqua Tail's going to come out, does 52, which means it could be a roll to 2-hit KO after these leftovers. Goes for it again, and this one, not going to knock it out. Now Stone Edge comes out, brings this Aerodactyl very low. Now, is it Ice Shard last? We see Rapid Spin, Stone Edge, we assume Earthquake. The last move, is it going to be Ice Shard? It could be. Could also very well be like a Gunk Shot for Superior. That would be pretty reasonable as well, not allowing that in for free. Do we see the Ice Shard? We do not. So Pursuit comes out, makes sure the Donphan is dead. But now Weavile comes in. I really wanted to see Aeroclick Defog there and just completely remove all Skarm's hard work. Well, when Aerodactyl comes in there, you presume it to be Taunt, right? And if it's Taunt, I don't think it's going to fit Defog. Because you kind of need coverage moves into Donphan. Like Stone Edge is pretty reasonable into most of these guys. So maybe Stone Edge, Aqua Tail, taunt defog, but that does seem a little bit awkward. So yeah, once I saw taunt, I was like, probably not going to be defog, and now we see Weavile come in, revenge it with an Ice Shard. Registeel comes in, maybe trying to set up the rocks again, as the spinner is now dead, but Volcarona gets in before the rocks, and what's it going to do? There's no fire resist left, so can't kind of just throw off a fire move. Gonna go for an overheat, which is pretty rare on Volcarona. A Rock Tomb comes out trying to prevent a Quiver Dance speed boost, but overheat just gonna 2-hit KO this Registeel. So it looks like this was maybe choiced Volcarona, maybe Scurf. We don't really know. Now Conk comes in, gonna go for another overheat, does 14%. That makes me think it's Assault Vest Conk, which would have checked a Quiver Dance Volcarona either way, so no problem there. Now Guard comes in, we're going to see a Mach Punch for a nice 7%. This is going to be really big, as Hyper Voice comes out and knocks it out, and it looks like Toxic is in a pretty nice position, with Max Layers up, Gardevoir in position. Now Skarm's going to come in on the Gunk Shot, and like, wow, free Toxic this turn, right? Really nice call from Toxic to get the Toxic off on Articuno. And by the way, even HP on the Articuno, which, yeah, Citrus Berry, it makes sense. You proc the Citrus after taking rocks. Toxic misses, but, like, doesn't matter. This is Spadef Skarm. No problem here. And I think Skarm just 1v1s the rest of the team. Low-key. Can just roost stall this Articuno. It's going to die eventually to Toxic. I mean, it could be Heal Bell, but that's just delaying the inevitable. Because I think once the Weavile comes in, it's going to be pretty over. And here, Freeze Dry. We get a freeze, which, like, sure, doesn't even matter. And Gardevoir able to clean up this Mew locked into Flamethrower. And that's going to be the game 2. So this evens up the series 1-1. So Iron Boulders pulls out the win here against Aberforth. Now going into game 3. Now here we have a Toxapex, which is something that has been a little bit more popular this season, but has not really been seen prior to this DCL season in SV. So kind of new technology here. The Toxapex Screamtail defensive core. I think this was like picked up at mids when they saw success out of ZFG's team with a similar structure. Shout out Pex, shout out Pex. Yeah, this I believe is Urshifu Rapid. We've seen this offensive trio, Garchomp, Darkrai, Urshifu Rapid, from this team like all season long, and it has looked pretty scary, but of course there is the threat of Terra Fairy, which you're going to see on Phagos' side is going to come on that Cresselia. So if any of these threats do get out of hand, there's always that Terra Fairy Cresselia in the back, and if you don't have to Terra Fairy your Cress, you get the reward of tearing your Ogerpon for these Ivy Cudgels to really start really hurting. Like, for example, 2-hit KOing Chomp, 2-hit KOing Screamtail, I believe. Both of these things are something that Terra Ogerpon is capable of, if I remember correctly. I just had calcs, but I think it's close, at least. SV got solved. So true. And yeah, so what's the game plan here? Not really too sure. It looks like Roaring Moon is a massive threat, as there's like very little that wants to come out on its stabs. What else? I mean, Darkrai might be able to force the Terra on Cresselia, which would be pretty nice. But at the same time, like, Terra Cress is also really hard to deal with. Even if you do force it, I mean, what's taking advantage of that, really? Hard to say. Get into it. And then on the other side, we see Terra Electric on the Urshifu, and Terra Electric on the Screamtail as well. So Roaring Moon leads off into the Garchomp. Garchomp actually not going to be forced out, interesting enough. Just going to stay and take the U-turn and go for an Outrage immediately. Is this 2 Scarfers and Roaring Moon just escapes the Outrage quickly? I don't know, but Cresselia's in and just going to take the opportunity to Terra Fairy and knock out this Garchomp, which Ice Beam doesn't even knock it out. So that makes me feel like this Garchomp is not Scarf, because I feel like a Scarf offensive Garchomp would just die to Ice Beam there. But either way, this Cresselia is able to heal up for free, or just go for a Psychic on Toxapex. Sure, that works too. And now Iron Treads comes in on the Toxic, calls that correctly. 56 had to be a certified Cresselia moment. For sure, man, for sure. But now Treads gets a free entry point. This Pex definitely feels like it's going to be Spadef if Psychic is doing 39. That being said, it's a Cresselia and it's a Pex, so who really knows? Either way, Treads gets a free entry point, and where's the ground resist? I don't see one. So Earthquake is really free of a click here. We're going to see Urshifu Rapid come in, but we're just going to get Rocks Up instead. Fair enough. Now Oropon comes in on the bulk up, threatening Encore. Harris going to play around that, go in hard into Toxapex, catches the Encore correctly, and now Toxapex gets another turn. And we're going to double back to Urshifu on the Gutra. So Harris playing this one really well. Gets the Urshifu back in. We reveal Leftovers, which is quite interesting. Leftovers tends to imply that maybe it's not Surging Strikes, or at the very least you're intending on knocking off the Cresselia. So potentially a knockoff Darkrai, potentially something like that paired alongside, but yeah. I'm going to Drain Punch this Ogerpon, but Ogerpon going to be very bulky here. Synthesis, Encore, should be able to lock up this Urshifu somewhat well, but now we're going to see a pivot into Cresselia on the Drain Punch, and now what? Probably just going to heal up your Cress. Yeah, but Urshifu does get the bulk up off, and here's the thing about Urshifu, right? These bulky Pokemon, they're kind of setup fodder for like the Spadef defensive Terra. Like with Terra Electric, you're not fearing T-Wave from this Cresselia, and what else can it really do to threaten you? Like Psychic, it's doing like 30% max. So another bulk up is going to get clicked. Psychic, 22. So actually I was way off. It does way less. And Urshifu can kind of just, yeah, Terra Blast here. And it will 1v1 this Cresselia long term. Fago's going to cut his losses and just get his chip, let the Crest go down. But that Crest was a major roadblock for things like the Darkrai. I mean, the Garchomp is dead to rocks and there's no removal, so that's at least dealt with, but the Darkrai is going to be a real problem for this team. And this Urshifu is already a problem here. Like, how are you beating the Urshifu itself? We see a Protect to get some more leftovers, and yeah, like I said, it's not going to be Surging Strikes because you don't see a Punching Glove, right? So that's the idea there. But here, I guess we're scared of like a faster Gudra. Just going to go to Screamtail, preserve the Urshifu health for later. And here's a Wish in the air, but now with the Urshifu Terra Electric, we're even weaker to the Iron Treads. I say that Earthquake did 25 to the Screamtail, so I guess we don't have Heavy Slam. Cool. So Screamtail beats the Iron Treads, and all of a sudden, the only Pokemon that looked super threatening is just completely neutralized. So I think Harris looking quite pretty in this matchup. Gets the Wisp off on Gudra, so that's going to start taking a little bit of chip. We will Protect Darkrai, so multiple Protects on this team. Kind of built around maybe some passive damage. You see Toxapex, Wisp, Darkrai, lots of leftovers, lots of Protect. Maybe taking advantage of the fact that Cyber's team does have a few Pokemon that don't have reliable recovery, Gudra being one of them, Treads being another. Yeah, so that's going to go down to the Darkrai 1v1. Now we see another Protect scouting the Scarf Roaring Moon. The power of passive damage, shout out BKC. That's the one with the Hippowdon on the thumbnail, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, shout out BKC. We're going to see a U-turn on Helmet Pex, so chips down the Roaring Moon. Now Zapdos gets a free switch in, which is kind of scary, but you do have the Rock Sack. Zapdos does go for a Agility though, takes advantage of that. And now Screamtail in, can just go for a Discharge, fish for some pairs, immediately going to get rewarded. And now Hurricane with para odds? Yeah, Screamtail is not 1v1ing this. Like, sure, the immediate para into para is unfortunate, but long term, what was Screamtail supposed to do about that? Right? Maybe Wish into Urshifu would be the plan. But either way, Screamtail would end up low in that case anyways, and parried, so probably similar result to what's expected there. Now Urshifu comes in, Protect into, Hurricane into Terra Blast is not doing a lot of damage. So, oh, and then we swap out our Zapdos? So are we no Roost? I guess we're not Roost Zapdos. Because that thing looked like it might have just swept there. But, okay. Pulls it back. Gonna get the Iron Treads in. Earthquake is unguardable, so just gonna go for that. And now Roaring Moon pivots in on the Will-O-Wisp, but now we're just going to see a Protect from Darkrai. It's completely free. Get some lefties, get some Burn Chip. And now you scout the U-turn, which we all knew was clicking U-turn anyways. You get a free Pex here, Rocky Helmet. And yeah, it really is the power of passive damage. Like, damn. Now at least you get a free Zapdos, but does this kill Toxapex? No, it doesn't. 67, and Zapdos getting Toxic is a really big deal. Like, this is supposed to, like, long-term beat things. And it did have Roost. Why didn't we Roost versus Shifu earlier? Ah. Now we're toxic and we're forced out by Protects. Okay, or Shifu calls the Protect, goes for a bulk up, but Ogerpon's going to be the switch in, so threatens Encore, is going to go for it. Sure. I mean, you don't really have an Ogerpon switch in at this point, so Ivy Cudgel is just going to pick up a KO here, it looks like. Oh, goes for a Spike. So greedy. Why do you need a Spike? I mean, I guess the Spike is good, but now Darkrai forces you out. You don't want to get burned on your Ogerpon at all. Roaring Moon comes in, and you're just going to be dead to Helmet, and Darkrai lives to see another day. I really feel like you should have Ivy Cudgeled there, but I guess the Spike is still useful. It's not like a dead turn. Just, yeah. Okay, Treads comes in. Earthquake going to pick up a KO here. But again, Darkrai's going to come in, threaten a Wisp. I think at some point, something's going to have to take this Wisp. And you're not going to like it either way. I think the better Pokemon to take the Wisp is probably Ogerpon. Goes for a Nightshade though, predicts the Zapdos, so calls that correctly on Harris's side. Now, do you have a play to get rid of the Zapdos? Where do you see a Taunt trying to catch the Roost? Oh, catches a Hurricane Miss instead, and now you have Protect into Nightshade and the Zapdos is dead, and something still has to take a burn from Darkrai. So this Darkrai is putting in insane work. Yeah, it's gonna knock it out, and who's taking the burn now? Like, I feel like at some point you had to cut your losses, take a burn on either Ogerpon or Treads. Probably the Ogerpon, like, several turns ago. Because eventually it's gonna happen, right? And Darkrai lives. Like, we kind of played the long game a little bit too much. Allowed this Darkrai to heal up with Lefty's Protect a little bit too much, and now Ogerpon's super chipped, and the opposing Ogerpon is now, like, threatening a sweep, which is going to come in right now. And this is a bulky Ogerpon Wellspring, so you expect the Hearthflame to outspeed, and yeah, Ivy Cudgel just going to sweep here. The Iron Treads revealed Balloon, it's not going to be Akaberry, and that's going to be the game. I really feel like Fago's had some winning lines in there. That being said, so did Harris. I think both sides had some good sets, some good offense, but yeah, Fago's maybe a little bit misplayed around that Zapdos. We'll be stealing that Darkrai set. Thank you, Harris. I mean, I've used this kind of Darkrai set against, like, Tinkaton matchups. It's actually quite strong in that sort of thing as well. Just like the passive damage. Like, when your Darkrai is walled out by stuff like Fairy Cresselia, by Hisuian Gudra, by, like, Spadef Ogerpon, something like this is able to get quite a lot of value. And Harris pulls out the win, and that's going to put them up 2-1. That's the Subway Surfers up 2-1 against the Tacticians. Right, and now we have VGC. Alright, I'll try my best here. I'm not going to do team preview because I don't know VGC enough to do that, but it looks like there's Side Terrain versus, I would assume this to be Tailwind into Blood Moon Abuse. So Smeargle leads off with the Jugulus, so probably going to see an attempted fake out into Tailwind kind of thing, but Indeedee going to counter lead that, get the Side Terrain up, but Torterra next to it is super interesting. Not really sure what Torterra is supposed to do here, but I guess we'll find out, right? See Quark Drive, Booster Speed, Iron Jug. We see a Follow Me on Knockoff. Okay. Gets rid of the Mental Herb and Spore. Alright, and Bullet Seed gonna knock out this Smeargle. Looks to be a loaded dice Torterra. Just offensive Pokemon here. Okay, but now the Indeedee is asleep, and now you have quite the offensive position from Impulse on this side. This is Impulse. So now you can kind of just double in the Torterra, I think, for free. The Indeedee is asleep, and you can just, yeah, take advantage of that fact. But of course the Protect. I am bad at VGC, guys. Well, he thought a similar thing, so whatever, we're equal at VGC. Now you have the Tailwind turn, force the Terra with the Ivy Cudgel into Torterra. But now a Shell Smash comes out. At least the speed boost is matched by the Tailwind. And now we see a Follow Me. No, I think you needed to double attack that guy. So now your Ogerpon's going to go down for free. What did you need to Follow Me for? Both your Pokemon are faster than Torterra. Actually, no, you matched the Tailwind. No, actually, you're so right for that. See, I am bad at VGC. So matches the Tailwind, and now you're faster. Another Protect as catches the Dark Pulse. Moonblast does quite a lot to this Jug, but Blood Moon going to do a lot. Now this turn we knock out the Torterra. Jug goes down, but this Blood Moon should be able to knock out this Whimsicott with Hyper Voice. It doesn't kill? You're kidding, right? Yo, let me know if this is how it works. If you like kill the partner, does Light Screen become like singles Light Screen and it's like half damage? Because there's no way Hyper Voice shouldn't knock it out if it's the doubles Light Screen. I don't know, man. I just work here. Whimsicott lives that. Indeedee gets to pivot in, reset the Psychic terrain, and now it's Blood Moon 1v3. And I don't think it's got the sauce for this. Whimsicott gonna come in on the Expanding Force turn. Earth powers the Crown, doesn't knock it out, and there's no threat of Vacuum Wave or anything. This is just cooked. So game 1 goes to Nullify, and we can move on to game 2. See if there's any adjustments. So Indeedee this time with a Tauros Blaze on the other side. And looks like we're going for a Trick Room mode instead. So for Riggeraft, Smeargle. I wonder if this Indeedee is going to be Imprison with Trick Room. Does it get that? It feels like it should get that to block the Riggeraft from going for Trick Room. We see a Terra Ghost on the double kick, okay. And it is Imprison. But we see a Spore. Do we see Trick Room? No, we see Expanding Force. Oh my god. Good night, Tauros. Just completely outplayed in the neutral. Alright. Shout out. Iron Crown gonna get the free entry point at least. And, yeah, and, yeah, Smeargle has its Sash intact, so can go for Spore into Iron Crown. There's no turn slept for Indeedee, so you could see a Protect on the Crown trying to stall out that sleep turn, then eventually get the Follow Me to avoid that Spore. But no, we see no Pursuit. We see Tachyon, which is not going to knock out Smeargle, of course, and the Spore comes out, so now both sides are asleep. And nasty plot for Riggeraft. That's actually super cool. Iron Crown takes his first turn of sleep. Indeedee gets the second sleep and Decorate into Expanding Force. Okay. That's doing a lot of damage. And now what? I mean, you have to wake up immediately, but what's killing this for Riggeraft? That's what I want to know. We see a third turn of sleep, a second turn of sleep, and another Decorate into Expanding Force. This time Dazzling Gleam, actually. Alright, fair enough. Dazzling Gleam was there to cover the Darker Shifu wanting to pivot in, so it's just a good play. And now what? Now do you just follow me and with Smeargle and just Dazzling Gleam kill everything? Yeah, looks like it. Max turn slept on both of these guys, but this Riggeraft I think was probably fine either way. And we get the Trick Room up just to make sure. Yeah, Trick Room would cover like a Terra option, which is, yeah. Urshifu gonna go down. And yeah, so tied up in the VGC. That was really cool for a Riggeraft set, I'm not gonna lie. Scarsy looking like Money Guy in the Rhine mirror. So true. Alright, now game 3 for all the marbles. Indeedee and Tauros again versus Jug Smeargle. So going back to the game 1 lead for Impulse and the game 2 lead for Nullify. Which, interesting enough, is both the leads that they lost with. So interesting to see. Right, Tailwind immediately with the Spore is going to immediately sleep the Tauros. And Indeedee goes for Hyper Waves. But one thing that we do know is that the Indeedee has Trick Room. Which means that, like, can't you just Trick Room on the Tailwind? And then now you have, like, Giga Speed advantage? I feel like that's what the Indeedee is going to go for here. And, like, what are you going to do to stop it? Air Slash into the Tauros, sure. Spore, obviously. Yeah, Spore is going to stop it. Yeah, shout out to me. I'm bad at VGC. So, that was the threat that was there. So, you have to Spore to prevent it. And now we decorate our Iron Jug, but now the Trick Room is going to go up. Yep, there it is. So now I assume they're just going to see a Follow Me from the Smeargle. And we're just going to trade KOs, it looks like. Okay. Air Slash is for sure wrong there. A Follow Me on both sides was so obvious. You probably should have just Dark Pulsed that. And, okay, so now the Tailwind runs out, and you actually can go into your Blood Moon to take advantage of the Trick Room that your opponent set up. That's actually super funny. So Smeargle like 25 points in VGC. I think it was actually pretty cheap this season, all things considered. But now, I'm going to get the Terra Fairy on the Blood Moon. which means, yeah, this is going to force Terra on the Urshifu, knocks out the Indeedee, but Urshifu goes for an Iron Head, actually calls the Terra Fairy, but what that means is this +2 Iron Jug is given free reign to click an attack. And we Air Slash and Hyper Voice into a Steel type. Oh my god. Read the Terra preview. Alright, but now Iron Crown or Urshifu are in. 2 more turns of Trick Room. This Blood Moon is looking like a massive threat. Can't just go for Hyper Voice, knock out the Urshifu if you want to. And Iron Crown is not able to one-shot the Jugulus. So I would assume it's a Hyper Voice and Dark Pulse the Crown. Terra is exhausted. And it looks like a win from Impulse. I'm not sure what you're supposed to do here. Okay, gets rid of the Ursaluna at least, but there is one more Pokemon in the back. Iron Crown's going to go down to that, obviously, +2 Dark Pulse, but now you see Ogerpon Hearthflame comes in. It's just a free follow me into Dark Pulse, or just an Ivy Cudgel. Really, you could click any button, it does not matter. Impulse has this one wrapped up, and that's going to be the game. So GG to Impulse, and that's going to, once again, even up the series 2-2, I'm pretty sure. Right? Who won here? Theo, Harris, and then Toxic Impulse. Yeah, so it's a 2-2 series. Tied up again. Spear was 13 points? Yeah, sure. Alright. Now we have Finchinator, the face of OU. When do we get L5 VGC? I mean, I did do a stream a while back where I laddered in-game VGC with the Scovillain team. I'm pretty sure that VOD is still up. Had some crazy Lugia endgame in that one. If you're at all interested, I'm raw for that. But anyways, Finchinator versus Trust in Bep, which is going to be Blitz, I'm pretty sure. Just double check that. Yeah, this is Blitz. And yeah, so Finchinator piloting a pretty standard Torntinglu balance. This is very much based on the Pardon the Eruption team from DPL Season 9, which was very successful with a very similar team. Week 7 VGC? Nah, man. I want to use Terra Keldeo. Goldango is surfing. Oh my god. Yeah, so the replays do have animated sprites for some Pokemon, which is pretty cool. This was a close game. Yeah, super good one. In terms of like Terra types, we see Terra Ghost on the Raging Bolt, which is going to be paired with no other Terra, it looks like. Maybe benched. I can actually check this. Yeah, the only other Terramon in that team is an Avalugg, which is benched. Then on the other side, we see Terra Torn, which is going to be Terra Fairy. So Terra Fairy Torn AV is like about as good of a Raging Bolt answer as you could ever ask for. So, makes sense. Right. We're going to see Raging Bolt lead off into the Torn. Torn just wants to get its Fairy type off immediately, and immediately goes for a Dark Pulse, catching the Terra Ghost, and gets a flinch. So really lucky from Finchinator immediately. But now, just going to switch to Alamola, reveals Assault Vest from that damage, it looks like. And now can just go for a flip turn. We see a nasty plot, but Jirachi can come in. Goes for a Scarf Encore, which is kind of crazy that you stay in, because Scarf Ironhead could have come out. But maybe you just don't expect to be Scarf. I mean, sure. At least now you know. See Glitzcore come in for the free Toxsquirt activation as Ogerpon pivots in. Maybe trying to get a spike up. I'm not really too sure. I guess because the Jirachi is revealed Scarf unlocked into Encore, going Ogerpon kind of covers the most other options, right? Like, for example, if an Iron Moth came in, you can get like a free spike up with your Ogerpon, but Glitzcore, I mean, fair enough, you're going to get forced out. As a spike goes up on Dragonite switch, we Thunder Punch expecting Aloe or something. Had to be expecting Aloe, but now we get a U-turn into Raging Bolt, breaks the multi-scale, and now Torn's going to come in. It's actually not Assault Vest, by the way, revealing Nasty Plot, but it's not Boots either. So what is this Torn set? Maybe Lumberry? I'm not really too sure. And Aloe's not AV, so this is like Spadef, no special attack, Nasty Plot Torn or something? With no Boots, a really weird Torn set, because Dark Pulse doing 16 to Aloe really made me think this was AV Aloe, but just set up a light screen, so clearly not. Let me get that flip turn out into the Iron Moth, and just gonna force out this Torn quite easily. Now Tentacle comes in on the U-turn, so calls that correctly as well. Gets a Roaring Moon turn. Now with Spike Up, something's going to have to take this knockoff. It's going to be Ting Lu. Gets rid of the leftovers. No, gets rid of the Rocky Helmet. Sure. And now U-turn. Going to chip this Ting Lu very low. Gets a free switch to Gliscor to lay another Spike Up. This is the problem with Ting Lu in the Gliscor matchups. Gliscor is able to just basically get infinite layers on you, and it's actually a double hazards Gliscor here. So Rock Spikes, U-turn, Protect. Really interesting set. And Dragonite reveals Ice Spinner. So gonna just switch to Aloe, which is Boots. Is this Dragonite Life, or I was gonna say, is it Choice Banded? It's actually Life Orb Dragonite. So Ice Spinner, gonna do 12%. Obviously gonna live the Thunder Punch next, so it's a pretty free flip turn. Although the Aloe is getting quite low, at least the Dragonite's taking chip. We see a Wish instead, actually, so a Protect here maybe? No, we're just gonna switch to the Raging Bolt. Okay, gets that thing up to full HP, fair enough. Now Dark Pulse gonna come out, gets a flinch. Dark Pulse comes out, and gets a flinch. So this Raging Bolt not allowed to move, but Iron Moth gonna come in for free. And yeah, takes 34 from Bleak Wind. Finch makes the aggro play staying in on the U-turn, calls it correctly. But now Jirachi gonna come in, goes for that Scarf Iron Head, and with multiple layers up, it's really hard to switch into this guy. Tentacle comes in to go for the spin, but there is that Ghost type in the back, and also you have to break through the flinch if you want to get the spin off, and it's just not going to happen. So everyone is flinching in this game. I can't really complain as Finchinator, I'm not going to lie. Like, you just fully flinched out a Raging Bolt. But yeah, Tentacruel goes down, love to see that. And Iron Moth going to pivot in on the Goldango, probably just going to see a Morning Sun here. But no, goes for a Fiery Dance. And now you're in E-Speed range, so pivots to a Raging Bolt, but gonna get followed up by a Dragon Claw or something. But no, Thunderclap. Right, of course Thunderclap's gonna come out there. And Dragonite's gonna go down. And it looks like this is just completely over. Ogerpon's gonna come in, but you have a full HP Gliscor. Can just go to that. Probably Fizdef, yeah. In a matchup like this, Fizdef makes sense. And you're just gonna get a slow U-turn out into probably the Scarf Jirachi, if I had to guess, or Roaring Moon, that works too. It's Boots Roaring Moon, so I could just go for a U-turn. Totally fair play. Now the Moth comes in, Ting Lu is forced in. It's at 30%, can just get U-turned by the Moth, even more chip. And yeah, probably just go Gliscor, or you could go Aloe, either one. Completely one end game. So Blitz ends up completely winning this game, a 6-0, wow. Heard Finch felt really bad about the flinches, so sacked his Torn to make up for it. So he's just a nice guy. And that puts up the Tacticians 3-2. So one more win will clinch a draw for them. 2 more wins will clinch the week. And they definitely want to win the week. Because Mythical Alliance is right on their tail in terms of the playoff race. Alright, and now we have Sun and Moon match with Ipro versus Max. Right. So these two players I really respect a lot, both of them. Ipro, obviously one of the best of all time in Sun and Moon. I've been saying this all season long if you've been watching these watch parties. And then Max as well, I think is a really fantastic player. Regularly tops the USM OU ladder, but also very active in USM draft as well. He's like a double-pronged threat in that way. So really just loves this gen. That being said, Ipro on a bit of a downturn in his like draft year. Had like a pretty lackluster DPL into a pretty lackluster DCL so far. Can he get back on his feet? Let's find out now. And we do see like this very unique sand structure from Max. This also has a Mega Pinsir on here, which is benched here. Mega Pinsir does kind of struggle into stuff like Rocky Helmet Garchomp, Klefki with T-Wave, even Rotom, right? Scarf Rotom is actually like pretty nice here as like a check to a bunch of things. You also have the option like Trick Hippowdon. So Max probably saw this a lot in mocks and decided, well, it's probably not worth keeping a spin like at all times to have that Mega Pinsir if the reward is not really all that much, right? So it just benches the Pinsir. Instead, going to have a Lottie or a Spiritomb in that slot, which is like one of the best Gallade checks you can ask for, so it really makes sense here. We're going to see some status trading from Rotom into Hippowdon, so not Scarf Rotom, but still just a bulky set. We're We're going to see rocks go up, and Chomp comes in. Do we see rocks trade here? We see Latios in. So aggressive Latios play gets in on the rocks, and now, I mean, you're probably going to see a Spadef Klefki if I'm being honest. So Max could make a nice double into Excadrill here. I'm not sure if that's entirely the best play available. Maybe you can go into Feeny, because if Chomp stays in, it's probably because it's Habanberry with like a dragon move. And if it switches, it's going to Klefki, and Feeny kind of covers that. Like, you get the terrain up, so Klefki's not threatening status. You can go for like a Surf or a Scald. Probably a Surf. Chip that thing down, open up your Latios in the future, open up your Celesteela, all that stuff. We see a double, but it's to Hippowdon. Catches the Klefki, but I feel like maybe Feeny was higher value there. Either way, gonna get the Slack off here. I mean, sure, but Klefki's just gonna lay a spike here. With a burned Hippowdon, it's not really fearing Earthquake too much, and now you switch back to Garchomp. I was doing my government mandated early game waffling. I get it, man. I actually get it so much. So Chomp finds its way back in on the Hippowdon, reveals leftovers, like very bulky Chomp. And now we're going to double to Snorlax, expecting what? I don't know what you were expecting. And you're actually going to get Snorlax Toxic for your troubles, which is really bad if this is not Rest Talk. And I don't see a big reason to be Thick Fat here. So if you're Rest Talk, you should probably be Immunity. So this is Gluttony. This is going to be an Iapapa like recycle Snorlax, right? Because yeah, if the bench is Mega Pinsir, what do you ever need Thick Fat for? You would be Immunity. Just like to switch it on Hippowdon like this. But no, so it's definitely Gluttony, Iapapa Berry Recycle, which means the Snorlax is basically dead. It's not going to do anything. It's going to go for a Curse here, but that Toxic is going to rack up. The Spiritomb comes in. Other bench was Zone 2. Yeah, there's no reason. And there's the Iapapa Berry. See, Fire Punch, Proxus Citrus Berry almost heals the Spiritomb. Almost. But yeah, net 2% after the Citrus. Now Foul Play, gonna force it out into Klefki, but at least you get another Hazard up. That being said, Feeny is gonna come in, and this could very well be Defog. Like, versus Klefki, which does spike versus a lot of your guys, Defog would make sense. And there we go. Now this is a turn that kind of surprised me, right? Gallade coming in on Tapu Fini. So Ipro, this tells you two things, right? He's really expecting a Defog Fini, and also this Gallade has to have Encore for this play to make sense at all, right? Because otherwise, you're just going to get Moonblasted next turn, right? So this would make no sense if you're not Encore Gallade. So it's going to be Encore Gallade. And here it is, Encore Gallade. Wow. So Feeny is going to get forced out by this Gallade now, but it's okay because you have a whole Spiritomb right there. Max physically defensive, able to take that on and go for a Pain Split, stay relatively healthy. I mean, this is one of the things about Pain Split mons. Like, I usually like to put leftovers on them because Pain Split, it'll bring you like to some amount of HP, but it'll never be like super healthy, right? Whereas if you were leftovers, I mean, 73, you'd be a little bit lower, but that means your Pain Split's doing more damage because you wouldn't have the Citrus recovery. So like, I really do like leftovers on sets like this, but Citrus, he probably had a reason for it. Now spikes go up again, Feeny in again, Light Screen comes out, which is going to be completely defogged away. And now Feeny is finally in a position where it can just go for a move. This time it's going to be a taunt. I wonder if you defog to get rid of the screens immediately, not worry about any BS. And that's exactly what you do. Taunts the Necrozma, is faster. Ipro does not expect that, expects to be faster than the Feeny, goes for a Calm Mind, but is going to get thwarted. Why does Iron Valiant look different? This is like the vintage version. Alright, Steel going to pivot in on this Photon Geyser. But Necrozma, like, that's doing a lot of damage. You have to expect like a Heat Wave is coming. We see a Z, so a Z Heat Wave is going to be absorbed by the Hippowdon, but now the Hippowdon's really low, can't really take a Photon Geyser. So it looks like something's dying to this Necrozma. I don't know what it's going to be, but something's dying. Looks like, okay, we switched to Celesteela, trying to bait in a Heat Wave, and that gets our Latios in. So I guess we don't sack, but we've taken a lot of chip. Like, Hippowdon's basically dead. Celesteela is basically dead. It feels worse than just picking a sack, I feel like. But, okay, Latios gets in. It's a free Draco, quote-unquote, which means you're going to force it out into Klefki, which I guess is a free Calm Mind. Now, do you have, like, HP Fire for this? It would make sense, but you don't want to get T-Waved. So, gonna switch to Feeny. Okay. Correctly calls the T-Wave, but, I mean, you didn't get a whole lot of progress, and, like, 3 of your guys are now pretty chipped. Alright, Gallade comes in on, I presume, another Defog. Now, threatens the Encore. Could potentially just go for, like, a Leaf Blade here, which would cover the Feeny, as well as, you know, hit Spiritomb and Hippowdon pretty hard. Spiritomb is going to come in, and Leaf Blade is clicked. We get a critical hit here, but it was 2-hit KOing anyways, so no problem there. Latios comes in, goes for the Z immediately, and Gallade goes down. I thought this was, like, really crazy from Ipro, because this Gallade was a massive threat. Like, when Latios is your revenge kill to Gallade, you know it's looking dire. And you have, like, a 55% Klefki with T-Wave. You could still go to it, force the Feeny in, and, like, kind of repeat the process, like, Light Screen, force a Defog, go into Gallade, and just get another Leaf Blade KO, basically. But instead, we stay on the Z move, which was the only thing killing us, by the way. And Gallade goes down to, like, a speed tie, or maybe it was just bulky Gallade. But regardless, Gallade goes down, which is, like, the biggest threat for Ipro's side. Especially since the Spiritomb went down early. Now Snorlax comes in, goes for a Curse, but this is the only way Hippowdon heals up, and Max catches that perfectly. Now Hippowdon can go for this Slack Off, or even get Rocks up, right? Oh, it's Iapapa Berry. So Hippowdon actually heals for free, and doesn't have to spend a turn slacking off, and can just get up Rocks for free. Actually goes to Latios. I don't know why we went Latios there. I felt like that was a pretty clear Rocks turn. But, sure. Latios in. We see Iapapa Snorlax, goes for the Recycle, and now Reflect Latios, okay. So now if it's Reflect, Recover, or Roost, it's going to be able to wall out the Snorlax. Chip it down with a combination of Sand Toxic, okay. It worked out in the end. Necrozma comes in, goes for a Calm Mind. Heatwave is going to knock out the Celesteela for sure. But the Celesteela is faster with Explosion. Is that Scurf Celesteela? So that's really interesting. That's like a Gallade check, like a SD Garchomp check. Pretty interesting, I'm not going to lie. And obviously Explosion, kind of a catch-all to, like, Calm Mind Necrozma. Pretty cool. Now Snorlax comes in, Reflect is still up, so Latios is available as a switch-in. Gonna go for a Recover here, but Ipro does not return again, which would have done 60. Goes for a Curse instead, and now the Reflect can go up. Another Recycle comes out, but at this point, Latios is not really threatened, can just go for a Psychic for free. Another Curse comes out, but almost in range of another Psychic. Gonna bring it to 2%. We see a Recycle, but that is for sure wrong, because now with Toxic, you're in range of Psychic, and this is looking pretty over. Like, Garchomp as the Lottie response with a Reflect up? I don't think so. I mean, you do kind of reveal from all this that the Latios is mono Psychic, which I guess there's no Dark type on Ipro's side, but makes at least some sense. Hey, he got him up. It's so true. Rocks up. And now a Roar on the Feeny. Okay, fair enough. We see a Psychic again. We do see a Psychic on another Roar. Now Hippowdon comes in. Hippowdon doesn't kill the Garchomp, but these rocks are going up now. Never mind, we're slacking off. I mean, I guess rocks don't really matter at this point. I mean, how do you lose as Max here? Looks pretty over. Just Moonblast this. Yeah, Rotom's gonna have to come in. And then what? Like, you have a full HP Hippowdon. Maybe Hex can do it. But you're slower than Feeny, so it takes a big Moonblast. And now you can't even, like, threaten Pain Split, because another Moonblast is just gonna knock you out. Yeah, Rotom goes down. Klefki, last mon remaining. Definitely not gonna be able to get it done versus Hippowdon and Tapu Fini. Yeah, it goes for the taunt. And that's gonna be the game, right? Defog away the hazards, just play it safe. Mono foul play. Yeah, this is over. Boom. So well played from Max, but definitely I think a little bit fumbled by Ipro. That Gallade definitely could have gotten a lot more done. This Snorlax as well probably shouldn't have ever been toxic like that. That was really weird. It needed to clean up. So true. Alright. And that means that Tacticians are now up 4-2 against the Subway Surfers. And a win would go a long way in terms of like locking playoffs for them. So these last 2 games are going to be really important. They really need to win one of them. And now we have Hacker versus Helm. Helm's going to be on Ancient Tacticians. Hacker is one of the captains of the Subway Surfers. So, I mean, Hacker as well, as there's some stakes on him, because if they lose this week, they're probably just out of playoffs. So a tie is like low-key mandatory if they want to have any hope of making playoffs. So Hacker needs to win, and then what's the last... The last game is going to be Josha versus Stories, so both of them have to win if they want any chance. So, stakes to be played for, right? Helm, once again piloting this like Torrenting Lu balance kind of thing with Pecharunt. This one features a Baxcalibur as the main breaker, with Cyclozar as like just utility spam, Rotom as kind of like a resist to some stuff, Volt Switch momentum into Bax. Makes a lot of sense. Then this is going to be Terra Fairy with a Torrent and Terra Normal on the Cyclozar. Whereas on the other side, we see multiple Terra Fairies from the Raging Bolt and the Spiritomb. Alright. So what's Hacker's game plan here with Terra Fairy on the Raging Bolt? I would expect this to be maybe Calm Mind Bolt, trying to just brute force its way through Assault Vest, Torn plus Ting Lu. Again, we're seeing this matchup of Raging Bolt into Torrenting Lu. It's really one of the hardest matchups for Raging Bolt. But maybe Hacker can get it done. Let's see. Lando T's going to lead off into Rotom Watch, so good lead from Helm. Immediately going to force this out into the Raging Bolt. Takes a Hydro Pump, does 13%, so not the end of the world. And now doubles back into the Landorus for some reason. Okay, just going to go for a U-turn as Light Screen goes up, Reflect goes up. So dual screens Rotom. Probably going to be paired with maybe a Nasty Plot Torn, maybe a DD Bax. But Spiritomb comes in, and Spiritomb has not only Infiltrator, but Toxic to shut down all these setup threats. It's a really nice bring into this screens mode. Really nice resource. And we're actually going to get rewarded with Toxic on Ting Lu. Now, who here actually knew that Spiritomb got Toxic? Because I learned that watching this game. Which actually, Spiritomb might be him. I don't know. Toxic distribution is so down bad in SV, it's kind of a big deal. So rocks do go up as the Corviknight switches in. We're going to see Torn come in. Do we see a defog? Okay, it gets rid of all the screens and the rocks, so really high value defog there. And yeah, Nasty Plot Torn, so it makes sense alongside the dual screen Rotom Wash. And now Samurott comes in, and it's going to be Scarf Samurott. We see a Terra Fairy, and we see Corviknight pivots in on the presumed Terra Blast. Catches that correctly. He only does 29%, but now Heat Wave is being threatened. We double back to the Samurott. And now I believe Razor Shell is, you know, potentially in range for a KO there. So we're going to force that out into the Rotom Wash. Gets the defense drop, but that's not going to end up mattering too much as Landers comes in on the Light Screen turn and goes for a Stealth Rock here. Stealth Rock into U-turn. Going to get some chip and your rocks up. Now Spiritomb in on the Volt Switch. Again, Infiltrator plus Toxic is going to mean can't really set up with anything right now. So Torn does come in and tries to set up. And it's just going to get Toxicked. No Lumberry, so now this Torn's on a timer, and we're going to see the same dance from Hacker, going Corv on the Terra Blast, and gets the Citrus Berry, really impactful Citrus Berry, now forces kind of a 50-50 between Terra Blast and Heat Wave. Is he going to make the play? Goes into the Samurai, do we see a Heat Wave? We do see a Heat Wave. So this Torn, which Loki should have killed 6, like I'm not even joking, is now going to end up, what? With some heavy chip on Corv and Samurott, but no KOs. Gets a big chip on Lando as well, but Lando's HP is not really that important considering the main threat is Baxcalibur, which, you know, obviously Lando's not going to be checking that thing. So, okay, Helm has sacked the Torn, but he does get a really nice position with Bax in, with both screens up, and the Corviknight at 61. This is about as good as you can ask for in terms of Bax positioning. We're going to see a U-turn, probably into the Raging Bolt, just a Terra Fairy immediately after this Dragon Dance turn. Now Terra Fairy comes out, should be able to live any hit, and since the light screen did go down, Terra Blast should knock it out. Icicle Crash lands a little bit to the right, and Terra Blast does knock it out. It wasn't killing the Raging Bolt, but obviously there's crit chance, there's flinch chance. It could have potentially been a big problem for Hacker, but okay, makes it out alive. Petrant comes in, but we have a full HP, not full HP, but 61 HP Corviknight, more than enough to switch in on Petrant. We see a Parting Shot into Rotom, which fair enough, but Corviknight's just going to roost up here. We know this is a bulky Rotom. Volt Switch not going to do anywhere close to enough to break this Corv. And now what? Just going to go for a U-turn, slow U-turn, get momentum on the Cyclozar coming in. Spiritomb comes in and can just kind of go for a Toxic or something. Kind of limit the turns of this Cyclozar. As Tinglu comes in, it's already poisoned, but yeah, all good. Now Corviknight can come in on a presumed Earthquake, or I guess Rocks works too. Can go for the defog if you prefer. Like Hacker has all of the choices here. He can play with Rocks up if he wants, or he can just defog. Gonna choose to defog, and now Roost Up versus the Petrant. And when Petrant is the switch into Corv, you already know you're completely cooked. So Helm, definitely not looking good in this end game. We're gonna see a U-turn to Landorus, get a little bit of Lefty's chip. Earthquake gonna 2-hit KO the Petrant. We do reveal to be faster. Malignant crits and poisons. So Lando probably wants to just switch out into the Corv here, not risk any confusions, but actually just goes for it and gets the Earthquake off. So fair enough. Knocks out the Petrant, and that's going to be the forfeit. I mean, no real way to win as Helm there, so I really understand that quite a lot. And okay, Hacker has won this. This brings the series to 4-3, still in favor of Ancient Tacticians, but the draw is within sights. And to get it done, we have Stories versus Josha. So Stories looking for a tie here for his team, whereas Josha looking for the series win for Ancient Tacticians. And to do it, he has the Meowscarada and Keldeo combination, something that I have been a big fan of for the past, I would say, year or so, ever since the World Cup, the second World Cup of draft, where my team had one of those Meowscarada Keldeo drafts, and it was really fantastic. And we've seen it pop up a lot more recently. It's gotten very popular. That being said, the the water resist here is a Terra Fire Zarude. So, stands to reason a pretty simple endgame, or pretty simple win condition. Just force Terra on Zarude and click Surf a bunch of times. You see the Terra Water Keldeo, so Josha is well aware that this is a massive threat. These Meowkel teams are the most obnoxious teams to face. They are so annoying to face, especially if you see an Aloe on here. Aloe plus Meow is just one of the best momentum generator cores of all time, and then you have Specs Keldeo, one of the best raw breakers in the tier right now, and it's just a really strong combination. And then you pair that with a Lando Eye as a secondary breaker. I mean, no team is safe from this offensive core. But what is Stories going to do instead? So we have an Ursaluna Blood Moon, which is pretty rare of a pick, but I do think that Blood Moon is quite strong, especially in the early game. You see, Blood Moon in the late game is not that amazing, but in the early game, it's really able to force a lot of chip on guys with Blood Moon at full HP. What's the Keldeo answer? I really don't know. We're gonna have to find out together. But yeah, I'm sure Stories played a lot of Specs Keldeo and Mox, so maybe he'll have a plan. But also, what's the plan supposed to be? I don't really know. Is the Keldeo Meow duo nice, as they are both fast, strong, attacking ones that cover with special and physical? That's part of it, right? A part of it is everything that checks Meow loses to Keldeo. Everything that checks Keldeo loses to Meow, right? For the most part, right? Maybe you can find a few examples where that's not the case, but generally speaking, that is true a lot of the time. So not only that, but you can combo that with Flip Turn into Meow, U-turn into Keldeo. Whichever Pokemon has the better matchup, the other one can support that, you see? And then even if one of them has a bad matchup, again, you have that U-turn, Flip Turn dynamic where you can transition turns from one of them into the other, really seamlessly. You also have stuff like Spikes plus Keldeo, if you want to do Spikes Meowscarada. You have like speed control, like really good speed control with these, like Vacuum Wave plus Scurf Meowscarada. Can't really get much better than that. It's just a good combination, man. What can I say? Anyways, what is Story's going to try to do here? I mean, the Aloe does kind of check a lot of these guys, like Garchomp and Cinderace. You would expect this to be Flip Turn Ice Beam on the Aloe, maybe even Icy Wind, to be honest. Depends on what the supporting cast is, but I could definitely see like an Icy Wind into like a Zarude into a Flip Turn to like Lando, slow down the Zarude so it's slower than Lando, and then that's your way of like beating Bulk Up Zarude a little bit easier. I could see that, but most likely there's just gonna be Flip Turn, Ice Beam, Wish Protect, or like maybe Assault Vest, but I don't know really what you need Assault Vest for. Maybe if you really struggle against Blood Moon, but yeah. That being said, Blood Moon does kind of pick up a kill with Blood Moon every single time, like the Resistance Fortress, so maybe you do need AV Aloe. We'll see. Anyways, Terra Fire. We see Terra Fairy on the Mesprit, Water on the Keldeo, and then I believe this is Terra Salazzle as well with Terra Fire. Let me double check that. It is Terra Salazzle. So, Terra Fire Salazzle. Awesome. Let's get into the game. Now we do see the lead Blood Moon into Meowscarada. Blood Moon almost certainly going to be EV to take any hit from this Meowscarada, being a Protean triple axle, and Blood Moon immediately going to do 73 to Aloe, which immediately is going to open up stuff like the Cinderace and the Garchomp, Aloe being low immediately, but we do see an eject button, so at least you're going to get momentum into the Keldeo, which is going to force out the Ursaluna quite easily into the Zarude, and sure, we can go for the Terra Water Surf, but only 26. That makes me very confident that this is not Specs Keldeo. It's either that or this is Assault Vest Zarude, which does not seem very likely. So, we're going to say this is Scarf Keldeo as a way to check the Cinderace, maybe a Trailblaze Zarude, maybe like a Scale Shot Garchomp. All these things are pretty big threats, and I guess you don't really want to be Scarf Meowscarada as your speed control against a Tinkaton, because Air Balloon, Pickpocket, you can always just steal that Scarf. So Scarf on Keldeo actually makes a lot of sense, especially on a team so weak to water. You don't really need Specs necessarily, but here you see U-Turn Zarude, which should be a red flag for everyone. What set of Zarude is running U-Turn? I mean, it looks like Scarf Zarude, right? You say choiced, yeah, but Josha will be able to calc that U-Turn doing 7, that's not choice banded. Or AV. I mean, but he would also know that it's AV from the surf damage. So Josha knows exactly what this Zarude set is. So a lot of info being gained. And gets the helmet chip off. Cinderace comes in, but Aloe can kind of take this as a regen opportunity, if anything. But the problem with that is you turn into Ursaluna, and now what? What's coming in on Blood Moon? So it looks like Story's game plan is just to get Blood Moon in a lot. U-turn Cinderace on Alomola is going to be like the main entry point. We're going to see Aloe is faster with a flip turn. And we're going to see Fortress as the sack. Not even going to see a Blood Moon, we're going to see an Earth Power. And now Josha goes hard into Lando. So it looks like Josha was trying to bait a Blood Moon into Fortress and then pivot Lando on an Earth Power. But instead gets it the other way around. Earth Power on the Fortress and now a Substitute. So Substitute eases the prediction, and now Landorus, you can't really U-turn to break sub. You're just going to have to Earth Power and bite the bullet. Is it AV? Looks like it might be AV Landorus. Oh, no, it's just bulky Landorus. And goes for a Calm Mind on Ursaluna staying in and going for another sub. Which is interesting. I don't know why the sub was being clicked. But either way. Maybe your last move is Vacuum Wave and you don't have Hyper Voice. That would make a little bit of sense why you sub. But yeah. Gonna go down to Knockoff. It is Focus Sash Ursaluna, so it really was just a dedicated lead, which got way more than it bargained for. Fortress helped us out there. So true. I love Fortress. But now Zarude reveals Scarf here as it's faster than Meowscarada, and Tinkaton can come in here on the U-turn. No Rocky Helmet, and no Balloon either. So Fortress is going to get an entry point and could just go for rocks. But Cinderace in threatens the Court Change. Is Fortress going to stay in and call that? Looks like it is. Court Change, we see rocks up again. We do see rocks up. So trades rocks with itself, but now Alomola comes in on the Pyro Ball. Sure, now you don't have the Blood Moon to punish the Aloe on U-turns. Makes sense. Now you can get a Wish in the air maybe, or just, you know, flip turn, that's fine too. Salazzle comes in as not boots. With Terrafire, you think maybe this could be like Spec Salazzle. 22 to Garchomp, I'm not really too sure what exactly that could be. We see a Scale Shot into the Fortress, okay. Knocks it out, gets +1 speed on the Garchomp, but I assume this is what the Scarf Keldeo is for, and there it is. We see a Surf, but actually Garchomp lives, but it goes for an Earthquake. Imagine a second Scale Shot there. It would have looked pretty fantastic. But either way, still good chip on the Keldeo. Garchomp's going to go down to the Surf. And now you have another opportunity for Zarude to come in. Or I guess Tinkaton works too. You can get a knockoff on something, I suppose. Yeah, because if Keldeo loses its Scarf, that's a big problem. Actually goes for a Light Screen and Reflect, so dual screens Tinkaton is going to be Light Clay. That's why it's not showing Balloon, Helmet, anything of the sort. But okay, flip turn into the Salazzle. Now what? There's no Fire Resist really besides Cinderace. Oh, we see an Encore? So Cinderace going to get a free switch in. I mean, Flame wasn't doing that much either way. Now Aloe has to come in, but this is just a pretty free U-turn. Okay, we go for Zen Headbutt. I guess you U-turn on Salazzle Flame, it's not great, so force it out first and then U-turn, sure. I see a flip turn into Meowscarada, but with a Scarf Zarude, you're not really incentivized to Terra it in this endgame, so especially with Fortress going down, you don't need the Terra Blast Fire. So Mesprit is able to Terra into a Fairy type here, and kind of just wall out Meowscarada. We're going to see a U-turn, that does nothing. And now what? Alomola comes in, but lefties with a sub Mesprit, this is almost surely going to be Draining Kiss. We're going to see a Psychic. I mean, fair enough, keep the Aloe low, keep your Cinderace endgame quite open. But now we Encore the Psychic, gonna go down to that as the Salazzle, and now at least you can go Meowscarada and like knock off, I suppose. You're not gonna die, but like what value are actually getting out of this? Not a whole lot. It keeps it open. Thank you. Very cool. Okay, steals the protective pads from Meowscarada. Interesting. But yeah, anyone else see the Steel Beam on Tinkaton? That was crazy. Okay, Rain Dance is actually really cool. So Josha going for like a Scarf Keldeo endgame, and that Rain Dance is going to make it so that this is essentially a Specs Terra Water and also Scarf Keldeo. So potentially a big endgame if you're able to get rid of the Light Screen, which unfortunately I don't think you have time to do. But it is a cool idea. We see a sub, but a Healing Wish. I think you have to use this on your Meowscarada, unfortunately. Goes for a Flower Trick. Okay, gonna break the sub at least. But Mesprit is able to just go for a Draining Kiss and get basically all of that health back. And can Meowscarada 1v1 this Mesprit? I don't think so. Not with this recovery. Okay, 3 more Light Screen turns, but the Rain's gonna run out as well. Oh, actually, no Light Clay. Right, it got knocked off. So Mesprit's going to end up low, but at this point, Keldeo doesn't have a move that it can lock into, right? It needs to Surf the Mesprit, Surf the Cinderace, and Secret Sword the Zarude. Can't do all of that when you're locked in. Goes from Hydro Pump. So Hydro Pump, maybe if you crit the Zarude, could do it. We go Cinderace, okay. Does connect, but now Zarude comes in at 45. I mean, we saw earlier, Surf did 26. There's no way Hydro Pump kills, but maybe a crit? And it does 34, and Zarude is going to Petal Blizzard and knock it out. And that's going to be the series ending in a draw. So, pros and cons, right? Both teams are still technically in the playoff race, but obviously it's going to be a little bit more tricky for both of these teams not getting a full week win. But at least it's better than nothing, right? So, 1 point for each of them. And yeah. Alright, and now let's go into this series. Guys, if you're enjoying the content, feel free to leave a like on the video. It does help me out quite a lot, and I would appreciate that. So next series is going to be the Mythical Alliance, captained by Kyle and Odin, versus Make-A-Wish, which is captained by Panda and Scurf. So yeah. They saved Game 8 stories for this very moment. So tough. Leaves a dislike. Hey, any engagement is good. That's what I hear. Anyways, this series is pretty important for Alliance, I'm not gonna lie. Not as important for Wishes, because Wishes are, at this point, 0 and 4. Right? Let me just double check. Did they draw versus someone? No, they have 4 straight losses. So, I mean, it's looking pretty bad for them, I'm not gonna lie. So probably we're gonna see a pretty motivated Mythical Alliance versus a demotivated Make-A-Wish. So this could be an absolute blowout, but we're here to see it. I hate Panda. I hate him too. Are you an ally? Ally switch Andy? Anyone? Hi, who? What's up? Alright, so Panda for Make-A-Wish, Kyle for Mythical Alliance, and yeah, that pivot was tough. Epic. Alright, so here we have Panda piloting his like trademarked Sun, which he's used in individual tournaments, but never in a team tour until now, post-mids. So we see the Torkoal, we see the Gouging Fire, we see the Walking Wake with Terra, we see the Lilligant and the Roaring Moon. Like, this is about as powerful as you can ask a Sun team to be, but he's playing against the Meowscarada Keldeo. That being said, Sun is going to weaken the Surf. You have a Cresselia for the Keldeo. You have a Torkoal for the Meowscarada. It's not the end of the world, you know? And offensively, like, Wake kind of steals this team's lunch money. Gouging Fire as well. Like, the Fire Resist and the Water Resist are the same Pokemon, so those two are going to break for each other quite well. And let's go ahead and see the game, right? Terra Poison on the Walking Wake, Terra Fairy on the Cresselia, right? And then on the other side, we see Terra Fairy on both the Thundurus and the Keldeo. Fun fact, it was the first game of week 5. Admit this fact was fun, thank you. That is such a fun fact. Chat, how fun was that? We having fun? I think we're having fun. Alright, we see a Gouging Fire versus Treads lead, and we see immediate Earth Power into Heat Crash. So favorable trade for the Treads is going to force this out with the threat of another Earth Power as Roaring Moon comes in. Because it's special Treads, Roaring Moon does not really mind taking this hit, and Knockoff is just going to knock it out. So Focus Sash Treads gets a little bit of chip, but probably could have asked for a little bit more. Now Meowscarada in, we're going to see Torkoal in to set the Sun. Pretty easy Torkoal play there. Now Thundurus comes in, is Terra Fairy, so it could potentially be set up. Do we see an Agility here? We see a Terra Fairy, but only a Thunderbolt, so there is the threat of an Iron Head here, knocking out the Thundurus, but do you even bring Iron Head in this matchup? It's hard to say. It's up to Kyle if he wants to risk it here. Looks like he's not going to risk it, goes Swalot, and actually catches a knockoff. So it looks like either Panda doesn't have Iron Head or just makes a good prediction there, knocks off on the Swalot switch in. Sticky Hold Helmet means it's going to take at least 2 helmets, and Endure, okay. So Swalot going to actually trade for this Roaring Moon unless it switches out here, because Helmet is going to knock it out. And there goes the Roaring Moon. So Swalot trade for the Roaring Moon, you probably take that any day of the week. And now Thundurus comes in, goes for an Endure on Solar Blade. So it looks to be Custap Thundurus, going to eat the Custap, but I mean, this is very telegraphed, right? Can just go ahead and sack off the Gouging Fire. It's low HP anyways, so may as well. And now the Sun turns are gone, but Wake can come in, potentially go for like, yeah, just a Hydrus team. We see Assault Vest Keldeo into an Agility Walking Wake. Flip turn going to do nothing because it's a 4x resist. Now Meowscarada comes in, but this is the most obvious Keldeo pivot of all time. Just going to predict that with a Dragon Pulse. Not going to be baited into Terra Poisoning. But now, okay, just going to trade down with the Dragon Pulse into Secret Swords. And it looks like we're actually saving our Terra for the Cresselia, which is quite interesting. Now Torkoal gets an entry point. Not going to die to the Surf and gets Rocks up. So now what? Okay, doesn't go for another Surf. Instead gonna flip turn Rocksack into Thunderous. And now what? Dragonite comes in, but Dragonite takes rocks. Goes for a Dragon Dance, but Rock Tomb gonna be really important here. Prevents the speed boost, although low key, if you have E-Speed, this is completely fine. So now Dragonite is +2 attack. Gonna go for a Scale Shot. Okay, so you do get the speed boost at the end of the day, either way. So the threat of E-Speed is gonna keep Lilligant out, so Cresselia has to come in and check this. Gonna see a Terra Fairy. Okay, +2 E-Speed does 30. Yo. 30? You gotta be kidding me, right, Meow? So Cresselia eats that up like it's its job. Forces a Trick from the Meowscarada, which, okay, but you can just go for Moonblast here. Is Keldeo dead to rocks? It's at 6. Yeah, it's dead to rocks. So just Moonblast 3 times, and that's going to be the game. Wow. So Panda comes out with the win, thanks to this Cresselia. 30% from +2 D-Knight? Are we aware that D-Knight has base 130 something attack? Like 134, right? Guys, Cresselia just didn't care about that. And Make-A-Wish actually goes up 1-0 in the series. Starts kitting you. Meows the time for jokes. Cat, stop making puns. I'm literally so funny. Yes, Glop. Thank you. Thank you very much. Virgie, that's not even true anymore. They nerfed Cress's base stats, and it's still doing this. Doesn't it have like 120 now? Or is it 130 still? I think it used to be 130, and now it's 120. Is that right? Either way, still plenty bulky enough. Cress was so broken before that nerf. On God, on God. Alright, now we have J-Scurf versus MC. Now MC I'm not really too familiar with. I assume this to be a Smogon guy. Okay, yeah, so they just cut 10 from each. Yeah, that makes sense. Alright, J-Scurf coming off of a fresh, hot off the press Swish Cup victory. If you wanted to watch that finals game, actually, it was a really good game. We went over the finals and the semifinals games with Addison on a recent livestream VOD. I really recommend checking that one out. I think it's a really good video that we made. But regardless, right now we're focused on DCL. And so we have J-Scurf versus MC. Fun fact, J-Scurf going into this game has lost his past 9 or 10 Team Tour games in a row while simultaneously winning the Swish Cup. So, I mean, that's pretty funny, right? MC like Minecraft? Yep. Exactly, Virgie, you got it. The Team Tour game, so he's gonna lose. That's what the that's what the streets are saying. He's throwing for content, exactly. But he's using this like newly refurbished team, which is going to be Kartana plus Strong Psychic, which is exactly the same archetype as his seasonal win team, with a Blastoise as well, like very similar structure. So he's seen a lot of success with this kind of structure. We've seen Addison use a pretty similar team to good success, so hopefully this new team post-mids is going to be more his style. He can kind of get back in the winning column. Whereas MC, using more so like, I don't even know what to call this. It's just kind of like a bulky offense type thing. A lot of bulk, a lot of offense. What can I say? Let's get into it. Salamence leads off into the Garchomp. We're going to see a Swords Dance immediately. Really aggressive Garchomp play. But with Focus Sash, it makes a little bit more sense. Okay. So able to take one, and Stone Edge lands a little bit to the right, and it's going to go down for free. That would have done quite a lot to Salamence. I don't think it would have one-shot it, but you would have liked that chip for sure. That would have opened up things like your Keldeo quite a lot. Regardless, Keldeo comes in, but now it's forced to go for an Icy Wind, and Assault Vest Lele going to come in. Whoa, Life Orb Keldeo does 15. Yeah, Assault Vest for sure. Now Necrozma comes in on the Nature's Madness. Okay, why do we have rankings of favorite cat girls? Okay, man. So Nature's Madness into Moonblast, not quite going to pick up the KO, and Necrozma, if it's faster, can go for like a Moonlight here, so Lele does not want to stay in. It's actually going to be Rest Chestoberry Necrozma into Rain. So Salamence does come in, resets this Necrozma to +0, but Psychic Fangs into Rain is actually not going to do anything. So this is where the Stone Edge hit really matters, right? Because now the Salamence pivot would not have been available. But now we reveal Ironhead, which is like, okay, sure. I don't know what we were expecting there, but now because we revealed Ironhead, this Kartana is completely free to come in. I would have very much preferred just Psychic Fanging the previous turn, or even just Dragon Dancing again, right? Either way. Revealing Ironhead is like definitely silly goose. Like, did you expect a hard Lele pivot? Like, that doesn't make sense either. Now Kartana comes in, we're going to see Corviknight as the switch, is Rocky Helmet, and Kartana reveals to be Life Orb as well. So, Corviknight pretty happy with that trade, going to go for a slow U-turn. Does get the static proc unfortunately, but nothing you can really do about that. Raikou does come in, going to go for a sub on the Volt Switch, so gets a sub up versus Scurf's team. But now Nidoqueen comes in, we're going to see an extra sensory, not quite a 2-hit KO. And Nidoqueen going to force this out with the threat of Earthquake. Potentially could get up rocks here. And there is the rocks. Really nice play. But Necrozma in before rocks, so good plays all around. But again, revealing the whole set is a mistake because now Kartana can just come in for free. No fear of Heat Wave or anything like that. And now it's just going to get a Beast Boost. Raikou comes into Revenge Kill, but Nidoqueen able to come in on this Aura Sphere and still out of range of that extra sensory. So Corviknight going to come in on a predicted Earthquake, is going to get that play right at least. But now a Taunt comes out, keeping the Corv low. I mean, at least goes for a U-turn, doesn't get taunted on Roost. On God, I would have extra'd there. Thank you, man. Alright, Keldeo comes in, able to just go for a Surf here, pick up a KO on the Zapdos, which makes sense. Like, Zapdos, kind of just Raikou fodder, and Raikou is the win condition at this point for MC. That's what he's playing to win with. So, second the Zapdos, I totally get it. Now Cart comes in, and Keldeo's going to go down. I really probably would have preferred to see a Corviknight sack there. I think the Keldeo was a little bit more valuable. But either way, Raikou's going to come in to revenge this with T-Bolt. Can't really risk the Nidoqueen coming in there for Scurf's side. But now Lele can come in with Assault Vest, able to trade basically Raikou, or HP for the Raikou kill. So, we're going to see a switch out into Sylveon. Meat defending his Keldeo. Sorry, man. My bad. But actually, Psyshock comes out easily to it KOs the Sylveon. Which, by the way, the Sylveon reveals to be Scurf or something. Very funny. Now, Corv comes in, going to get T-bolted, and this Lele just going to win. Yeah, Raikou, not going to be able to... Yeah, not even close. Gets the para, but no full para. And gonna go down. So Lele. Look at me in the chat. I'm a little bit too silly sometimes, my bad. My bad, bro. My bad. So Scurf finally breaks the streak, and now Make-A-Wish is up 2-0. This is starting to get really scary for a Mystical Alliance, right? Down 0-2 to the winless team. Yo, lock in, guys. Lock in. Not gonna lie, I think Switch Sylveon is so bad. I think that's probably right, yeah. Like, no coverage. Specs does have a little bit of use. But, like, the bulkier sets... I think Scurf is bad. But I think Specs is okay sometimes. Anyways. Found the same with Vaporeon and DPL. Low-key Specs was its best set. Okay, I think offensive Vaporeon is low-key super cool. The wishes are so back. I mean, they're up 2-0. But now they face their biggest challenge yet. Because for Make-A-Wish's side, we have Ryan and Ditto versus II. One of the best players in draft. So maybe this is time for Mystical Alliance to even things up a little bit, right? You would assume. Alright, let's get into this game. Maybe they made a wish this time. I could really use a wish right now. Wish right now. Wish right now. Alright. We see a Hoopa lead into Volcarona. So Volcat lead is super interesting because it means you don't really need to prevent rocks. And it's actually going to work out pretty well into the Hoopa lead. So Hoopa, to stay in here, would need to be either Tangaberry or Sash. Maybe Scurf can, like, expect to stay in. Or I see Bug Buzz into a Sash Hoopa. Makes sense. Into a T-Wave. So Volcarona is neutered for the rest of the game. Dark Pulse going to do quite a lot. Steals the Focus Sash from Magician. So 2 Sash leads, duking it out. What are these Sash leads every week from I? It is kind of his signature, right? But now Kangaskhan going to come in, and I assume you go to this because Earthquake kills, and you don't want to risk Flame Body. Yeah, Earthquake just kills. Clicks Wish, switches to King 05. He dies to Stealth Rocks because I'm Dawn Miss and miscounted percents. Nice, man. Right, so Sableye gets a free entry point, gets the Mega off, but Rocky Helmet Tentacruel goes for a Scald, fishing for a burn here, which does not get it versus the Latios, but it's okay because you have an Uxie right here. Looks to be Spadef. Thank you guys. Deef, yes. So epic. Now Tentacruel in, goes for a Sludge Bomb this time, fishing for a Poison, does not get it. And now Uxie in on another Psychic, putting it in range of Draco Meteor. So Latios does finally break through. I mean, there's no Steel type, it was only a matter of time. Now Zeraora gets a free setup opportunity, but now Nidoqueen comes in. We're going to see a knockoff into Rocky Helmet and Earth Power, so about as good as you can ask for from the Nidoqueen into this. Rocky Helmet and Earth Power. But now we're going to see a Z Giga Impact going to knock out the Nidoqueen. So Zera does force its way through the Nidoqueen, but it takes 76% in the process. So Aqua Jet going to force that out into the Rocky Helmet Tentacruel. We're going to see a double back into Zera, predicts the Latios. Really nice play from II. And now you're going to be rewarded with a Plasma Fist kill, except Psych we knocked off as it stayed in. I don't know about that. You were never sacking Latios there. You need that guy for Infernape quite badly. But, yeah. Now Sludge Bomb is going to come out, gets the Poison immediately on the Sableye, so that's good. Now we're going to switch to Infernape, but now Latios comes in, and that was a really nice play from Ryan and Ditto. I don't know if he was expecting Infernape that specific turn, but obviously it worked out, right? Oh, it's Scarf Infernape, and the Latios takes it with 1 HP. So maybe that was a damage roll. Regardless, going to get a Psychic off, and now we're going to go Sableye on the Sucker Punch. Predicts that. Now Infernape's going to come in on a Seismic Toss. Sableye is going to be pretty low. Goes for a Flare Blitz, but can you recover this off? I mean, with Poison, it's doing a net 0, and Infernape's taking Recoil. Eventually, we'll get into Blaze range, though, so I can probably just go for it. Yep, there we go. I might have the most obviously thought up 5 seconds before the game nicknames I've ever seen. Does I have any nicknames? Infernape doesn't have one. Okay, the other 5 do. Yeah, I kind of get that. Okay, Azu goes for a return into Tentacruel, which looks to be banded Azu into Fizdef Tentacruel, as it's not going to Aqua Jet there, but Scald not going to burn the Celesteela. Now can get a free sub, and now the Infernape's going to go down, and I feel like you really needed that Infernape low-key. Obviously you went Infernape expecting an Autotomize there, but Substitute going to be potentially game-ending, because now, okay, Zera's going to beat this, but now, like, Aqua Jet is really scary from the Azu. Tendrill's going to get sacked, but, how are we breaking the Sableye low-key? Aqua Jet's the Kangaskhan, as you go down to Thunder Punch, makes sense. But now, Sableye, I assume, is able to just recover up. Maybe with Poison it's a little bit rough, but Earthquake is doing, yeah. What is that, 32%? 33% net? Yeah, 31 here. And you can recover this off. I mean, the question is, can you recover to a point where Earthquake plus Poison plus Plasma Fist is not going to kill you. Gets up to 96. I'd like to see one more recover here. Get all the way back up to full. And there we go, back up to full. It's now or never. Can I go for a foul play here? Knock this out. Low key, you could have suckered sucker the Kangaskhan. If it doesn't kill, you can do the recover thing again. But now, okay. Earthquake gonna put you at 45 after poison. Can Zeraora knock out the Sableye? It all comes down to this. We see a Plasma Fist. How much does it do? 40%. So Sableye gonna live that, go for foul play, and Ryan Ditto gets a massive upset against II, putting Make-A-Wish up 3-0. Oh my god. Moving on. Yo, TSB, if you keep coming here and spoiling series, I might have to actually just ban you from the chat. I don't want to do it, because you're my guy, but can you stop? Like, it is getting old. We're not even on that series. Get in VC, it's time for your glazing. Are we VCing now? Are you home? No, in the chat last game. Okay. Addison off to bed. Alright. Well, I know Glop's joining pretty soon. Anyways, so we see TDG versus Odin. Right, swap sides. Good night, Addison. See ya. So TDG playing SV now. He's been kind of bouncing around all sorts of gens. He played Oras at the beginning of the season. He played Swish a little bit. He's played SV a few weeks. Yeah, pretty cool. Alright. And now Odin on the other side is one of the captains of Mythical Alliance. I thought TDG was banned from Smogon. I don't think he was he ever banned? I don't know if he was actually banned or not. Was he? Either way, it expired if he was banned. And Terra types. Okay, so Raging Bolt is going to be Terra Ghost. And that's it for that team. And on the other side, we're going to see Terra Flying on the Moth and Terra Steel on the Gliscor. Alright, let's get into the game. Keep in mind, Mythical Alliance, who really need a win to like really push for playoffs, like they could really use a win right now. They're down 0-3 against a winless team, Make-A-Wish. So a lot of pressure here. Alright, Trappa goes into Roaring Moon lead, obviously going to Terra Ghost immediately. TG catches that immediately with a, looks to be Specs Dark Pulse, because 31 through Culber is so much. And now we're going to switch out, expecting like a pivot to Cobalion or Overquill, it looks like. Going Iron Moth makes sense there, but Odin just going to go for a Volt Switch, not really fearing a Specs Dark Pulse there. Now Iron Moth going to immediately Terra Flying and go for a Specs Overheat. So I assume the Terra Flying is to cover for like a Scurf Lando. Or like just in case it doesn't kill, if it's like AV Lando, you want to not die to Earthquake, fair enough. But it is just going to knock out the Lando. Now Cinderace comes in, we're going to see Conk come in on that U-turn, going to do a little bit of chip, and Raging Bolt comes right back in, goes for a Terra Blast, is a 2-hit KO on the Conk, and Knockoff, thanks to no item, is not going to kill the Raging Bolt. Conk goes down to a Discharge, and now Roaring Moon is in. Cobalion going to be a pretty nice Moon check here. Is Rocky Helmet, gets the Justified boost. Now do you see Rocks go up here? No, we see a Taunt on the Gliscor switch. Alright. Stream has been going for 2 hours. I expected the series to have been covered. I can't believe it's so slow. Come on, man. Alright. Alright, so they both switch out. We end up with Latios into Metagross. A Scarf Metagross with Ice Punch into Reflect Latios. Do we see a Recover here? We see Light Screen. So dual screens Latios. Now we see a switch to Gliscor. Don't want to be locked into Ice Punch on the Latios sack, because that's going to allow setup from pretty much anything, really. But, like, what's actually setting up? I think maybe you just stay into Ice Sponge, prevent the Healing Wish, if anything. But either way, Overquill's going to come in with the screens up. Is this Swords Dance Overquill? No, we see a double to Raging Bolt. That was actually really nicely done. So I guess the Intimidate off. And then now you get Raging Bolt in on the Iron Moth with Light Screen up at full HP. Pretty good positioning here, because now a Calm Mind is pretty free. If it is Calm Mind. If it's not Calm Mind, which actually low-key it looks like it's not Calm Mind. So what are we screens Healing Wish for? What's the setup guy? And now we're just going to get Psychic Fanged. Okay, dude. Real classy. At least you get 2 kills out of it. So not the end of the world. But now Raging Bolt is going to go down to the Roaring Moon. EQ. Cobalion comes in, threatening a body press. Steel Beam. Hello? Okay, catches the Blitzcore on the switch, I guess, but Protect's going to come out on the next Steel Beam. Cobalion is going to go down to the recoil. Okay, dude. Now Overquill comes in, gets another Intimidate, but okay, Terapagos comes in on the Sword Stance. I assume this is going to be faster Terapagos, but no, it's actually slower than the Overquill. Goes down to the Gunk Shot. Blitzcore comes in, resets the Intimidate, but Shuka Berry Agility, so Double Dance Overquill. Yeah. Maybe you should have done this when you had the screens up, low-key. Crunch gonna come out, and the next Earthquake does knock out the Overquill. Why didn't we set up when we had the screens? Come on, man. Okay, Cinderace goes for the Double Edge, and actually, if this Double Edge kills Roaring Moon, this could be pretty shiced. We see another Double Edge, does 78, not quite a KO, and Knockoff gonna, of course, knock out the Scarf Cinderace. Best Cobalion performance ever, took 100% to do 24. So big, so true. Alright, so TDG wins that one by the skin of his teeth at 6% Roaring Moon. But what does that mean? The series is at least a tie for Make-A-Wish. They just don't want to make the playoffs. They just don't. And now we have VGC. Alright, who's on which team? Trace is going to be on Alliance, whereas Reeden is going to be on Wishes. Alright. Let's get into the VGC. See Volcarona and Sneasel versus Valiant and Ogerpon. Okay, pretty interesting stuff. So obviously the Ogerpon is a big offensive threat with Ivy Cudgel in this position. Like there's no fire resist on the entire team. Is there like a Terra here from Volcarona? Maybe Dragon? It's Terra Rock, so not really, you know? Overquill didn't set up under screens because Make-A-Wish made a wish. I get it. That's a clever joke. Alright, so Fake Out Pressure. We see a swap to Blastoise on the Terra Rock, predicting an Ivy Cudgel into that slot. We see a Gunk Shot, gets the poison on Blastoise, and a Terra Blast Rock into Ogerpon. That's a crazy click. We see Protect from the Volcarona, and a Gunk Shot one-shots the Ogerpon. Very epic. Wave Crash does 59 with a crit. Yeah, this is over. Trace already won this this game, right? Okay, Scarf Regidrago might have something to say about it. Goes for Dragon's Energy, gets a KO and a half, but okay, so now Goldango gets a free switch in, and Make It Rain is like really free here. We see a Vacuum Wave, doesn't quite knock out the Volcarona, but Terra Blast into Make It Rain. Even a Shadow Ball, right? That works too. Now Regidrago in, last Mon. Earth Power, very pitiful damage. And just gonna die to Shadow Ball and Terra Blast. And yeah, Trace won that very quickly. Wow. Now game 2. Is it only the top 4 teams in playoffs? Yes, so there's 8 teams total. Top half makes playoffs. Alright, same lead from Trace. Now we see a little bit of a switch up from Reeden. Blastoise, Illumise. We see a Fake Out into the Blastoise as a Tailwind gets set up. But Heat Wave going to do a lot of damage to this Illumise. Gets it down to the Sash. When has a VGC game ever taken more than 10 turns? I mean, it does happen from time to time. We see a Encore trying to go into that Sneasel Fake Out slot, but the switch to Urshifu going to be pretty nice, and Wave Crash into a Protect. Now Urshifu gets a free hit off with Sucker Punch as Dazzling Gleam comes out. Okay. And another crit from Blastoise into Sneasel. Just loves critting and doing 59%. Okay, Goldango comes in on a fake out, but Blastoise is going to go down to Sucker Punch. So, play around the Tailwind turns, but now another round of Tailwind is going to go up. We see that Sucker Punch breaks the Colbur Berry, but another Tailwind into Make It Rain knocks out the Urshifu. Goldango going to get a KO there, but Sneasel comes in, threatens fake out onto the Illumise. And now another Make It Rain, so Goldango picking up 2 KOs now. And Quiver Dance comes out. Okay, Quiver Dance might just be game over. Okay, Ogerpon comes in. Can Ogerpon get it done? Loki? It might be able to. Oh, Ivy Cudgel just kills the Volcarona through the defensive Terra. I mean, that's just a strong move, right? Terra Fire plus 1 attack. And it's just going to knock it out. And I think Reeden has this one now. Because Ivy Cudgel is just going to knock out the Goldango. Yeah, so ties up the VGC. We go on to game 3. Alright. Trace again sticking with the same lead. And Reeden goes with the same game 2 lead. We see Fake Out into Blastoise once again. And Tailwind and Heat Wave. I think this is exactly the same as last time. And now we see a Protect. And this time, the Sneasel is allowed to Encore. Last time we saw an Urshifu switch out in that slot. Now the Urshifu is going to come in, but now you have a pretty free Wave Crash and Dazzling Gleam. Oh, I really don't like that play. Oh, I really don't like that play. You needed to Wave Crash the Volcarona, right? And then Dazzling Gleam to cover the switch. Oh no, the pasta, it's all over the floor. The spaghetti, it's spilling out. Oh no. So now Urshifu gets a free switch in, Goldango gets a free switch in, and Tailwind is gone. We break the Colbur Berry. Goldango goes down, it's slower than the opposing Gold. Wave Crash is doing nothing. Oh man. This could have been so good for Reeden, but that one turn I think was a pretty brutal misplay. Yeah, unfortunate. At least you get the Tailwind up, but now it's Blastoise and Ogerpon versus the World, and the World has a lot of strong soldiers here. Alright, Ivy's into the switching and Sneasel. Spiky Shield. Onto the Fake Out, okay. We're at least fighting back a little bit. Terra Fairy to resist the Sucker Punch. Okay, takes a KO. It's 2v2 now with one more turn of Tailwind, but both these guys have Protect, so Tailwind is going to go out here. Goes for Fake Out just to let him know. I like that. That's actually super funny. Okay, but now, let's see. Has Trace used Terra? Actually, this isn't a 2v2. There's still a Goldango in the back. But I don't think that really matters when Ogerpon is the main threat. So what's the play here? Do you Ivy Cudgel the Volcarona? Does that kill? Do you Sucker Punch the Blastoise? Prevent like an Aqua Jet into Ivy into Volcarona slot? We see Terra Rock. Okay, he actually still has the Terra available, so Terra Rock probably gets the job done. We see a Stomping Tantrum actually. That's gonna one-shot the Volcarona. It doesn't one-shot? That's double power from the attacking into a Protect, right? How does he live that? Okay, so a very fat Volcarona. Wicked blows into the Blastoise. And Terra Blast, yeah, that's gonna knock it out. I really think like an Aqua Jet into the Volcarona slot could have done it there. But maybe he just doesn't have it. Wave Crash, Brick Break, Fake Out. Could be Flip Turn as like a pivot with AV. I don't know. Can't believe no shout out J Ricky. It's VGC, man. I just work here. So that means that the series is now 4-1. Great job, great comeback alliance. That was awesome. And now we have Who versus High Jump Sean. High Jump Sean with the Sun team. Who with like the standard like stall that he likes to run. And yeah. Let's see. So Terra types, we see Fairy on the Alomola. And we see Ground on the Chi-Yu, which makes sense. There's no ground resist on Sean's team besides the Lilligant. Obviously does not want to switch it on fire moves. So where did Darkrai go? Yeah, you've been benching Darkrai a little bit too much, I think. That guy needs to come to these games. Let's be real. Then on the other side, we see Terra Dark on the Lilligant and Terra Fire on the Walking Wake. So Terra Fire makes me think this is probably Weather Ball as a way to break past like the Water Absorbed Clodsire. This game about to have more turns than all 3 VGC games combined? Probably, yeah. Alright, we see a Cyclizar lead into Cinderace. Just goes for a Dracometer, does 50%. Looks to be a bulky Cinderace. And it's just an eject pack into the Alomomola. Makes sense. Wait, 37? That did so much. Is that like a choice banded Cinderace and like a bulky Cyclizar with eject pack? Okay, yeah, that's a bulky Cyclizar. Especially with Taunt, like that looked like it could have been AV, but no, it's just like max HP, max speed type thing. Alright, Clodsire comes in, catches the Quillfish, so a hazard will go up here, I think. Yeah, rocks go up on the Tusk. Photosynthesis wears off, and we can just go to our Pecharunt to spin block. Catches that nicely with a knockoff, but now Destiny Bond, fast Pecharunt into the Earthquake, and Great Tusk is going to be knocked out, traded for the Pecharunt. That's a set that I really like in these Great Tusk kind of matchups. Now Cyclizar comes in, taunts the Quillfish, but Sean not going to fall for it, has seen the taunt already. And just going to go for a Crunch as Aloe comes in. It's a free flip turn, what can I say? Gunk Shot, a little bit of a miss, but wasn't going to do too much anyways, and you got the poison point regardless, so all good. Now Chi-Yu comes in, and this is a pretty free Terra Blast. So we're probably going to see a Terra Ground, and there it is. We see Assault Vest Walking Wake, which is interesting. So that's going to be the Chi-Yu check. Fair enough. And we're going to see a knockoff on the Clodsire, at least a little bit of progress, right? Wait, who is using an alt that isn't Pandey? Who has like 1,000 alts? All of them with stupid names. Trust me, I had to mock him for a whole season, and every week was like, what's the stupid alt name this week? And it was always something new. Yeah. Anyways, T-Spike goes up as the Quillfish is in, so something's going to have to take a poison, because I don't think any of these guys are boots. Okay, that was interesting. A taunt? Trying to prevent like an agility or something? I don't know. Cycles are going to go down. Chi-Yu comes in to revenge. And Terra Blast is going to pick up a KO here. Choice Band Cinder is going to go down. At least I assume it's Choice Band. That did a lot to Aloe. And now Lilligant comes in. Going to take the poison as well. Never mind, it's a Lumberry! Of course it is. Yeah, Agility or +4 jet into Chi-Yu. Yeah, I get it. Now Victory Dance Terra Dark, which means that Whimsicott can't hit it with Prankster, but who? He's prepared for this. He's Scarf with Infiltrator. So, makes this Lilligant choice Scarf, and now it's locked into Ice Spinner. Goes into the Alomomola. Freest flip turn of your life. Ninetales comes in. But flip turn almost surely going to get clicked. And who is so stupid? Why didn't we flip turn? You stupid. No, this is Chlorophyll. What are you on about? Sun wasn't up. Oh, Chlorophyll Whimsicott, you mean? I mean, sure, that makes sense too. I forgot it got that. Yeah, I got it. So why didn't we flip turn here? Are we just stupid or what? Stupid, dumb, idiot? Regardless, it's eject buttoned out into the Lilligant, which reveals to be Leaf Guard. Because why wouldn't you be? Alright, Whimsicott gonna be the sack off here into the Petal Blizzard. And now this should be a free Clodsire. Yep, it is a free Clodsire. And now what? Free Gunk Shot. Gonna put this Lilligant very low. And now probably just gonna see a recover. As Quillfish comes in. Now we're gonna see a hard Chi-Yu, avoiding any funny business. Crunch comes out, not quite a 2-hit KO, so... Now, Terra Blast Ground is going to be a KO guaranteed here. Looks like that KO is going to be Ninetales. And now what? Walking Wake comes in? Sure. Booster Speed. We see a double to Quillfish, expecting what? The Alomomola to come in? Can just go for a flip turn here, no problem. Pain Split, sure. You can get your HP, it don't matter though, because now Terrablast Ground is going to claim another victim. And it's going to be Walking Wake here. Actually, no, it's not going to be Walking Wake, because with Proto Speed, you're able to outspeed the Chi-Yu next turn, so Chi-Yu's actually forced out. But still, like, you have an Alomola, who cares? So, eventually you're going to get your Chi-Yu kill. It's just going to happen maybe two turns later than it did before. Yeah. This game is already longer than all 3 VGC games combined. I can't believe it. Well, go ahead and believe it, man. Alright, now Gunk Shots on the Quillfish switch, which makes me think this doesn't have Earthquake. Now Chi-Yu again switches in on a Crunch. It's getting dangerous. It's quite low now. So Walking Wake going to be sacked to the hazards. Now Lilligant comes in. Claws are in on the Petal Blizzard. And now here this turn was super crazy, right? Because Quillfish is going to come in here. You should probably just recover. But instead we T-Spike. Now, to understand just how crazy this is, let's go back one turn. Clodsire comes in, Petal Blizzard does 31. If this Lilligant just stays in and Petal Blizzards again, you take 31, you're at 30. Take another 31, you're dead. Chi-Yu is dead to Petal Blizzard. Aloe's at 18% poisoned. Weak to Petal Blizzard. I'm just saying. Could have been a little bit tricky if he stayed in. But never punished. Burger. There's no more sun up. Yeah. So now it's a safe win path, right? Because the poison's up. But that could have been scary. I don't know why we decided to risk the game like that. But yeah, shout out. Yeah, Leaf Guard is only in the sun that it's immune to status. So who actually comes out with the win, but that was a crazy end game. And so Make-A-Wish actually officially win the week by by game 6. And now we have 2 more games to go through, but the series is already 5-1. Alliance, what are we doing here? That's just sad. The avocado game is the greatest game ever. Well, here it is. Let's take a look at it. Alright, so we see Terra Water on the Annihilate and Terra Steel on the Iron Crown, it looks like. Whereas on the other side, we have Steel on the Urshifu Rapid. And the other Terramon is benched. Wasn't this Alliance's bye week or something? It was supposed to be. However, comma. Right. Annihilate bleeds off into the Urshifu Rapid Strike. Immediate Sword Stance, which is kind of aura, I'm not gonna lie. Into Speed Tie, lose it. Surging Strike. Into Citrus Berry, okay. Into Aqua Jet, okay. Sure, fair enough. Now, Garchomp comes in, gonna take a +2 Aqua Jet, but Urshifu goes down, so Dooku playing this game without Terra. Now, Darkrai comes in to revenge this with an Ice Beam, and Meowscarada is going to be immediately sacked off. Shout out to Meowscarada, but if you take a minute to think about it, what else was he supposed to do versus Darkrai, right? Everything else dies to Ice Beam into Dark Pulse, you know what I mean? So, if you look at it, there's a Tinkaton, there's a Manabuzz, there's a Swalot. Just sack the Meowscarada, man. It's not even a good Pokemon in this matchup. Now, Garchomp comes in on the Tachyon Cutter, but with Terra Steel, it's able to easily 2-shot even through the Citrus Berry. So Iron Crown actually calcs all that, knows that it's faster. Swalot comes into revenge. Ice Beams the... Whoa. Ice Beams the Garchomp on the Switch! Oh my god! He's too good! So much J-Ricky this game. Hashtag raw. So true. Now Crown comes in, goes for a Tachyon, and we see the self-goob eject button. Stop! Stop it, man! Eject button. My beloved. Alright, Tachyon's into the Tinkaton. It's actually Scurf Iron Crown, which is kind of crazy that it's doing that much damage while being Scurf. But now Darkrai comes in, goes for a Focus Blast, is going to knock it out thanks to the being a pure Steel type. Now Enamorous comes in and goes for the Agility. Like, oh. That's going to be crazy now. Citrus Berry count 2. J. Ricky shoutout count 0. Shout out to J. Ricky. What am I? Gen 8, Lando switches into G-King Ice Beam. Gen 9, Chomp switches into Swallow Ice Beam. That is kind of funny, yeah. But this Enam is just going to finish off this game with a Moonblast. And there we go. Alright, that's going to be the game. So, definitely an explosive game there. A lot of Pokemon dying really early, but Avocado does come out on top. That's going to put the series at 6-1. So, guys, fight back a little bit, can we? Alright, Jimmy G versus TJ. TJ is going to be on the Make-A-Wish side, and Jimmy is on the Alliance. This is just for differential, so let's just watch it quickly. Is Make-A-Wish just the best to do it? They might just be. Who's to say? Alright, Jirachi comes in on the Psychic immediately. We're going to see a Toxic into the Mew. And what? Rocks up? Okay, rocks up from the Mew. Which means that the Nidoqueen is probably going to be Scurf as like a Raikou revenge kind of option. But now Ironhead flinches, gets helmeted, but with Toxic you're happy to take that trade as Jirachi. Now Scizor comes in, it is Choice Scarf, so able to avoid like the Fire Punch incoming. Goes into Nidoqueen. And now Nidoqueen is also Scarf. So we see Scarf Nidoqueen, Scarf Scizor, but Jirachi's Shuka Berry, so it gets really nice chip on that. Now Manectric comes in, trying to catch a Torn here because we're locked into Earthquake, and you would assume Jimmy knows this. But Jimmy with a really nice mid-ground play. So Donphan, if the Earthquake comes out, it's threatening a spin immediately, kind of forces a Trevenant in, but if Manectric comes in, it's like really good. So now Manectric forced out into the Trevenant. We frisk a Custap Berry as rocks go up. Fair enough. Now Jirachi going to get sacked off to Trevenant. Aren't wishes already mathematically eliminated? Here's the thing, right? Mathematically, they're not eliminated. We'll go over like a playoff picture after this series. How about this is the last game? We'll look at it after that. But now Torn comes in. Hurricane's the Manectric, but because of Aura's speed mechanics, Torn is actually faster on this specific turn, so is able to get a little bit of U-turn chip as the Manectric Mega Evolves, and hits itself in Confusion. So, Donphan came in, let's just assume a Volt Switch was happening. Just, there we go. Okay, Fire Fangs the Trevenant, does only 39%, but, yeah, Muck's gonna come in, dodges Will-O-Wisp, and gonna take an Earthquake. Ice Punch comes out, and Poison Touch. Alright, so a little bit unlucky from the Trevenant. Now Keldeo comes in. Keldeo gonna be able to pick up a... not pick up a kill because, okay, Muck is just the GOAT, I guess? Is that Assault Vest? It's gotta be Assault Vest. Yeah, Scald comes out. Do we get a burn? No. Okay, some pivoting here. Trying to get Torn in on a Secret Sword, which does work. I guess in an offensive game like this, where like, there's a lot of Pokemon that are like threatening kills, keeping your sack fodder like this is probably worth it, to be honest. And now Hurricane's into the Manectric, and now you get to use that sack fodder that you kept, so able to diffuse the situation quite safely. Now Donphan comes in. Do we have Ice Shard? We don't. But Overheat only does 40%, so basically max special defense Donphan there. Now Mew comes in, is going to go for a Wisp. Okay, reveals Wisp on Earthquake, but this Toxic is going to add up. Now in Soft Boiled into another Earthquake. Now Donphan is in Custap range. It was frisked earlier by Trevenant, and Jimmy going to keep the Custap Berry for later. Doesn't want to, or he wants that option into a Scarf Nidoqueen endgame, because Nidoqueen low-key looks like the biggest threat here. Blastoise gets a free switch in, but Mew able to escape alive into the Keldeo swap. And we get a spin-off, which is pretty nice. Now Torn can come in for free on an HP Electric. That is AV Torn for sure. Connects the Hurricane, and now what? Now Scizor comes in, threatening an Ironhead. We already know this is Scurf from earlier, and actually Donphan is going to get sacked off. Alright, now Torn comes in, takes the Iron Head, and goes for a Heat Wave, does not get flinched. Alright, now Nidoqueen comes in, and you can pick your sack fodder. I don't think it really matters at this point. Blastoise is going to be the sack fodder to Poison Jab, but locking into Poison Jab just means that Raikou Extra Sensory is pretty much a guaranteed win here. Mew comes in on the Shadow Ball, actually. So really nice prediction from Jimmy. Just kind of speeds up the process, if anything. Like, Mew gonna go onto Extra Sensory. Now Nidoqueen can't lock into Earthquake because Torn is alive. And that's gonna be the game. Goes for Poison Jab. And gets knocked out by E-Sense. Alright. So, if we look at how can Make-A-Wish make the playoffs? So here's what needs to happen, right? They need to, in week 6, beat the #1 seed. They need to, they need the Ancient Tacticians to lose to the 8 seed. And then they need to beat the Yoshis in week 7. And then also they need Ancient Tacticians to lose to Alliance. I think that's their path to victory, right? Yeah, that's their path to victory. So it's a little bit unlikely, some could say. But they're not mathematically eliminated. Alright, so we finished up 2 series now. Next up is going to be probably this series here, which is going to be Infernal Armory versus the Yarn Yoshis. However, Glop should be joining any minute now, and I'm gonna go get a little bit of a water break. So let me go get some water. I'll be right back. Yo, TSP. I'm not spoiling because we already went over the AT series. We already know. So the remaining series is going to be my team versus Yoshi's, and then the series after that is going to be Judgment versus the Foxes, which is, they're both locked for playoffs already. So that one is more so just like a playoffs preview, if you will. Now, hopefully Glop can join pretty soon. He said he was going to join after dinner, and that was about 30 minutes ago. He is game 1 though, so I would like to wait for him, if at all possible. Maybe we can go ahead and do the other series first, and save the Armory one for last. Maybe that's just a little bit better. That's such a tough custom for Paddock's Finals preview on God. The Finals is going to have Infernal Armory in it. Thank you very much. But maybe, yeah. I think there's 3 title contender teams, which is obviously going to be Foxes, Judgment, and Armory. You know what? Let's just go ahead and do the Judgment versus Foxes right now. That way we're not waiting for Glop. Whatever happened to pizza parties? Unfortunately, whenever I do pizza parties, I end up yapping the whole time and my pizza gets cold. which kind of sucks. If Judgment versus VFG is a playoff preview, does that mean that Infernal Armory isn't in the finals? They could play round 1. Depends on seeding. But either way, let's get started into it. Alright, so first off, we have Undead versus Silly Guy 5. This is going to be Lax. Alright. Now, let's see. So Undead is going to be rocking the Terra Poison Iron Moth and a Terra Ghost Iron Crown, whereas on Lax's side we see a Terra Ghost Hydrapple. So let's get right into it. We see Iron Moth lead off into the Terrapagos. Could potentially just break the shell right now if you wanted to. Is going to Terra Poison immediately go for the Specs Sludge Wave, it looks like. Terrapagos is forced out here by the threat of Sludge Wave, but Undead makes a really nice pivot into Samurott, catches the Metagross switch, and now can kind of trade the hazards back with a Ceaseless Edge. Now Quillfish is going to come in with the Intimidate, but a Flip Turn comes out. I think you probably would have preferred just setting the Spikes, but at the same time, Quillfish can come in and trade Spikes itself, so maybe you figure that's not advantageous for you in the long run. So maybe you'd prefer just Flip Turning into the Iron Moth. Which, fair enough, right? Now Terrap gonna come in, sacked off to the Overheat. And yeah, lead Terrapagos got rocks up and now it's dead. Metagross comes in, Samurott is gonna be the pivot in on Roaring Moon double. So now Hydrapple doubles, so actually Lax pulls a triple to get Hydrapple in on Landers, gets the Terra off. And we see Glop is here, guys. Hello and welcome.
Yo, what's good? What's up, guys? You got Glop.
Thank you, very cool.
Let me tap into the stream.
Yep.
I'm like mad confused because I was looking at my desktop stream and like it's like 30 minutes behind where you're currently at.
Oh yeah,
so,
yeah.
Wait,
yeah.
You're just doing it right now, or am I missing something?
We're looking at the Judgment versus Fox's game right now.
Whoa, because on my screen there's just like my matchup randomly.
Hmm?
Were you looking at my matchup a while back, or am I tripping?
I was.
Oh, okay.
We're like, okay, if Glop joins right now, we'll do this series first, but
shit.
you're 6 turns too late, man.
Alright, it's all good, it's all good. Alright, I'm tapped in.
Yeah.
Let me look at this.
OMG is that top 3 draft player of all time, L5. What can I say? That's a bit that some of my friends are doing now. I get it, man. Alright, so Hydrapple does get the Terra off as Pincurchin comes in, sets the terrain, and a crit Giga Drain only does 42, and uses up Eject button, so gets Moth in with the booster special attack, and the Terra Poison, and the Specs. So Overheat is probably going to come out here. It's like really strong. Hydrapple, he just takes it though. He's a beast. How do you live that?
Wait, that wasn't even AV? Was this confirmed specs on the Moth?
I'm pretty sure it's specs because it did 44 through the shell to Terrapagos with Sludge Wave.
Yeah, no, that's specs. I mean, that has to be max spec D Hydrapple, but I have to think that roll is not in Hydrapple's favor. Surely, right?
I mean, I gotta feel like this Hydrapple has like 800 SpDef, you know?
No, but I'm saying, I think even with max, I don't even think like that roll has to be in the favor of the
like, it feels low.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, give me 1 second. I think you are a little bit too high on the mic there.
Oh, I'm just too loud. I'm just too.
Let me. I got it. I
too
fixed
tough?
it. Too tough. Yeah.
All right, guys. Hey, it's Glop here. I'm back to commentate on the game.
It's in Hydrapple's favor. Wait, that roll is in Hydrapple's favor. What? What a beast, dude.
Bro.
Alright, Iron Moth does find a position where Overheat is going to knock that out. So now Roaring Moon comes in to absorb the Overheat, but Undead, he's raw. He pulls the trigger, Sludge Wave on the switch. Roaring Moon instantly goobed.
I feel like so many players there would not have the balls to make that play. But I think he recognizes, like, even though he's up in Mons, like, the situation is still not great, right? He's got the rocks up, Moth's very low, and, like, the other guys on Lax's team are still pretty healthy, so.
Yeah. Now Metagross comes in, goes for a heavy slam. It's locked into Sludge Wave, so it's a pretty heavy slam, but Samurott gets the free entry point, but now it's in helmet range. That Quillfish is coming in. Nothing you can do to stop it. Maybe a double switch, but does not do that, and just flip turns into a helmet. Now Moth comes in for another KO, and yeah, if there were any doubts in your mind, yes, that is Specs. Just kills the Quillfish from 86 with Overheat. Nice. Now Metagross comes in, and I'm not really sure why this forced out the Iron Moth necessarily. Maybe fearing Bullet Punch, but
fearing
okay, yeah, Bullet Punch.
Or that,
yeah. It was Bullet Punch.
It's a lot more likely.
Like, it seems pretty difficult to get another Iron Moth turn successfully.
You'd have to be in front of a sack to Landorus, right?
Yeah.
That'd really be your entry at this point. Yeah.
And then we CC into Hydrapple, which, to be fair, this is max Spadef, so I don't think Moonblast was doing much either way. Now you sack Pincurchin, now you go Iron Moth. So this is your last hurrah with Moth. And Fiery Dance is going to get the +1 and does quite a lot. But now the...
You know, I kind of see the vision on that, because if he had, if Lax had sacked something there and you get the boost, right, then you probably get off enough damage such that the combination of Valiant and Crown can clean up. So I think he was probably expecting a sack there, right? Because, like, if Lax knows the rolls in his favor, though, he probably should always stay in. So I feel like you kind of have to just go for the roll as Undead. Like, when else are you going to get the chance, right?
But
yeah,
I mean, I get it.
You're never
expect recover.
Yeah, you're never going to get another chance, though, is the problem.
Yeah. I guess 2 overheats, even if he does get the recover off, you have 2 chances to crit and the high roll opportunity on the first one.
Oh, my bad. Apparently, apparently I'm just waffling, so I'll let you continue on here, L5.
Okay. Not again. Alright, Hydrapple does knock out the Iron Moth, and now Valiant's in. This is in Moonblast range right now, but Assault Vest Lando. Cool. And that should be the game, right? Okay, gets 2 drops.
That's a Lax classic. Dude.
Yeah, the AV. It's his signature. And it's actually physical Lando, so able to knock out the Valiant through the special attack drops. Now Iron Crown comes in, slower, dies to Earthquake, and that's going to be the game. So, well, Undead did make some really impressive early game doubles to get that Iron Moth in position. Turns out the rest of the team was not on that same level. Iron Moth got 3, the rest of the team combined for a fat donut. And sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. So Lax comes out with the win. And we can move on.
Kind of confused at... I'm really confused at the choice of booster speed, like physical-based Iron Valiant. I feel like, aren't you always just going to lose to, like, Bullet Punch plus Quillfish?
Life Orb Valiant.
Oh, it's like... Oh, my God.
That's the Pincurchin value. Yup.
That's the Pincurchin... All right, my bad. I really am waffling. Yeah. Oh, my God.
Lock in, bro. Lock in.
Might be bedtime for me, dude. Might be bedtime.
No. Anyways, now we have, like, let's swap sides real quick. K-Crick VGC versus Code VG. Oh my god, it's a mirror matchup. Why do they have the same team, bro?
I mean, one of them has a poison type with a lot more aura, but yeah.
Yeah, and one of them has a Rhydon.
True.
Speaking of Rhydon... Are we going to address
the Rhydon in the room?
Let's go ahead and address it. So this Rhydon is Terra Fairy and Observe. So we're gonna see Gouging Fire leads. It looks like the K-Crick side is gonna be the faster Gouging Fire, or it's a speed tie. We see a Howl immediately into Terra Fairy, blocks the Breaking Swipe, and okay, Yawn comes out, but this high horsepower knocks out Swala immediately. Nice, dude. Now Edam comes in, goes for the Dazzling Gleam. Sorry, was that supposed to do damage? Now this is Big Body Rhydon.
Definitely not. Yeah.
Rock Slide knocks out the Enamorous. Gouging Fire dodges because he's a cheap.
I think he's running guy. those GSC EVs, bro. That's what
I think like. So.
This shit's doing way too much damage.
Another Breaking Swipe. And it looks like Code's Ogerpon is faster than K-Crix, or it's a speed tie. Okay, takes the first turn of sleep. Now Enamorous pivots in on a spiky shield turn. Okay, wakes up, goes for protect, and a howl comes out. Okay, but Enamorous is Scurf, no problems here. Goes down to the Gouging Fire, but Rock Slide gonna do way too much. And now it's a 2v1. Can't win that as a 7% Gouging. It just lives, by the way. Why did it live?
Bro, this is just a right-on masterclass. It's like, I'm kind of wondering why they didn't even consider bringing Ting-Lu. I mean, it does really well into everything besides the Wellspring and the Enam, right?
Yeah.
Especially with Terra. Like, you can just sit on everything. Terra Ghost, yeah. I think he brings a game too.
I think he does, yeah.
Yeah.
Gouging Fire next to Ting-Lu. Speak of the devil. And if it's not broke, don't fix it. K-Crick leading with the same duo. Probably just going to see a Terra Fairy and a Howl. There's a Terra Fairy, there's the Howl. +1 right on. Goes for Mega Horn. Misses the Ting-Lu. This is so sad. And he gets hit by a Sand Tomb for its troubles. And now a little bit chip residual. Now you see the Terra Ghost. He's like, oh, my bad. I didn't know you had that Mega Horn on you. But now what? Surely the Rhydon expects the Terra Ghost this turn. Yeah, it goes for high horsepower. Catches the Gouging Fire. And Heavy Slam, a crisp 23. Love to see that. Ogerpon in. Goes for a Spiky Shield. But Breaking Swipe going to come out. Weakens the Ting-Lu even further. Do we attack the Ting-Lu? We do. Alright, high horsepower. Going to be a 2-hit KO on that. Now, do we live the Ogerpon hit? I assume at -1 we do. Oh yeah, easily. Now the Ting-Lu is going to go down to that high horsepower. And Ogerpon is already chipped. And Amorous is chipped. We're going to protect the Gouging Fire. Okay, let the Rhydon go down. You've done good. Have a nice rest, all that stuff. Now we see Follow Me, which, sure. I think K-Crick is happy about that. And then Woodhammer into Enamorous. He just doubled into the Ogerpon side, I think. But that's just going to be more than enough to finish this game. And K-Crick, 2-0 against Code. K-Crick VGC, awesome.
TPG, to answer your question why this game was spammed is, I believe going into this, Code was undefeated up to this point, right? And K-Crick, like, doesn't play VGC, like, at all. So it was kind of a meme game because, like, we weren't really expecting him to, you know, do well. But he obviously did very well. So basically,
the deal was if K-Crick slots into VGC, first off, their team's already locked for playoffs into this, I think. And second off, I think K-Crick had a really horrible like citrus. Didn't he go like super negative? I don't know. I'm kind of making that up. I just assume that because K-Crick VGC not 0-5. That would make sense, right? That he was like 0-4 or something. I don't know. I didn't fact check it. But basically, if K-Crick slots VGC, then from what I hear, the entire VGC community would be at his beck and call to help prep and help him like mock and stuff. Oh, ZFG was 0-4. Makes sense. So big K-Crick stepped in. Okay, that makes more sense. All right.
I'm not gonna lie, this game was just very clear that they had not prepped against that set lead, like Gouging Fire right on. That clearly wasn't even on their radar because there was no adjustment. Like the adjustment in game 2 didn't even stop anything at all.
They tried.
It's very rare that you see that like one lead wins a game and then the next turn it also wins that game of VGC. Usually there's some kind of adaptation that gets made on the opposing side. It just didn't even happen. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. Well, back to the land of singles where everything makes sense. We have Genius X versus Lucas Numbers. All right. And Genius using this this team.
I'm getting sick of seeing this team. I'm getting really sick of seeing this Toxapex torn bullshit, bro.
I feel like you're going to see more of it, sadly, in the future.
Do you think Pex is even a good mon?
Like, I think it's good for the price. It's like 7 or 8 points right now. For that price, I think it's good.
Yeah. I guess, like, it's not Pex that's making this team succeed, right?
Yeah. It's more so
It's
like,
just the insane value that you're getting out of it for that price point.
yeah, it's like you have 6 Pokemon that like they don't get stat checked, you know? All of these guys, like, they have the stats. Whereas Pex, like, sure, there's things you can do versus Pex, but you also have to deal with Terratorn, you also have to deal with Hearthflame. It's a lot to ask for a team to prep for, you know what I mean?
Right.
Alright, in terms of threats here... Alright, go ahead.
I just feel like the move pool, the move pool cut on Pex, like, I feel like it hurts us so much. No Scald, no knockoff, like, is it really just AV that people are running now? Like,
there's AV, there's also, like, Toxic plus Toxic Spikes, which, like, if you have a Pex, your opponent is basically forced to bring their poison, because, like, it gets T-Spikes up so easily, better than anything else, really. So, like, here, there's a Fezandipity, and do you think Lucas really wanted to bring Fez into Ting Lu?
Probably not. Not
into
into this,
Corviknight?
not into this shitty, yeah.
Probably not, right? But he probably felt forced to it. Either way, that's kind of the power of Pex, I think, in this format. Anyways, Terra Steel Torn, obviously going to be AV as a bundle check, and Lottie check, and yeah. Whereas on the other side, we see Terra Fire Tusk, which I think could definitely be a big threat. If you're able to like break through Corviknight with a Temper Flare, what else is really coming in on those headlong rushes? Not a whole lot.
What's your coverage going to be, right? You got to be Temper Flare, Headlong Rush, and what?
Do you need anything
Rapid
else?
Spin?
Rapid Spin, yeah. Maybe
Like
bulk up?
Bulk up? But then if you're bulk up, you're walled by Ting Lu.
I mean, Headlong's doing a lot.
Yeah, +1, if it's Fizz Dev, it's only doing like 45 tops.
Yeah, maybe.
I feel like if you're going to be... I feel like Tusk needs CC in this matchup.
Maybe.
Or I almost feel like Temper Flare is not needed at all. I feel like it's kind of troll to bring, actually. Because, like, if you bulk up, you can just CC Corvi, right?
You can, yeah. But let's get into the game. Alright, Ogerpon leads off into the Iron Treads. Good lead for Genius, obviously. Rotom Fan gonna be the pivot in. Barely avoids a 2-hit KO, I guess, but it gets knocked off immediately. We threatening a T-Wave? No, it just goes for a Volt Switch. And Great Tusk comes in. Probably gonna see a Terrifier here. And we do, and it gets knocked off immediately. So no boots on the Terrifier Tusk. And yeah. But it looks like this Ogerpon is kind of willing to duke it out a little bit. But we see Ice Spinner. No, what was Ice Spinner predicting?
There's no way that your fucking Tusk is walled by Ogerpon, bro. What are these people doing?
I mean, it's not. Earthquake does 59, but like...
It just got forced out, bro.
The Ogerpon got forced out, yeah.
Wait, go back. Am I missing something?
Yeah,
I might be on something today. I might be on something today.
Knockoff into Tusk. Earthquake does 59.
59.
But here, I think he Ice Spinner's expecting the Torn. Does not happen, obviously. And now Ting Lu comes in. Because once you see Ice Spinner, you know it's never going to be CC. Like,
that's fair.
You see Fire, you assume Spin, Temper Flare. So Ting Lu's actually quite safe here. And the Tusk is forced out. Rocks go up. Now Bundle's in, and the Torn isn't quite transformed yet into a Steel type, so gonna go Pex first on the flip turn. Not sure why we're not just clicking the Ice move into no Ice resist. Right, just Freeze Dry, but whatever. Now Torn gets the Terra Steel off, and you have a Bundle check now. Treads comes in on like Heat Wave, not what you wanted to see, but a miss the next turn, so whatever. Your reward is a Volt Switch though, like, we could have Earthquaked there, but he wanted to Volt Switch into Corv, so I get it. Now Latias is in, but Latias into AV Steel Torn. I'm not sure how that forced it out, but managed to do so. Eject Pack into the bundle. A lot of like...
It's super aggro plays from Lucas that are just not working out.
It's aggro plays that are like, your reward is what? Flip turn into...
It's so
80...
minimal compared to the risk. Yeah.
So now Torn finds a situation versus Lottie that you can just U-turn into Pex as the Lottie answer, which is funny. Yeah. And now what? Now just a recover? Sure. Now Hearthflame comes in on a T-Wave. So Ogerpon's coming in here trying to block a Pain Split from Rotom. But now Cyclizar comes in on the predicted Air Slash, but goes for Volt Switch instead. And it's Scarf Cyclizar. And Iron Bundle is dead. Oh! This was so sad to watch, I'm not gonna lie, because at this point, what's the win condition? Like, what are you supposed to do?
Nothing.
It's just a slow death. Another Draco Meteor comes out, does 43, brings us very low on the rapid spin. And now it's just a Ting Lu angle. You get those rocks right back up. Fez comes in. Just get him up,
Yeah, imagine
bro.
we were CC. Yeah, could have been nice.
I'm imagining it. Wow, that was pretty nice. Right. Rotom comes in, threatening a Pain Split. Gonna go back to the Ogre Pond as a sack. But Lucas, not gonna let him off so easy with a sack. Gonna go for a Volt Switch into Treads on a Synthesis. So now Treads is in, goes for rocks on Ivy Cudgel. Gonna go down here.
Yeah, wow, Lucas really punished him there, man.
Yeah.
Let him keep the Ogre Pond.
Yeah, like, now Healing Wish comes out because you need your Great Tusk here. And now you go for a spin, which is like, okay, now we're kind of getting somewhere, right? Because the Tinglu is kind of weakened. If you spin again, you're faster than Scarf Cyclizar. Torn is dead to EQ. Corviknight gets Temper Flared for sure. Like, maybe this Tusk could do it. Goes for another spin.
He had to go for that spin, bro.
I know he had to.
Yeah.
But man, that is tough.
Man.
Can one thing go his way? No. Now we get to go to free Corviknight. Because it's a slow Encore, this sequence does actually work where you can go Corv and actually defog. So actually, I did not expect a defog there. But
no, see, I thought he was
defog.
trolling here. I thought he
Yeah.
potentially just reversed the game. Yeah, this was
I thought
wild.
this would be a U-turn into like Cyclizar and Draco Meteor.
Yeah, for sure.
But now he's kind of waffling a little bit, allows another spin, and now what? Now Tinglu has to come in, but Encore ends this turn.
Bro, imagine the last move was CC.
Right?
Sad.
Arg. To be real, I don't think it won anyways, because Pex eats and surfs. But
no, but if it was bulk up close combat instead of ice spin,
yeah.
yeah, it looked amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you always know the Tornadus is gonna Terra, right? So
Yeah.
CC EQ hits everything.
And if the Torn doesn't tear, you just farm with Bundle. So like you win-win.
Right.
And yeah, Torn just wins this.
It is,
6-0.
yeah, depressing. Really depressing.
Really
To be
sad
fair,
watch.
like if you like look at Zing's team and look at Lucas's team, like the Mons are just not
It's just
equal at all.
How are these both worth 90 points, right?
It doesn't add up at all. Yeah.
Yeah. Arg. So this is what in the series now? Let me see. So K-Crick wins, Genius wins, but
Wait,
Lax
Dina in the
won for
bench
the other side.
Was there Dina in the bench for Zing or for Lucas?
For Zing.
So that team also just has a Dragonite.
It also just has a Dragonite on there, yes.
Okay, understood. Yeah.
And the last one is Rotom for Spin Block.
Yeah, that might be like the best draft of all time. I'm not gonna lie.
Loki is up there, yeah. All right, so now the series is 2-1 for Zero Fox given, and we go into another SV match. This can be Yurunk versus Ryan. This can be Rabush. He's using this like pseudo sun. I'm not really sure what the whole point of Ninetales on this team is. Like, you're just powering up your Bolt, I guess.
H-Wish for Bolt.
Yeah, I guess. I guess it's better than anything else you can get for that price, right?
Yeah, because like I mean, obviously with Torkoal you get hazard control through spin and rocks, but with Ninetales you're just going for the cheese, right? You're going for like the H-Wish or the Hypnosis.
Mm-hmm.
So
I do think
I think it's actually
the Healing Wish
I think
is
it's
a bigger
better than
deal.
Torkoal.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure. I
Yeah.
think Ninetales has been better than Torkoal for a long time now. But anyways. Yurunk using his signature Hydrapple, which is going to be Terra
Bro, where's the mouse hole?
Terra Electric. Yeah, where is the mouse hold? Hello? Team?
I'm like so confused. Did we just not give him the mouse team? Or is mouse on the bench?
So what the mouse did here is it forced Terra Ghost on Raging Bolt.
Oh, I see.
From the bench it's putting in work. Oh my god. So good. How many points is Ninetales? I think it's 8,
It's like
yeah.
7?
That sounds
I think
right.
It's 7.
I think it used to be 7. But either way. Let's get into it. Samurott lead into the Toxpex free spike, right? Infestation is kind of crazy. So, Toxpex is 3 at KO, so can't exactly go for this 1v1 super safely. And Samurott just going to get up a second layer on the Helmet Corv. We're going to see Hydrap will come in for free. And now Ninetales sets the weather at least. But we're just going to see a Terra Electric. We see Scorching Sands, okay. Fishing for a burn, doesn't get it. Fickle Beam, a little bit of chip on that Ninetales. Now Lando pivots in because this is now an electric type Hydrapple. As Samurott comes in, but with the sun up, you're really not too upset about that. Can get rocks up or just U-turn, right?
Really offensive Landorus to take 30 in sun.
Yeah.
It's got to be right.
So Darkrai actually gets a nasty plot off, which is going to be basically a KO here, it looks like. Dark Pulse doing a lot. Okay, Yawn. Yeah, Yawn might force out this Darkrai, and it does. And Valiant gets a free switch in on the Corviknight, but I don't think either of these guys want to stay in here. Okay, it goes for a T-Bolt. Never mind. So probably Life Orb T-Bolt if you're willing to stay in on Corv like that. We see a Moonblast, we see Life Orb. We do see Life Orb. And Pex looks like it's going to be Assault Vest.
Twice there.
Why?
Crazy that he did.
Hydro Pump. So AV Pex able to 2-hit KO Gliscor. And of course, lucky players dodge the pump. But Lando can come in here on the recover, but it's just going to be a free Gliscor every time. Yurunk sees this coming, just stays in, goes for a Fickle Beam, but like, cool.
15, nice dude.
Yeah. Fish for the poison, doesn't get it. Now back to the Landorus on a Fickle Beam. Is that a Assault Vest Lando? 23.
It's got to be. Yeah.
So what's our rocker
How did it
then?
take so much from Flip Turn? I'm like so confused. Like, what is that EV spread? Is that like max speed, max special defense? I'm like so confused by that Landorus.
Yeah.
It took 30 in sun. Feels like a lot.
Is this maybe Choice Banded Samurott? No way, right?
No, well,
It's probably just
38.
offensive.
No, because the Pex is AV, right?
Yeah, it's especially defensive. Maybe it's
And, yeah,
Fizz
so
Death AV, but no, the Hydro Pump did too much.
Yeah, no. It's definitely like... I think Yurunk just forgot some EVs on some of his Pokemon or something. That's the only explanation I can think of.
I get it.
Yeah.
But like, how... I don't think you really... I think it should just be Rox Lando though, right?
You would think. But that Fickle Beam did way too little.
Right. Alright, Darkrai going for another flinch with Dark Pulse. Does get it this time. Alright, so no Yawn. Now Gliscor's going to get sacked off. This does open up the Lando. There's no Earthquake resist anymore. Now Samurott comes in. Corviknight going to come in with the Rocky Helmet chip. Okay.
I believe it's Scarf Samurai, right? Or at least he's bluffing it.
It could be Adamant Scarf. I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
Could also just be like Choppel as like a check to Darkrai. But yeah, Scarf makes sense. So yeah, Meteor Beam KOs the Lando.
You know, actually, I remember watching this turn here, and I was thinking, if he had Rock Polished on the Landorus switch, didn't he have like a good chance? Assuming it's Rock Polish. Like Rock Polish, Power Gem.
Yeah,
you need
maybe
Power Gem, Earth Power, right?
If you do, then
I mean,
feel
you
like,
would at least force Terra out of Bolt.
yeah, it would probably be
But I feel
Terra
like you
Bolt
two-shot.
plus Toxapex would contain it. Maybe like Toxapex puts it into.
But then
like,
one of your other
Thunderclap
guys
range.
could clean up, right? I'm like so curious if he was Rock Polish. I feel like that was the turn to go for it. I remember seeing this live, and I was like,
Well, in that case,
I felt like that was a good turn.
Sun wouldn't be up, right? So Toxapex comes in, Hydro Pumps, probably does like 80% to this thing, and then T-Clap Mind Games, I guess. But
With no Sun? Like, do you think Pex is offensively invested?
Yeah, dude, you see how much it did to Gliscor?
Did like 62, right?
Yeah. And I'm assuming Gliscor takes that better than a Glamora.
It does, yeah.
Either way. That Peck's gotta be max modest. I mean, it's AV still, right? But now Corviknight just walls this with Light Screen, it looks like. Goes for the default, gets rid of the spikes. And now, like, what do you have to show for all of your progress as Yurunk.
I
Like,
was
the
also thinking
Lando's dead?
somewhere here. He should have been going for like meteor beam on one of these sequences, right? He's just gonna
Maybe.
sit there and keep roosting.
Like,
Yeah.
what do you actually get out of that? I don't think you end up with
You get the
net more
puzzles.
damage.
Well, oh, I see. So go for it in front of the talk specs. I get it. Like, come on, bro.
So true. And we'll just never know.
That crit definitely matters.
We'll
Yeah,
just
that
never know.
sucks.
Well, Sludge Bomb did
definitely matters.
8. We could
Dude,
totally
Gamora
do
is
math
so
there,
bulky.
but I don't want to.
No, Gamora's bulky like that.
For sure, yeah. And then, okay, dodges the Ceaseless Edge. Call it even, right?
I just love that Jake is getting so pressed in the chat for no reason.
Right?
Like, is he even on either of these teams?
He's on Judgment, which is Yurunk's
Judgment?
team.
Okay, fair enough. But like, I feel like I see the guy getting pressed about every game and every matchup, even when it's not his own team.
Yeah. he just loves the game and hates it when it's ruined by hacks.
I guess, man.
You thought you cooked. Who said something?
Oh, Zing did. Yeah. Is that a judgment moment?
No, it's only cool when you complain. I get it. Bolt in on the Thunderbolt. Does that Life Orb put it in T-Clap range? Not without Sun. And yeah, the Sun just goes away at the perfect time. Now Valiant, one more hit. Okay, we're gonna go Corvin, pivot to Toxapex, drawing out the Thunderbolt with immense skill. Alright. Now Corvin, Ceaseless Edge. Like, you can't break Corv anymore. Yeah, just Roost again, right? Or Light Screen this turn? Yeah, Light Screen this turn is better. Now you just U-turn
the sad
to
thing is,
Darkrai or something? Or Ninetales
if
maybe?
this was like,
No,
if this was like
Darkrai.
booster special attack, Calm Mind, it could have like maybe cheesed with some crits.
Maybe,
But you don't
yeah.
even have that chance. Yeah.
Here's a nasty plot. Just guarding against weakness policy. That's gonna be the game.
Too smart.
Too tough. Alright. That's gonna put the series at what? That's 3-1, looks like. Yeah, Lax is the only one who's won so far. So 3-1 in favor of the Foxes. And now we have Rye versus Professor Chipboard. So Chipboard is going to be on the Foxes, whereas Rye is one of the captains of Judgment. And Rye has been killing it recently, so we'll see if he's able to keep that up. This is like Lando T, Kieran Black, Manectric team is definitely like an old school like Volt turn into KB type of style. This used to be like super popular, I want to say like 3 years ago. We saw this like all over the place.
It looks kind of ancient.
Yeah,
like, I mean, I
since
know I'm
then-
playing it this week.
Yeah, yeah.
And it's like, it looks really old fashioned. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely like an oldie, but it's also like still pretty good, you know?
An oldie but goodie.
Yeah, it's one of the teams that's like really, really good against balance. Like this core just completely farts on all balance builds. But as Oris has trended more offensive, Kieran Black has trended a little bit down.
Excuse me, it does what to balance?
Farts all over it.
Wow.
A nice clean game I threw then lucked. I'm looking forward to it. But yeah. Whereas like Chipboard's team, like this is just I don't know, it seems pretty standard ORAS about what you expect, right?
The usual suspects.
The huge. Yeah, Kieran Black leads off into the Skarmory. Probably going to see a spike go up here, maybe Rocks. Depends on if the Garchomp is Rocks or not. We're going to see Rock Skarm. Okay, it's faster than Kyurem, and it's Focus Sash. So Focus Sash Skarm, not something you see every day, given that it has Sturdy.
Wait, that's just so tough.
Actually too tough. So it's...
I guess it's just to proc on U-turn, Lando or something, right?
Well,
With weak armor?
Think of Terravolt, right? Terravolt goes through Sturdy.
Man, L5,
He
you are
really
too
thinks of
smart, bro.
everything.
Damn.
Oh my god. And it's faster too, which is crazy because, you know, lead Skarm, you're going to get 2 layers up, and you have Spiritomb to spin block. I mean, this is one of the win paths that Chipboard had available when we were looking at the matchups. Oh my god. Why does it live?
Bro.
Okay, so think about it like this, right? Kyurem is slower than Skarm. The EVs have to go somewhere, right?
Yeah.
So Garchomp Outrage. This is going to be immediately traded out.
Do you even think that Infernape? I mean, Infernape CC does less, unless it's banded.
Yeah.
Right. So there was nothing to KO this. Like, what the fuck was he supposed to do?
Well, I think this is specs, given that, you know, Sash Scarf, and then it kills
no,
through Yachi.
No. I said unless the Infernape is banded. Like, what I'm saying is Outrage does more than CC.
Oh yeah, true. But also,
so how is he meant to even KO this thing? Like, you just go to Lax?
you can go Infernape and you resist the Ice Beam and 2-hit KO it, I think.
I guess, but clearly he wanted health on it for a reason.
I mean, Infernape is good here.
If you're willing to, if you're willing to trade Garchomp, I don't know though. That seems like a
it seems like a steep price.
Yeah, it does.
But I mean, the Kyurem is dead now, so 2 for 1, but you have double layers up and they can't be spun away, so maybe it's fine. Bronzong comes in, probably gonna see Rocks up as we see like a Crunch come out, easily 2-hit KO.
He makes a good point. We actually don't know that it's specs because it crit the Skarmory.
Oh, it crit the Skarm. I didn't even realize that. Okay, yeah.
Yep.
I get it then. I get it.
Gets it.
Alright, Cruel comes in, but this is the most obvious Spiritomb in the world. So, a Scald gonna come out, fishing for the burn, doesn't get it. And Spiritomb's just gonna 1v1 this Cruel, trade HP. Gets the burn the second time, but Pain Split, gonna keep it very low. And I think you could just keep spamming Pain Split, right? No matter what, this Tentacruel is going to end up basically in Rock's range. Yeah, I don't think you can kill. Yeah, Sucker Punch as well.
Yeah,
that'll do it.
Right.
And now I think you just go Arrow. You guarantee the double layers up for the rest of the game. And yeah, what's supposed to come in on Arrow right now? Shaman is your response? This better be Scarf.
I think Shaman loves a wing attack though. Like, surely.
Maybe
60 base power,
but also like, can't you just stay in and go for it? I mean, I guess Scarf Lando becomes a problem.
That too, yeah. You would just lose the EQ.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. You assume Scarf, yeah. But Infernape is 2-hit KO'd by that, but no, it's Akaberry Shaman, in fact. So Infernape actually goes down for very little progress. I say that, but now I guess it's in range of Arrow, so progress is progress. Now Lando comes in. Do we see Scarf Stone Edge? We don't. We see Ice Fang crit the Lando. Beast mode. You already know Jake's in the chat. Yep.
As fuck, yep. Nothing to see here.
Yep. Now Main comes in for the second Intimidate. Crunch gonna bring this low. But you're gonna see something here. So Snorlax comes in here and Electro Ball 2-hit KOs Snorlax.
Yeah, did a lot more than I expected.
Yeah, so I was thinking Lax wins this endgame no matter what, right? But if Lando lived the Ice Fang, killed the Arrow,
gets off the hit,
Earthquakes the Snorlax, not only that, right? Snarks kills it, you get Chip on Lax, which maybe Earthquake does 41, maybe it doesn't, but then crucially, Manectric comes in, gets the Intimidate off, and then maybe might not even die to return. So, I don't know. Congrats to Chipboard, that was awesome.
Yeah, I do like that there's no. I like that there's no GG from either person. That's pretty neat.
What was a GG from Chipboard?
Oh,
right there.
After,
yep.
Right after.
Zooch reminded him. Yep. Oh, that reminds me of something real quick. We can look at this matchup for a second while I find something. You want to talk a little bit?
Do I want to talk? I don't know. I've been all over the place today, bro. Something is wrong with my brain today. Like, it's weird because I got off work. I played a quick match for like one of my fun leagues. I did great. Everything was going well. And then I hop on the mic and suddenly I just forget how to talk and I just forget how to commentate. I'm just out of it, bro. I don't know.
Okay, so this was
You found what you were looking for?
I did. Let me just do this. This is how I'll share it on the screen. This is from way back in the day. This reminded me of this. This is from a a game for PGP, I believe, where I completely smoked this guy, and then but it was a ruling in the doc that you had to say GG.
So you actually were like hitting him with the rulebook, bro? Nah, that's low as fuck. Who gives a shit?
I thought that was super funny. Am I being a bit of a dick? Yes, but it's super funny. I'm not gonna lie.
In a battle, bro says at league owner, like, bro.
Yeah.
You need help.
Well, this was like immediately after someone got reprimanded for not saying GG. I was like, look, man, I don't want you to get in trouble, but like, I'm just being a dick. Alright, we got C versus Addison.
Ooh.
Ooh.
This matchup looks really boring, I'm not gonna lie. These guys have some lame drafts. Mostly C. I think this shit looks so boring, dude. This Scrafty, Jellicent. I mean, it's a nice, like, bulky balance, though, to be fair. I think it's cool that we're seeing Zydog. That's definitely new. I can't tell you the last time I've seen one of those drafted.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because I mocked Addie for this, and I basically had her beat, and then she pulled it back with this fucking crazy PZ set. And it's just like, it's so funny to me because every matchup, it should not be a Porygon Z week, but she fucking insists on bringing it every single week, dude. Like, that is her mon now, I guess. I mean, first price point, it's pretty good. It's like 7 points, right?
Yeah, it's
not
just
bad.
A good special breaker. I guess mixed breaker, technically, but
it's a lot bulkier than you think, too. Like, I remember I was mocking her, and I think I had, like, I think it was Life Orb, or it was Soldew Latios, and I Dracoed it, and it did, like, 70, and I was like, what the fuck?
Soldew?
Like, why did it... Yeah, it was no, I'm
Damn.
dead ass. It was like 200 special defense, 172 HP. It only did like 70, and like I lost because of it. I was like, what the fuck? It was crazy, man.
I'd be like, that's not what my calc said.
Yeah, that's literally hacked.
Yeah. Alright, well, let's look at it. See, Scrafty lead off into the Primarina. Great lead for Addison, of course. Fire off a free Moonblast. You could even Scald, predicting Celesteela. Calm Mind, I think, was maybe unnecessary. I guess
No,
now
that was literally this is literally the game plan. Her game plan is literally just lead of this thing and try to break. She did the same exact thing to me in the mock, which it actually does. You'll see, because she's got Shadow Ball here.
Interesting. So Cursed Body Jellicent, we see no Water Absorb and gets burned
that one
because of it.
Yeah, that one does not make sense, but go on then. Now, luckily, she was like, I don't know what to do with my item. I pretty much said, listen, Addie, all you gotta do is run the Resto Chesto, and lo and behold, we're just back to full health.
Wait, where did Moonblast?
Yeah, Premier has already done over 100% of damage, and now it's basically 150 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Because like everybody had been running fast Toxic Jellicent. She's like, I don't know how to get around it. I was like, bro, Resto Chesto.
Yup.
It's free.
Alright, something will be dying to this Scald, it looks like. Okay, Scrafty comes in, we reveal no Moonblast.
See, that's why it's crazy to me that it's not Water Absorb. Like, how did you not account for the fact that you might need to Leech Seed stall a Primarina down? Like, when you don't even have Water Absorb, you don't even have that option to pivot into Jellicent. That's just crazy to me. I don't know why they thought, like, Cursed Body would be better. It does not make sense.
Great, Protect Scrafty. Now, is this Scrafty faster than Prim? It's Sub-Protect with Leech Seed. Okay, so this is going to stall out the Primarina easily. Probably sub again. Yep, there's the sub. Now, do you have Ice Punch for the Lando? I would assume so. Oh, a crit U-turn is like mega AIDS, actually. Oh, it's Toxic. I mean sub-Toxic Protect. Yeah, that just makes sense, huh? But here, like, Prim doesn't force you out. Why are we switching?
I mean,
Cursed
you don't want that
Body.
thing to get. You don't want that thing to get. You don't want that thing to get low, right? Because then, you're in danger to like late game.
But you're not really getting low, right? You protect, you sub-protect, and then you knock it out. You're like ending net 6% down in exchange for keeping an alive Jellicent, right? That's so worth it.
Did the Prim show? It did show all of its moves, yeah.
Yeah. And we also know that it's slower, so like protect sub.
Wait, it's Insam Scrafty, right? Bro, if you get burned, because I think that Primarina is like close to max speed, if not max speed.
It is Insam.
If it's max speed, Prim, it would be faster than Scrafty, so that's probably.
It's probably Jolly. It might even be speed tying Pangoro. Let's be real.
I mean, there's no reason not to, yeah.
Yeah.
At that point.
See Lando pivot in with a U-turn back to Scrafty, but it's Scrappy Pangoro, which is immune. Nice. Another protect for lefties. And it's mono crunch. It's mono crunch.
Dude, Bartholomew is going kind of crazy right now.
He's going crazy. Finally goes down.
I'm so curious why she didn't pivot Landorus.
I just expected a U-turn. It was probably an aggressive call that didn't work out.
Yeah, I really didn't. Like...
Oh yeah, lives at 70. Yeah, shut up, man.
Bro, that Lottie is specs. Because mine wasn't specs and it did like 70.
Yeah.
So that had to be specs.
Yep.
Bro, I know she was mad as fuck when that killed. She's like, no, my PC didn't do anything.
Is that what Addison sounds like to you?
No. I'm just that's the voice I would do. Like if that happened to me, I'd be like, no, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's how I would react personally.
All right. I get it.
Anyways, see why I said this is a boring ass game, bro? What is this toxic substitute protect stall? Like,
yo, this is what SV isn't, right? It's the greatest thing ever.
No, but I was talking to somebody about this. I'm like, dude, it's like there's two kinds of Swish players. There's like people that run. Yeah, there's I run toxic on fucking 5 mons, and then there's the kind that maybe run it on like 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Dishonest.
Wait, sub Zygarde? Wait, don't tell me.
Yeah, wouldn't you know it? It's also fucking toxic, bro. Like, this is
meanwhile no arrows resist. Yeah. Just be CB.
Hey,
you know.
Hey, guess what other move it has?
Of course.
Naturally, yeah. Disgusting, dishonorable strategies. I mean, to be fair, like on Zydog, this actually makes sense on this Pokemon.
It does, yeah.
I get it. Yeah. But on fucking Scrafty, like, I don't know who cooked that, but
yeah, on Scrafty you need to like get a job, I think.
Yeah, you need to be put in jail for that one.
It's like fast Scrafty with no move to hit Pangoro.
And like
what is
Eddie
the actual point?
Eddie says that, you know, she hacks because of like the toxic dodge, but I don't think it really changed anything long term.
No,
like
this
you're
game
still
was
stuck
already
in the
kind of
vortex.
wrapped up.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it does 13.
That's what I'm saying.
Like all you do is you U-turn. Like the Lando is never dying its leftovers. Free rocks.
Wait a minute, it's just Draft Player Simulator. Oh my god.
All right, Jirachi in. I don't think this Latios can win. I really don't. You're telling me that's specs?
You know, I'm so confused. I'm just as confused as you are, to be honest. Dude, I will literally find the fucking replay where I mocked Eddie, and this shit didn't kill. Like I swear. Hold on.
No, I believe you is the thing, but like, I'm just gonna poke fun. Don't mind me.
No, but like now you're making me second guess myself. Like, did I watch an alternate timeline?
Maybe.
Like, let me
did it come to you in a dream? Like,
perhaps. I'm watching this right now. Like I was.
So what's the score now? This is 4-2. 4-2 for Foxes. Yeah.
You know, okay, it wasn't my Latios Draco. It was I used Scurf, Modest, Sylveon Hyper Beam on this fucking Porygon, and it did 94 and lived.
Yeah, often like a 1-to-1 comparison to Soldu Draco. Yeah.
Yeah, often. Right, Sylveon Hyper Beam, Soldu Latios.
Yeah.
Well, no, she showed me some calc where it only did like 70. I don't know. Anyways, it doesn't matter.
It really don't matter, which is why you went and looked it up, right?
All right,
moving on.
Yeah, just call me out. Yeah. No. Go on.
It's cool. All right, we got Soggy Doggy Sage versus Agency His Own. Two fantastic players. Agency having a really nice season so far. I believe he's 3-1 going into this game. And Soggy Doggy Sage, I believe is only 2-2, or is
2-2? Yep.
Or is it?
It was 2-2.
It was 2-2. Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Sporting the signature Lapras. Yep. Yeah.
Bro,
every single tiering cycle.
Yeah.
Sage is like, can we please put Lapras down in 1 point, please? No. But anyways, if you take a look at this, you might be wondering, what is Agency's Terra? He's put everything to Stellar except for the Mesprit, which is Steel. Well, this is Stellar Keldeo. I actually low-key put him on game because we mocked for mocked, and my Keldeo was stellar, but his wasn't, and he's like, oh, good idea, huh? So I get it. But on Sage's side, we see Terra Ghost Lapras, and what was the other Terra? Did we bench something?
I think it's Tusk, right?
Is it Tusk?
Isn't it Tusk? I don't know what the rest of this roster
It's Terra
is, but I would
Enam.
assume benched Enam.
Benched
Nice, dude.
Enam versus a Treads Fairy Resist. Yeah, nice, dude.
Nice. Yeah, I like that.
Totally makes sense, yeah. Alright. Let's get into the game. And Agency, he sent me this Gouging Fire set, and I was like, yeah, you not losing, bro. Look at this. So taunts on the sunny day, by the way. And then goes for a scale shot, hits 2 times. So no loaded dice, gets countered, by the way. Shout out. Flare Blitz is into Great Tusk, does 43%. And you know what's coming out here, right? Overheat. So Gouging Fire gets its 1, and it's still at +1 speed. Something has to revenge kill it. It's going to be Ogerpon. So it basically got 1 kill. Oh.
Wait, revenge? You were saying? I'm not gonna lie, when I saw this was the response to Gouging Fire, I'm like, yeah, this game's over.
Nice, dude. Goes hard Jirachi on a Flare Blitz. Yeah. It's Rocky
lives.
Helmet.
Okay, and it dies.
So what did Lead Gouging Fire achieve? The Great Tusk is dead, which is amazing by itself. The Gren is like Sash broken. Ogerpon's at 32. Jirachi's at 18. Oh my god.
That's one hell of a lead.
King of misinformation, that's what they call me in high school. Alright, Meowscarada goes for a U-turn, knocks it out, Keldeo in, Lapras in. We see the Stellar Blast immediately on the Terra Ghost. Fake Focus Sash lives on 1. Do we see a Freeze Dry though? Oh, shout out to Jay Ricky, by the way.
This is why Lapras can't be 1 point. Why are you living super effective Terra Blast? That makes no sense.
This is Specs Keldeo as well, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, 35 to Miss Meg.
At -1, yeah, it's gotta be Specs.
Now Treads comes in on a Wisp. Wow, awesome. Probably just gonna see a knockoff here.
I'm not gonna lie, this is the average Iron Treads gaming experience. I hate this guy, man.
This game does look very limp, I'm not gonna lie. Do you see rocks up? No, rocks are on Mesprit, it seems. Speaking of Mesprit, it's in now. Can go for a T-Wave. Greninja gonna be the one to catch that. And goes for a Stealth Rock here, as we see a full para. This time I'm just gonna hard switch into Meowscarada, not wanting to U-turn on counter. And now gonna U-turn. This time Tangaberry is revealed actually, so it's not Sash Gren, but there's a Dusknoir for that, no problem. Shadow Sneak picks it off, and like, we're just cooked, you know? Ogerpon in, but I was gonna say you could just sack Treads, to be honest, but Mesprit in, sure. Makes sense. Can just T-Wave for free. Never mind. Just dodge. But Sage doubles back to Ogerpon as Agency makes a nice play. T-Waves the double back.
He just goes for T-Wave again.
He just don't care. I think what he was looking at is like, if he dies to like Shadow Ball or something, then Meowscarada just clicks knockoff 3 times and wins the game. So who cares, right?
Yeah, because Ogre would be at 50, right?
It would be at 50. Like, knock wouldn't kill, I don't think. But, like, you're fine, you know?
You have a full health Dusknoir in the back. Yeah, that's fine.
Mm-hmm. So I think he just wins no matter what. So, now the series
I think the problem is that, you know, a third of Soggy's team are fucking PUs. Like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, not only PUs, but, like, the 3 good Pokemon, or, like, 4 good Pokemon, they're all, like, dead to Gouging Fire lead, you know?
It's just a weird-looking draft.
Yeah. He said it's low-key not over. Be real, man. Be so for real. Alright, so 4-3.
Well, to be fair, if Ogre crits and kill, like, if Ogre has stayed in on the T-Wave miss, and then you get the kill, and you're not paralyzed, I feel like Ogre could, because it would have been at 75 as well. Ogre could have actually done it, probably.
I think Dustnor comes in Poltergeists, right?
And that does like what, like 59?
Way more. I'm not gonna lie, way more than that.
You think it does way more? Really?
I think at 75, you're
bulky,
in range of Poltergeist into Sneak.
Yeah, that checks out.
And then like the other two Pokemon both die to Sneak. Yeah, you're just cooked. Maybe if you Swords Dance on the T-Wave miss, maybe we have a different story.
Now we're cooking.
Now we're cooking with fire. Get it?
Oh, I get it. 'Cause Gouging Fire destroyed Soggy. Yeah.
Oh, I get it.
Way,
so
you're
now
too smart.
the series is 4-3.
Hey, we got local resident rager.
Yeah, 4-3 in favor of the Foxes. So Judgment need to win if they want to tie the series in this game that has basically no stakes for anyone. They're both basically locked for playoffs. All good. But Violet River versus Tech Frokies. The stakes in this one is that I picked Jake as my fantasy pick, so that's the stakes. It is a Gen 7 game. We're going to see Zapdos lead off into the Lando. Probably HP Ice here, but we're going to switch to Garchomp scouting for like a Scarf Stone Edge or maybe a Continental Crush. Gonna work out. Jump in. Gonna see free rocks on the Granbull. And the thing with Granbull is like it checks Garchomp, it checks Lopunny, but like it's such a free Slowbro. It's such a free Klefki. Like spikes are going up. Like you see it's 26. And now what? Now Venusaur comes in on a Psychic that does so much damage. Probably gonna force a Synthesis, which means Klefki's gonna come in to set a Spike. And like the removal is just defog, and it's not the greatest like defoggers ever. So the Spike going up, gonna be troubling. Chomp in on a U-turn. That did so much damage actually.
Yeah,
31
is a lot. What? Like what the hell? Yeah.
That's a red flag, I think. So offensive Garchomp into like Adamant Scarf Lando maybe? And then we you see Draco and it's like, this is bulky Chomp. What? Is this banded Landorus? No way, right?
20, yeah, 20 can't be banded on Chomp, right? I feel like it would do more. Like Stone Edge, it did 20 initially, right? Like it would have done more if it was banded, I think. It would have done like
oh yeah, Stone Edge did 20. That feels like a lot though into bulky Chomp. No?
Do we know it's bulky Chomp?
Well, I mean, it just clicked Draco Stealth Rock, right? So you'd assume it's bulky Chomp.
Perhaps.
I don't know. I guess we'll find out in the rest of the game, right? Squirrelpede comes in. Dubious at best, yeah. Maybe Jake forgot to EV his Garchomp. That could be
Happens
it.
to the best of us.
It really does. Yeah, but again, Slowbro can just come in on Granbull every day of the week. Worst thing that can happen is a Toxic.
Or T-Wave. Like, I'm surprised no T-Wave has been clicked yet.
Alright, Calm Mind Slowbro.
TM is dirty.
Let me see a Lumberry Slowbro.
Wait, Chesto was tough as hell, prep.
Wait, Chesto over Lum is crazy, right?
You specifically don't want to waste your like Lum on like a random Toxic or random T-Wave from Granbull.
So this is like Calm Mind Dual Stab Rest. I see the vision.
Maybe? That's kind of, I guess like in the end game, right? A sleeping Slowbro could like wall out certain things like Metagross and Granbull. Yeah,
like Toxic Metagross, Toxic Lando, Toxic Granbull. I see it.
Oh, with yeah. With Rest, you just sit on all of them.
Alright, but now like both layers are back up. Toxic the Lando and Stone Edge 31. It has banded. To be banded, right?
Yeah, that is. All right, so that was bulky Chomp. Yeah.
Yeah. Bang, bang, bang.
Oh my god, was that a reference to King L5's recent?
It might be. Rap? Check it out. Alright, Metagross comes in on presumed return. That's frustration, same thing. But like Rocky Helmet Metagross is gonna force this out. Set rocks up at least, which 2 rock weeks in the back does feel pretty impactful. But now Toxic comes out, and we get Scald Burn, and now I think we just lose to Lop. Like next time it comes in. Like, aren't we just cooked? Granbull sacked off. Like you have to defog right now. There's the defog. Sure.
Do we see the rest?
I mean, okay, Scald is crazy. Why are we scalding?
Psychic.
Yeah.
Right.
And here we switch to Zapdos on Metagross coming in. Denies the rocks from going up. Oh, the
I mean, it
substitute
doesn't
is a
even
game
matter 'cause
ender.
Scallopede's got it locked down in the end too, right?
I think everything just wins. Like Lop wins
Yeah.
this.
Oh, nice.
Scalopede
Air
wins.
cutter.
Yeah, obviously, right?
We're not going to talk about that, right?
It's
Yeah,
for the
okay.
Venusaur. What do you want?
Bro.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, T-Bolt's gonna knock this out, and it's just T-Bolt, T-Bolt.
It's kind of insane to think they haven't given Zapdos Air Slash yet.
Actually, yeah. Like, what is holding them up?
They'll give it Hurricane.
Yeah, but not Air
Air
Slash.
Slash. Interesting. Yeah.
Alright, that's gonna be the series ending in a draw. Wow. I mean, honestly, that makes sense. They're two of the strongest teams. I get it. And now we have the last series, which is going to be our series. Armory up against Yoshi's.
Oh my god, wait, this really was the first game.
Yeah. I mean,
This was like the second game of the entire week.
Yeah.
Are they locked out? Or did they have is there like some crazy world where they have a chance?
technically they can, but like it involves them not only beating the 1 seed,
Right.
but then also so they have to beat Foxes, they have to beat Tacticians,
Yeah,
I think.
Switch the POV, it's pissing me off.
I'm sorry.
Alright, thank you. Anyways,
So
carry
for
on.
Yoshi's to make it, they need Tacticians to lose out badly, by the way. They need Alliance to lose to Surfers. They need to beat Tech. Okay, actually no, they don't need to beat Foxes. That's Make-A-Wish that needs to beat Foxes to make it. So the Yoshi's path to playoffs is actually a little bit more doable. By a little bit, I mean like it's still pretty far out there.
So like how much of my prep am I revealing?
I mean, I
That's what
wouldn't
I'm trying to
really
figure
care.
Okay, so here's what I will say. It's everybody's expected Uxie. We all know what it's going to be. It's going to be Stealth Rock, Utility, U-Turn. We're an offensive Melmetal in this build. We've got fast, bulky Crobat, just defog. We have Cross Poison for potential Rest Talk pre-Marina. Toxic Tech on the Keldeo, and then we're like a Spadef-ish Zygarde with Glare. My main idea when going into this matchup was I just wanted to like spread paralysis as much as possible because they don't have like great Zygarde switch-ins. The Zygarde switch-ins are all vulnerable to Glare. And then also like I needed Zygarde to be a Spadef-ish guy for Gengar because Gengar is really probably the biggest threat to the team here. Every time it comes in, it basically threatens like a 2-hit KO or 40% in Weavile, which is not ideal. So my traditional approach like wasn't working because like earlier in the week we were this Life Orb Weavile and it was good, but it had its problems. So I woke up the morning of the game and I was like, all right, I cooked up a crazy Weavile set. I reached out to Cinerath. I was like, yo man, can we run a mock? And I 6-0'd him with this set. And so I was like, you know what? This is the one. It's a sign from up above. Like, this is the set.
Many such cases.
Yeah.
All right.
So, and I actually want to talk about a lot of turns in this. Maybe pause a little bit in these early turns because, like, this game. See, I was thinking about this in the car. Like, this game. So much of these early turns and so much of this game itself shows you like the virtue and the importance of getting information and not assuming sets. Like turn 1, right? I could be like Specs, Focus Blast, something like he could be Choppleberry. And so it's really important. This is just like a general lesson for people. Like it's always really important to try to like gather as much information as possible and not assume sets. It's one of the things Zazo taught me like very early on. So with that in mind, obviously I'm going to switch out here because I don't know what Ferrothorn's item is. I'm going to go to Crobat as he goes into Pre-Marina. And you would think here, like, Toxic would be pretty free. And, like, in most cases it is. But he could go back to Ferrothorn on a scout. He could go into Gengar offensively, right? So I pull switch into Uxie because I want to try to get up rocks as soon as possible. And then here I think I make the biggest misplay of the game this turn. I should have Toxic first because, like, once I show rocks, it's pretty obvious. I'm either gonna go for like a knockoff or some kind of status or something. And like in my mind, I was like, man, if I get a toxic on the Zapdos, it looks way. And you're gonna see as this game plays out, having a toxic on the Zapdos would have been huge. So, anyways, I go for it next turn like an idiot as he goes in the Ferrothorn, and now it's just like, oh, this is crappy. So I gotta let Crobat get knocked off, unfortunately. And obviously here, right, he's got to respect Heat Wave. I know he's got to respect Heat Wave, so I'm gonna double out into Zygarde, anticipating like Zapdos come out, which it does, right? So this kind of gives me a good position to just throw off 1,000 arrows, get some information on the Zapdos. It's quite physically defensive based on that. I go for a Glare here because I really didn't expect him to just let me hit this. And also, like, I could be setting up. So I don't know. I feel like he should be probably switching out, but he doesn't. So it's fine. I just decide, okay, I'll just go for 1,000 arrows again. And here, like, I know that for my Weavile set, I need this thing paralyzed. It's like the only way that I'm going to break through it long term. So I go for the Glare. Going to lose my leftovers in the process. I don't think it's a huge deal, though, at this point, because, like, I kind of see what I'm gunning for with Weavile. So anyways, got to go to Crobat here. Going to take a knockoff. And this is another turn I want to talk about, too. So when you're in, like, so Paddox is a very defensive player. His team is very, like, fat and defensive. And so obviously, right, like, your instinct's going to be, oh, well, you need to have rocks up to pressure his defensive pieces, which you're not wrong about. But if you look at my team, I got a Crobat that's knocked off. My Weavile is leftovers, right? So long term, the rocks are actually hurting me a lot more than they're helping by them being up on his side of the field. And the reason is that, like, a lot of this game plan is going to kind of boil down to, unfortunately, kind of hacks, right? So if things are paralyzed, I have double Iron Bash with Melmetal, and then I'm mono Icicle Crash Weavile. I'm sub SD on it. So realistically, my win path is finding routes to get Weavile in as many times as possible. And that's a lot harder to do while Stealth Rock is up. So it kind of sucks to concede the rocks this early on into the game. But like long term, it's going to enable the game plan that I'm gunning for. So that's why I like to defog here.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Just decided to go back to Zygarde here. Basically just, I'm forcing this sequence again, right? I'm at 1,000 arrows. He's going to reflect. I believe I switch here, knowing that he's either roosting or switching out, which he does go to Pharaoh. And again, rocks here doesn't make sense for me, right? So just go to Crobat. And again, he still has to respect Heat Wave. I know he's going to respect the Heat Wave. So I double out into Weavile, expecting basically any switch. And this works out nicely. Because like here, some people might think his switch is weird, but if Kyurem loses its item, like let's say it's Boots and rocks go back up later, right? Like that's pretty tragic. The only move it has that KOs Weavile is Focus Blast, which you have to hit. So that's kind of like kind of silly play to go for this early.
It could be Body Press, but that's like not good into Melmetal. You know, you definitely prefer Earth Power or Focus Blast.
Right.
So sub seems pretty safe there.
Sub is pretty safe, yep. Go for the Icicle Crash here. Now I get a flinch. All right, I'm not gonna lie, this one's impactful. And I get another one, and this one's also really impactful.
Yeah.
And so right here I'm thinking, okay, I'm facing down Mr. Throw. The only thing this guy does is Rest Hog bullshit. So I'm like very confident that the rest is coming out here, so I go for the Swords Dance.
Yep, good play.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, at this point here, like, all right, I do flinch him again. Like, this is obviously very unlucky, but you got to consider, like, the game was already over at this point. Like,
yeah. Like, what is he supposed
to
do?
Only one out of 3 times he pulls the fighting move. Now, if you pause here for a minute, can you hover over Mr. Throw for me? So look at those possible abilities you've got there, right? They could have been inner focus, but they decided to go.
So it's guts, their fault. Oh,
it is really no. It genuinely is, because obviously by the way the throw switched in from the Kyurem, that's screaming I'm defensive. Rocky Helmet, right? We all know this to be true. And so why would you greed and go with gut? Like Throw's damage output is not what's important. Your key thing you need from it is to consistently beat Weavile. So just the fact that you're not inner focus was a gross oversight by their part. And I think that's really what cost them this game. And here I can go for Protect, because when Gengar comes out, it's like the most obvious, hi, I'm Scurf Gengar, right? So able to punish that Destiny Bond, go for a Swords Dance here in the following turn. Because if he reveals that he's not Scurf, I just kill him in the next turn anyways.
Yep.
Anyways, we Oko the Kyurem, and that's all she wrote. That's a 6-0.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm really glad that I went with my gut and I made the last minute change. Normally last minute changes in team tours are not a good idea, but I just knew that like a standardish game plan was not going to cut it because he had a lot of solid defensive answers to my pieces. And so I kind of like, I really did kind of lean into the fact that I needed to cheese, right? Like Pasmo Metal was going to have to like flinch down Fairthorn if it's paralyzed. That way it can open up for Zygarde to just like kill everything with 1,000 arrows. So obviously got quite lucky, but I think they had an oversight, and I think the Weavile set was just too tough. So
yeah. All right. Next up, we have Zooch, this idiot. I missed the Vinvile. Man, this is so sad. We have Zooch versus Masco. And we have this like Tornting Lu thing. Going into this team is 4-0. So, really good performances so far. But we have to face a Terra Keldeo, and he's broken. So, very epic. Terra Fairy Keldeo does have really nice coverage into the water resist that we have, being Quaquaval and Latios. So, that's always going to be a major threat. But on our side, we have Terra Flying Torn, which obviously the flying resist is a Rotom, which is not the bulkiest Pokemon ever, so Torn definitely a massive threat in this game. We also have Terra Fairy Vikavolt, kind of designed to beat a lead Garchomp 1v1, because we're leading with Webs Vikavolt, and we're tending on keeping up them Webs. Alright, Vikavolt does lead off into the Garchomp, and this is why we have Terra Fairy. Basically, if the Chomp is like SD Scale Shot, it becomes quite a nuisance to Revenge Kill. So Terra Fairy Blast immediately weakens this thing for the Quaquaval, weakens it for the Pecharunt, all sorts of stuff.
It's like Terra this turn 1?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I didn't see this game live, bro.
But then also like Garchomp just lives 2 Terra Blasts because he's like the fattest
Max
Garchomp of all time. So
yeah,
max layers go up. Ouch. And then
what a great trade.
Boot Scizor comes in, bullet punches us, and it takes a T-Bolt, but like 33. And we just sack our Vikavolt.
That was a really useful Terra.
Yeah. Now Quaquaval comes in. Aqua Steps the Scizor. But like, close combat is going to put us very low.
Were we not spin?
We were not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know why this game ends, bro.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, this game is like super close. Like, it looks pretty bad.
Right.
But Wave Crash comes out, does 90 to Keldeo. Yeah, this is really big damage. Blocks the Trailblaze as well, by the way. Latios,
he was coping about Terra Fairy Keldeo all week, I remember.
They were, yeah. Now, Luster Purge is pretty free. It gets the drop, doesn't stay in to click it again, doubles to Torn instead on the Meowscarada. And I think we're just going to, yeah, U-turn, I guess. I was going to say Bleak Wind, but U-turn makes more sense. Yeah, Latios comes in, and like at this point, I mean, there's immunities, but no safe switch in at least. Meowscarada's going to come in on the Luster Purge. I mean, it may as well have, right? Because Draco lands a little bit to the left, and that really sucks.
Did that kill?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's unfortunate.
And then they triple axle as we sack Torn, just out of respect. Love that for us. Now Petch comes in.
I feel like that guy was really good to keep.
I feel like that as well, yeah. I mean, the Rotom was at 91, I kind of get it. Speaking of Rotom, it's dead to Confusion, Malignant Chain.
Bro, are we like Specs?
We are Specs Pecharunt, yes.
Holy aura.
And now Meowscarada comes in, goes for a triple axle, which doesn't kill. Another Malignant comes out, 100% by the way.
Oh my, can we get a Beso? Can we get a Beso in chat for that?
Yeah, the problem is Keldeo's boots. So it outspeeds. Now, it's a pretty simple endgame, right? Latios comes in, you Luster Purge, Enamorous comes in, and our Ting Lu...
Are you telling me we lost because we don't have an attack?
No, let's hear me out. So Ting Lu is dual hazard, ruin, whirlwind. Now that's not very good in this situation, but okay. All things considered. Ting Lu does live a Moonblast, and it is jolly with a lot of speed. So, Luster Purge doesn't kill this. What if, hypothetically, we went hard Ting Lu and then Ruinated? Thoughts?
We probably won the game.
Seems pretty good, right?
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
The way to go that
Dude.
would be bad is if this was Agility and Amorous, which we have a Corviknight, or not a Skarm on the bench. So you kind of need Mystical Fire.
To be fair, even if it is Agility, you lose anyways.
Yeah, right. Like, you can't cover for that. But instead, Zooch, absolute moron, clicks Luster Purge.
God, this guy was kind of clicking this game, I'm not going to lie.
He was kind of clicking.
I didn't see this live till just now, yeah.
And then now
Bro, if we were like Heavy Slam or like,
yeah,
you know, like Body Slam would have done it.
But like we live.
Bro.
Yo, he may be an idiot, but he's my idiot. What can I say?
Literally, Yurunk is right. Tackle won that endgame.
Tackle did win that.
Like, legitimately won that.
So, 1-1. Shout out.
Yeah.
All right, now we have Rob Jr. versus AM22. All right. Let's get into the game. Oras. Two, like, very long-standing Oras players. Scizor are going to force out the Latias immediately. U-turns on Helmet Metagross, and that is 17, which is, like, so little damage. It's like, how does it only do 17? I don't get it.
Well, we're like max Fizz up Metagross, right?
Yeah, but this is like 0 attack, like timid Scizor or something. Like,
yeah, but he's also got like 130 defense on Metagross, right?
yeah, like Metagross is super thick. All right,
tough as hell.
Starmie comes in, Scalds the Skuntank coming in. But like Starmie is like just gonna sit here and take it. Like the Pursuit does 14 through the Colbur. And do we have Crunch?
Are you kidding me? Bro.
14? I think we have Foul Play and like Sucker or something. And he doesn't want to Sucker on like a Recover or something. I don't know. Skuntank loses the 1v1 quite badly to Starmie here.
Yeah, he definitely trolled that, bro. I'm not gonna lie.
But now Altaria comes in. Ice Beam only does 37, and Hyper Voice is a 2-hit KO. So, all's well. Roost up, just trading recovers. And, like, eventually, this Starmie is going to lose. So, it has to get out of there immediately. On the next Hyper Voice, so Altaria remains low. And now we see a Roost, probably from Akka Scizor. Another U-turn, but this is just rocks going up, I think, from the Metagross, forcing a spin turn. And Latios is going to come in to punish that. But we see a Recover instead. So we're going to switch out into the Scizor, but now rocks are up, which is like pretty nice for us. We're going to Draco Meteor into the Scizor, and now we're kind of forced out into the Landorus on the Recover turn. So nice turn for Landorus to get in. We see a Calm Mind as the Scizor just stays into U-turn, and this allows them to go into Lopunny. Reveal leftovers, but Lopunny going to get checked by the Metagross. Because of speed mechanics, I don't expect them to be like max Jolly, so you have to fake out, otherwise you could be slower than the Landorus. Now it gets the Mega off, and now double to Latias was super raw, and then here, Draco Meteor on a slower Starmie as it tries to spin and gets helmeted. Cinema.
That's like game winning, bro. That is cinema, yeah.
Cinema, dude. Yeah, so our Latias is simultaneously Choice Scarf and Rocky Helmet, which really comes in handy against the Starmie there.
And Soldew.
Yeah.
Because we're just killing everything.
By the way, we're slower than Garchomp. So wrap your head around that one, right? So this is Scarf Chomp. Guaranteed. Like, AM22 knows for a fact it's Scarf Chomp right now. So, what are we going to do? Immediately defog the rocks, because AM22 doesn't want to take the rocks trade when something like Lopunny is like pretty threatening with rocks up. Like, switching in without rocks makes a big difference for our Latias in particular.
With the Altaria as well, yeah.
Yeah. And now we have Metagross in on the Scizor again, so another helmet hit. Now Chomp comes in, could get rocks up, but we can go Latias. You're never outraging in that position. You know what I mean? So this time we HP Fire into the Scizor because Rob Jr. has to switch. And switch into what? What makes sense? Only Scizor makes sense as a switch. Like, what else are you going to? So he makes that call. HP fires the switch to Scizor, and now I think probably could have defogged, to be honest, because Scizor's not staying in. But goes Chomp on the HP fire, so good play on Rubs.
Keeps him honest, yeah.
Yeah. Now just sack the Skuntank to rocks, no problem. Scout the lock, And now, because it's Dragon Claw, we get the heal opportunity on Altaria, which is nice. Now it's at full. Garchomp and Lopunny are no longer a big threat. Roselia in is going to set a spike, but that's what Defog is for, so going to just defog that away. And they miss a Sleep Powder, which kind of sucks, but I mean, they can go for it again. Hidden Power is doing 23. I mean, lucky, right? But it don't matter.
He's literally giving it to him. He's literally saying,
yeah,
like,
please sleep me. So now Lando comes in. And again, the Lopunny is the switch in as we Calm Mind. So AM22 is like really adamant about trying to Calm Mind on the switch to Electros. But because Rob Jr. keeps like not going to it, you have to assume this Electros is not going to be AV like expected. So the Eel could be some other kind of set. Now Latias going to come in, get some Helmet Chip on the Lopunny on the Fake Out turn, and now switch to Altaria on the return. Just like maximizing the chip damage on the Lopunny. And now what? Now we go Landorus. I mean, this has revealed 3 moves. The last one probably going to be Sludge Bomb if you're looking at it, right? Because you need something to hit the Altaria, but also then you're walled by Metagross, like super hard. Like, I don't know, there is no great mono attack from Roselia. Either way, finally gets the Calm Mind on Electros turn. And so that's going to force Scizor Sack, which is going to die to Earth Power here. Booyah. And now I assume Lopunny's coming right back in. With a Spike Up, it's a little bit annoying to switch into, so Metagross is going to get sacked off here. To the return, plus probably another return. But we have that Bullet Punch on us, which puts us perfectly in range with a Rocky Helmet. So Lopunny goes down, which is such a big deal. Yeah. Yep. And now you look at it. Okay, going Latias here is super troll, right? Because there's 0 turns burnt. And like the only way you lose now is like Electros getting free Coil turns, which is exactly what's going to happen. Right, takes a sleep turn as Coil comes out, and now Am's like, oh, my bad. Goes Altaria on the second Coil. But like, I was watching this, I was thinking, okay, is this Coil 3 attacks? Like with Iron Tail, T-Punch, and maybe like Knockoff or something? I don't know.
Which would have fucked us.
But it's acrobatics. Yeah. Like, nice. Awesome.
Surely no item on it too, right?
Yeah. And you can see Hyper Voice doing 35. It's a roll to 3 at KO. Like, you can't exactly rest all this out. You can just click Hyper Voice over and over again. Like, 2 really low rolls on 31. But, okay, Sleep Talks and Acrobatics, and we get crit on our Altaria. Awesome. So now we have to go Keldeo and just hit a Hydro Pump, which we do connect, fortunately. It would have been maybe scary if they go Rose and then get another opportunity to go Electros on maybe Latias or something, but that's probably a lot to ask for as Rob Jr., right? So I understand just going for the dodge, because if you get it, it's like really good. But now Latias can come in. We actually wake up immediately, roost up, and Garchomp can't kill our Latias, so booyah. Vaco this, and we revealed Giga Drain last, so Rob can't break Latias to save his life. Or Landorus, like both of them just...
You know what's crazy is that just Metagross's existence with just Bullet Punch and Rocky Helmet, I think did more % damage than the Garchomp and the Electros combined.
Low key? Might be spitting.
Like, actually, though. That shit got like 7 Rocky Helmet procs on his team.
It's kind of it got like 3 or 4 on Scizor. It got...
And at least 2 on Lopunny, right?
I think 3 on Lopunny.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
And then Rocks Up and the Bullet Punch.
Yep.
That's over 100%.
Yeah, that guy is a beast.
Yeah. So well played from AM22. We're up 2-1 in the series. And now we have Jesse 504 versus Agent Flame. Right. TLDR. Dragonette's Mew is sweeping every mock, I'm not gonna lie. But we came up with some cool stuff, and I don't actually remember the entire paste, but like I'm sure he changed a bunch of stuff since I mocked him. Oh my god, like, this absolute idiot.
It's like Scarf Bundle and Calm Mind, Protect, or sorry, Take Our Protect, Manaphy, I know that for sure. The rest are like other shit that Aster made.
So Scarf Bundle to check the DE Mew makes sense. And he just forgot Terra
And
Preview. Oh my god.
check too.
So
Yeah.
Flying Zarude, Fighting Mew, normal Gliscor. Nice, dude. Immediate sub on the Annihilate Ice Punch. Scouts it out a little bit, I guess. Now Manaphy can come in on the next Ice Punch. Cool. And now do you just, I guess you just go for a Scald? As rocks go up from the Annihilate. Would have expected like a Take Heart the first time. But then Final Gambit comes out, so now our Manaphy is super low. To wrap in...
Which is unfortunate, because the shit should have 6-0'd him, bro.
Yeah. At least we break the shell, right? And we get a burn on the trap. Loki, you could protect and get some lefties.
You can. The problem is Starstorm still kills, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I calced it afterwards, because I thought about saying, why didn't you stay in? But, like, it just barely kills if it's max special attack.
Mm-hmm. So now here, we trade rocks or what? Oh, Gigaton into Klefki does 51. That's so much. And there's the rocks.
Good trade, yeah.
Yeah, really great trade. Now
Overall,
another Gigaton's coming. Oh, another Gigaton is not coming out. Ah.
Nope, we're just encoring for no reason. Yeah.
Arg. And now normal Gliscor comes in. Just goes for a facade as we encore. Yep. Okay.
As we encore him into the move we have no switch into. Nice.
Nice. Epic.
Yep.
That Gigaton's only doing 39. This is so sad.
Yeah, and Mithrabat 6 is just fucking us up right now.
Mm-hmm. One more turn
like,
on
how do we
the
kill the
encore. So can get a free bulk up at least.
Oh no, this is a goofy sequence.
This is, yeah. Trailblaze to get the speed boost. All right, sure. But now Swords Dance comes out. And now we just 2-hit KO with knockoff, right? Right? Oh.
Right, chat? Right, chat? All right, well, now here's the
fine,
thing.
We can synth this off, right?
We can bulk?
Oh, bulk up again?
No, Yep.
Okay, it's 39. We totally
live, live,
right?
39, right? So we live, right?
Ah,
yeah.
come on.
Darn.
Come on.
Dude, bro, like, min-rolled into fucking max-rolled is crazy work.
Yeah. And now we give up Shell to do a Roar, which is, like, cool. Prevented the sweep, but, like, at what cost?
Yeah, the next one we can't beat. Great.
Yeah. Mew comes in, goes for a CC, knocks us out. Knocks me out. That's King 05 right there. Now we have Scarf Bundle, so it's fine.
Bro.
And it's Indoor Salic, so it outspeeds our Scarf Bundle. Nice. Flame is just different, I think. Unfortunate.
Yeah, she's crazy good.
So Lando at least lives, but like Gren wins. Yeah. Bang and bang.
Now, what the hell was that taunt?
That was a crazy taunt.
No, why was taunt clicked? Like, that was just rude. Like, that I think she, like, actually taunted Jesse in real life with that taunt. That's what that was. That was like, bitch. That's crazy work.
No, I actually get it. Oh, Yurunk just
because I don't get it.
Yurunk just leaked something in my DMs.
About?
Should I share that? That's 2 playoff teams. I'm not gonna share that.
What was leaked?
It's some garbage.
Some drama?
No. It's like Trick Room Scarfer. You know what I mean?
No, I'm afraid I don't know what.
So they had a Scarfer that didn't outspeed an unboosted Pokemon. That's all.
Oh.
Yeah, and it would have won the game. But hey, who's keeping track?
All
right.
I guess.
Next up, we have Street Cred Cookie up against Batty. All right. You know what? This one, let's just get into it. We see Ghost Enam. We see Bug Ceruledge, Grass Ogerpon, Fire, Meganium. All right. Enamorous leads off into the Ogerpon.
Bro, don't we have their team as one of our drafts?
Yeah, kind of. It's
don't
like,
we literally have a Tusk Greninja? I was like, wait, are we watching like a mock?
No,
like,
we have Tusk, Cinderace, Jirachi, Enam.
Meganium.
But there's a Meganium on that too, yeah.
Yeah. So they just like stole our flow.
Exactly. Knocks off the AV into Ivy Cudgel, which is going to do at least a little bit of damage to this this Enam. But now Iron Valley is going to force this out. But it's a pretty free Jirachi pivot, except we have Shadow Ball, except that does nothing. Just stays in to go for like the 3 at KO, but gets T-Wade for his troubles. We are faster though, which is like...
Why is our Valiant paralyzed on turn 5, bro?
Hey, but it got one.
Oh, yeah, it did.
Alright, Sarilage pivots into the player up on the weak armor, which is pretty nice. Threatens this out into the Toxapex, but look at our set, bro. Nice.
Dude, what the fuck is this?
I did not go to sleep and this was in our builder.
Set,
I don't know. I'm scared to find out. Yeah.
I don't know, man.
Whoever made this is banned from making Sarilage sets.
I don't want to point fingers, but I feel like that was an Aster set. I'm not gonna lie.
I get it. I get it. Psychic Noise comes out, but Enam able to get off a last Terra Blast before dying. Big chip. And now our last hope is Dragonite, which, to be fair, can win this endgame. We see Zong goes down to a close combat. Valiant comes in, just not respecting Heavy Slam at all, but works out. Psychic does 2 at KO the Peck, so gonna force that out into Meganium, which takes 25, which is like, okay, that should have been your switch in the first place, but... Alright, Cruel comes in. Ice Beam does 34. Nice.
Wow, that was a meaty 34, yeah.
Yeah. Big if true. And now
Dude,
Pex is just going to take our lunch money. I don't think we do.
She's too tough. Yeah, she's looking really, really threatening right now.
Yeah, full para, but that don't matter. Just chips it down, then you go Meganium.
God, and they have Blooming Blake too. Like, bro.
Yeah. Here we go Dragonite on a haste turn, which is like best case, right? Look at that. Now, Dragon Dance up, but like, you can just spam haze, so...
Grr.
I think you have to just knock this out.
Doesn't let me Dragon Dance.
Arg.
Ah, damn it. Nah, bro, he really goes for this shit. He dead ass Dragon Dances like, I think 16 times in a row.
Yeah. But I think like, what you have to do is just knock this out, right? With Earthquake or something, and then hope you can 1v2, which is like...
No, but Betty
really
is like he's like mind gaming. He's 40 chessing, like hoping that for some reason he fucking has a stroke and doesn't click haze.
But here Valiant comes in, and then we just go back to Dragonite.
Like, yep.
So our scale is broken now. So like, they can just hard Gren, and it always works.
Unfortunately.
I mean, a crit there,
Unless
I guess.
We crit.
Yeah, but
yeah.
Even then you'd have like Ice Spin or Tusk in the back. And that's gonna be the game. So now,
not gonna lie, L5, we fucked up this draft, bro. This was not a cook.
Hey man, this version in particular, I don't claim. I don't claim this one.
I still think it's better than what we had previously, but man. Now this is a game.
This is a game
worth commenting.
So now we're down 2-3 to Yoshi's. Right.
Also, this game was played IRL.
Down 2-3 to Yoshi's. This was a LAN game. Yep. Aster and Lux had met IRL this week. Shout out to Canada. And yeah. Stop making Batty use that doo-doo team. It's okay. Zooch volunteered to take it this week. I'm not even joking. He said frame 1, I want that one. So hey, I'll let him do it.
Nah, he just wants an excuse. So if he loses, he's like, oh, I had a shit team. And if he wins, he's like, wow, I'm just the best.
I get it.
I get it, dude, honestly.
Yeah. So now
you
we have
only to gain and nothing to lose.
Yep. Don't you have 5 teams? Is there a worse team than that? We do have another team that is like 1-4 or something. Like, yeah, we got two. Yeah, we got 2 down in the dumps.
Is it the Raging Bolt
teams? Do we have a Raging Bolt? I don't think we have a Raging Bolt, right?
We do. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We have a Raging Bolt Arachnid, some bullshit, right?
I don't think we do.
Bro, oh no, it's like
it's the Tarap Zarude. Yeah, we just don't have a Bolt team. You're just lying out your teeth. How do you not know that?
Bro, I don't keep
It's
track
cool.
of
It's cool.
SV.
I
don't
get it. I
claim
get it.
that
I get it.
shit format, etc.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Bro, we are dirty Weavile spammers. Look at this.
We are.
I use a Weavile. Aster uses a Weavile.
I
You
use
got
a Weavile. Yup.
We're just bad people. Yeah.
we just watched an A12 video and now we're enlightened. What can I say?
It's like, wait, why would we draft Greninja? We could draft this guy. He's
Literally.
like, way better.
Oh, literally. Could Greninja?
Well, I guess
could Greninja
in my case,
Ice Skull Crash flinch down a throw? I don't think so.
probably not. Well, in my case, I don't even have the choice. The
Right.
guy's not even in the game. He would be good.
Look, man, he would be so good in Swish.
Looks.
All right, so Aster
Lux.
using this team versus Lux. Let's get right into it. Nidoking leads off into the Lando T.
Best turn one of all time.
And nice.
Booyah.
Booyah. Love that for us. All right, Weavile
Bro,
comes in.
You already know
Swords Dance.
IRL, he turned and looked at him and just started laughing, right?
Yeah. And then immediate justice, right?
Yeah, just
Knock off the sash.
shit prep.
Yeah, justice. Yes.
Oh, yeah, nice, dude. We're just
Mhm.
lucky.
Yep, so good. So talented. Knock off the Rotom. And now what? Cobalion comes in. It's Scarf Cobalion.
And it's
Perfect.
fucking Scarf,
Yeah.
bro.
But now what that does is gives us Ampharos. Which is gonna
Oh,
dual
God.
screen up because we have no morals. No, it's just gonna reflect
Wait,
actually.
this is an SV? I thought this was SV.
It's close enough, right? And then our
Yeah.
Screens Abuser is
Screens
Starmie
cheese.
with a Toxic. Takes the Volt Switch crit on the chin. Now Torrent in, probably just gonna go Ampharos again. Yup. They doubled a Rotom. Cool. It don't matter though. Yep, dodge Hydro Pump. Yep. I love Aster, he's so good. And they have no Volt immunity,
Yep.
so
Just keep dodging, bro. Just keep dodging.
yep. Love that for him. Then again, we have Screens Abuser Starmie coming in clutch as Bulu comes in. Retox. As a Nature's Madness to stall out Screens turns. I get it. Wait, that's AV.
17 is insane.
That's AV for sure. Okay, Reflect goes down. But you know what that means? Let's get him right back up. No Wood Hammer on AV Bulu because we have Nature's Madness for no reason. Love that for you. And now we go hard Volcarona.
Now, this is an expert maneuver.
Yep,
Hard
watch
Volk,
this.
and then we scout for the rock move. Oh my god. He's too smart.
Oh, he's too good. Hashtag too tough in the
This guy is
chat.
so talented and handsome. Yep.
And now that Toxic is really racking up. And now Dragonite is up. So big. Now I assume there's going to be a Rock Tomb coming. Yeah.
Oh, right you are, L5. Right you are.
I am often right, yes. Now Mew comes in. Dazzling
Oh.
Gleam knocks us
So this was
out.
all a bait.
It was
It was
all
all
a
a
bait.
bait to give us setup with our
The
glorious
perfect setup
Volcarona.
opportunity.
Oh my god.
Z move? Z move what? Genesis Supernova? 53.
Light work.
Quiver Dance
And we just
again.
get another one.
Yep. Scarf Cobalion, who asked, dead. And Torn comes in, scouts the Z, just out of respect. We tweak the Mew. And then Torn comes in,
Poor guy.
gets flamed, it's AV.
See,
Smackdown, but
this
we're
is why
trying, baby.
Gen 7 sucks, bro.
It's so weird,
'Cause, like,
dude.
Bro, why do games come down to, oh, I gotta predict if he's gonna unleash the fucking blow me away move?
Yeah,
Like,
the Z.
like he's literally forced to make that play, right?
Like, low-key, kind of is.
I mean, like he kind of is. Like, you would literally just lose if the fucking Torin gets Z'd right there.
Yeah.
And like, I empathize with Lux. It's just like, yeah, dude, ban Volcarona and ban Z moves.
By the way, this is a 9-point Volcarona just so it gets drafted. Because otherwise, they just don't draft this thing. So that was an awesome game of
By the
all
way-
time. Aster's the GOAT.
This is resident Swish player complaining about generational mechanics.
Yep. He said, I like pure Pokemon. Yep.
I really do, man.
And now the main event. All right, guys.
Oh my god, the main
So
event.
here's the
Yeah,
situation,
you should
right?
have lost this game.
What? Ridiculous. So-
Low-key.
Hey. So the situation here, the series is 3-3 against Yoshi's, and if we lose, that's a bad look. I'm not gonna lie. But also, like, playoffs wise, our schedule the next 2 weeks is pretty tough, so we do kind of really need this win here. And to get the win is me and Robin in VGC, so we need to win both of them to get the win, or one of us wins to get the tie, although that would be very much a disappointment. Alright, so this game, context, I lost 0 mocks, none of them were particularly close, and yeah, no Keldeo. I actually benched Keldeo this week because Primarina kind of broken, and if I bring Hydreigon, it has to be Terra. Same for Keldeo. Like, both of them require Terra, and I thought Hydreigon just was like a better Pokemon in general in this matchup. So we have a Pyapa Berry, Nasty Plot, Terra Poison, Hydrapple, which 6-0'd Zooch in like 10 turns in a mock, so that was awesome. Lead Terrapagos with Rock Spin, Flame Toxic. My Lando is going to be Rocky Helmet, mixed defensive. The rest of it doesn't really get revealed, but like, you can guess the Lando set, it's not that hard. The Comfy is the main thing. Like, this is a double dance Comfy in the sense that it's Calm Mind plus Charm. What Charm allows me to do is I beat any Zarude that's not Poison or Steel, and I also beat Fortress 1v1 even if it's Heavy Slam. Like, if push comes to shove, I can just Charm that thing and I'm not 2-hit KO'd. Now obviously I'd rather not risk a bunch of crits like that, but that option is in the back pocket if I do need it. Also, I have a Agility Metagross with Metal Coat, so Heavy Slam basically one-shots the roster outside of Fortress and the Ampharos. So the Ampharos is here. I saw 0 Amphoroses in all mocks, but it'll make sense once you see his game plan. And then I have Weavile, which is going to be Life Orb 4 attacks with Poison Jab, Dual Stab, and Ice Shard. And I think that's all my sets. Yeah, let's get into it. They have Terra Fighting Zarude, and they benched the Fortress, so immediately I'm like, okay, Comfy wins this game. I just need to not throw. They also have Terra Fairy on the Mismagius, but yeah. Alright, Terrapagos leads off into the Ampharos. Here, I'm just going to set my rocks immediately as they go for a T-Wave and Parami. Now here they go for an Agility, and I'm like, okay. I get full parried. Goes for another T-Wave, I'm like, okay. I get my Toxic off, and now they're gonna sub, and I'm like, okay. This is a set of all time. So obviously this is going to be Endeavor aiming to chip down my Lando. So they're playing in a way where they want to lure my Landorus and then maybe pop off with Sneasler, maybe with the Fighting Zarude. Like, that kind of makes sense in some way. So I get the Ampharos set. But once I see this, I'm just sacking my Terrapagos. I don't need my Terrap for anything in particular, especially when it's Fighting Zarude. Like, Toxicking Zarude is like one of the main draws to a set like this, and if you're just fighting, you're gonna kill me before I Toxic. I don't need this mon. So I spin a few times so that, like, his options to revenge me are slightly limited. Like, you can't go Prim. But now Sneasler comes in, and here I have Flamethrower last. I don't want this thing to Swords Dance for free, so it's a very clear just go Landorus moment. He reveals to be White Herb and Swords Dance. So I'm like, okay, I live any hit. Like, Adamant Acrobatics does like 80% to my spread. I'm totally fine. I'm just going to Earthquake. Then he reveals Substitute. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to Earthquake again. Like, what are you trying to do here? Giga Impact, which was a roll against my spread, but he gets the roll. And I'm like, okay. So my Lando's dead, right? And that's a little bit unlucky, but my Lando I only really need for this guy and maybe Zarude. Like, it would be helpful for Zarude, but I don't really need it. I have other stuff for that. So, like, sure, Sneasler KOs my Landers, but this is what I needed my Landers for. And in the recharge turn, I can just go Metagross and Heavy Slam, right? Now, I could have gone to a bunch of different things. I could have gone Weavile, but then I'm risking a miss. Comfy, obviously, I could Drain Kiss 2-hit KO him, but if he's, like, very bulky for no reason, then that would kind of suck. So, Metagross, most reliable revenge tool. Also, nothing else really revenges Metagross after, so I kind of get a 2-for-1 in this sense. Now Mismagius comes in. I live Shadow Ball very easily. 59, by the way. Now here, I think I kind of trolled. I probably should have agility here and then hit Heavy Slam. But the downside to something like that is if they Will-O-Wisp, then Hex, I could die to that depending on his investment. Like, this is 0 special attack. But I could die to Wisp into Hex, and then Heavy Slam doesn't kill Miss Magius if I'm burned. So I just wanted to go Heavy Slam into Bullet Punch in that case, and now Primarina comes in, and this has to be like very fast to outspeed me, but also like, what am I supposed to switch into Primarina at this point? I guess I could sack my Terapagos, that would be fair, but I also thought my Metagross is actually quite fast, and he calcs me to be quite bulky, but I'm not max attack. So it could be a sense of like, he calcs me to be max HP, expects me to be 0 speed, and then I'm still faster than his Prim. He sent me his paste after. His Prim was like 3 points faster than my Metagross, so a little bit unlucky on the speed creeps there. But he does outspeed, knock me out with the Surf, and I'm like, okay. Life Orb Primarina, he's fast, so not bulky. My Weavile gets a kill here with Poison Jab, and again, I'm still trading into this favorable comfy endgame. One Calm Mind ends the game at this point. So, I just go for a Poison Jab, knock this out, and now what? Now he has to go Deoxys, and I'm like, okay, fighting move incoming. And I could sack my Terapagos here, but on the off chance he goes for like a Nasty Plot here, I would kind of just lose the game, like low-key. So I'm just going to stay in an Ice Shard. If he goes for a Nasty Plot, I Ice Shard twice into Draining Kiss, and I beat him that way. Now here, I actually thought for quite a while on this turn. Low Sweep was weird, right? So I was thinking, Low Sweep, what possible set would have Low Sweep on it? I'm thinking maybe it's just like a utility Deoxys with like Taunt, Spikes, and then Low Sweep to make sure that, like, I don't know, it 1v1s Terapagos kind of, Weavile, and then like it can keep Spikes up. So I was like, okay, this is a weird Deoxys set. I'm just going to go Hydreigon, and I'm just going to Terra, because I have Pyapa Berry. And if he Psychics me, that's fine. Then I'm no item into Zarude, which is terrifying. So if it's knock and fighting coverage, I wall that with Hydreigon. I can just Nasty Plot up and 1v1 him that way with like a +2 Draco. So I go for that play, as he goes for Psychic Terrain. Who saw that coming? Not me. He ended up being Colbur Berry, which still dies to modest Dark Pulse. But now Zarude comes in, I know it's going to be Misty Seed. Or Psychic Seed, you know the one. The Spadef one. So now, it's a little bit scary, right? I do have the option of trying to Nasty Plot and Draco through this thing, but at +1 Spadef, and he's probably going to be very bulky. I mean, I'm not exactly super confident in my ability to 1v1 this Zarude raw with my Hydreigon. What I can do, though, is I can go Comfy, and it'll beat a lot of Zarude sets. When I see Terra Fighting, I'm expecting this to be Knock plus Drain Punch. I saw that several times in mocks, that coverage option with Synthesis Bulk Up, Synthesis Sword Stance, all that stuff. And so I was like, okay, if he's that coverage, Comfy has this completely wrapped up. But if it's Power Whip and Drain Punch, then it would have to also be Sword Stance. So if it's exactly Sword Stance, Power Whip, Drain Punch, I could lose this endgame, because +2 Power Whip one-shots my Comfy. But in that case, it would be completely walled by my Hydreigon, so then I still have, like, potential ways of, like, Nasty Plotting through it, and then just trying to... I don't know. I go Comfy. He reveals Bulk Up, and I'm like, okay, guaranteed win now. He goes for Encore, which is completely silly. I just go for Charm. And now I'm locked into Charm, which is completely fine, because he's going to -1 million. And he can't break my Comfy at all. Eventually, he's going to run out of Encores, and then I'm going to Calm Mind up, and Draining Kiss will 2-hit KO this very, very comfortably. Yeah, he Encores again, but yeah, it's completely over. Eventually, he's forced to let me Calm Mind. He Encores me into Calm Mind, and now I can just Draining Kiss twice, and the game's over. If it was SE Whip, yeah, it would have been over, but it wasn't.
I'm in disbelief that it wasn't SD. Because, like, you would think, right, as a rule like that, it's very clear that the end path was, like, Deoxys, Psychic Terrain into Zarude last mon. So I would think you'd want to maximize the turns you have of Psychic Terrain, where you're still immune to Draining Kiss. So surely, like, Swords Dance gives you that push you need.
Maybe they didn't see a lot of this kind of comfy in Mox. Because if I wasn't Charm, the set still works, right? I think they probably more so.
Mind, right? Yeah.
It feels like they mocked into Keldeo over the comfy slot. And then if you do that, and then you lure the Lando with the Sneasler, all of a sudden Mono Drain Punch looks really strong, right? So then I can kind of understand like the idea of just bulk up, mist or the Psychic Seed, nothing is killing me, you know? I understand it. But obviously, yeah.
I still feel like SD, like, what do you need the defense boost for? It's just for Weavile, right?
You set
like,
up on Lando very comfortably, Metagross, the Weavile.
But you just said yourself the goal was to use the fucking Sneasler to eliminate Lando, right? So that's one physical threat.
Sure, yeah.
So it's really just
Look,
it's really just Weavile.
I'm not French, okay? I don't know.
All right, man. Hey, my bad. Hey.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. I couldn't believe it because like I really thought it was SD and you were about to get fucking styled on.
Yeah, I was like, if it's SD, if it's SD, it's SD. You know, I can't do anything about it at this point. Just gonna go comfy and hope for the best. Like at worst case, I have dodge odds.
If it's SD, is your best play to just stay in with Hydreigon and plot up?
It might be. I'm not too sure.
Because at that point, you by plotting and staying in, you're burning Psychic Terrain turns, which then gives you a chance to come in with comfy, maybe get a crit to finish it off.
Well, the problem with the Hydreigon line is if I Nasty Plot into Draco, first off, not even close to killing, right? Because it's Spadef with a +1 boost, and then he can just Synthesis as I'm like -1.
I would think you would Terra Blast.
Or whatever.
You would Terra Blast first.
Sure, yeah. Like Terra Blast into Draco.
A decent amount of
it probably does.
Terra Blast probably does like 42, 45, something like that.
Well, I guess my idea was if it's Power Whip, it's probably not Knock, right? Because you need Synthesis. So if it's Power Whip, Drain Punch, and I know it's Drain Punch because it's Terra fighting, then my Hydreigon should in theory wall it. I'm like max HP.
Right.
Maybe I can Nasty Plot Terra Blast into Draco, and it would work out.
But I'm thinking,
but like I don't know.
I'm thinking you would have to do that. You'd have to do that first, though, right? Like you'd have to stay in with Hydreigon first because on the SD turn, you would have to plot. Because if you get SD'd on as you go comfy, then you lose comfy, you don't have a turn to plot because Power Whip to it KOs.
Yeah. Maybe there's some line where you go comfy on the Sword Stance and then sack to wrap on the Power Whip. And if it doesn't reveal Power Whip, then just go back to comfy and win, you know?
That's probably the best to ascertain what moves it has. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then you have
then you know what
you stall at the terrain, right? And then you get the Hydreigon turn, and then you have Draining Kiss follow up. That's probably the best option.
Yeah, Draco draining. Yeah.
But maybe just Nasty Plot Raw was better. I don't know. I would have got Encore, and then he would have still lost to Comfy in this particular situation. You know what I mean?
So you would have been chilling.
I would have been fine. Like, given his set, there's no way I can lose because it's Mono Drain Punch.
I guess I just kind of wanted to explore that in game because I feel like there are multiple ways you could.
It's definitely interesting, yeah.
Not that your way was wrong. Like, yeah, no, like your logic makes perfect sense, especially like based on what you've seen in Mox and everything. Like that all checks out. Mm-hmm. I just can't help but wonder, like, if Hydreigon Stand might have been more correct.
It might have been, yeah.
In a world where it is SD.
See, I was a little bit worried because
if it was SD as you go comfy, you instantly lose, right?
Basically, to plan out the end game, I used all my timer on the low sweep turn. And then, I got thrown a curveball the following turn. It's like,
by the fucking Psychic Terrain.
Yeah, I gotta figure that out before timing up.
You were kind of pressed for time.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah,
and I was like, what are the odds of SD Power Whip? Considering I, never saw that in Mox. Probably pretty good. Right. So, I'll just go comfy. Yeah. Well, we won the game. Right. GG.
Yeah.
And now we have, for the series, VGC. All right. So we have Robin versus Repeat. And shout out to VGC. Is there any matchup analysis you want to go over?
Sure. So the unfortunate reality is that their Tailwind setter is a lot better than ours. Ours is fucking Enamorous if we want to bring it. Theirs is Roaring Moon. So a lot of their game plan is probably going to revolve around generally being faster than us. but they're pretty weak to Trick Room, right? Like their anti-Trick Room is just their what's it called, the Gothita, which if they're bringing Gothita is like it's pretty easy to double up that slot. The only way you can reliably like go for a Trick Room is with Follow Me Magmortar, but then your problem is that you have 2 like support Pokemon in the field, which doesn't really accomplish anything. So realistically, if Trick Room goes up, it's really good for Robin, and that's pretty much the way he should just be winning games, because Enamorus and Blood Moon under Trick Room are just like the goats. Offensively though, from their end, right? Like Landorus, pretty annoying. Earth Power, Sludge Bomb is doing like 70% plus to basically everything on hit. So, you know, we're going to need to make smart uses of Protect and Pivots to get around that guy. The Shifu, obviously, also pretty dangerous. It's really only our Enamorus that handles it. Everything else can be threatened by a Oko or Tuco. So, obviously not factoring in Terra. I mean, I would say it's us favored, provided we're able to maintain speed control, which is pretty easy because our Trick Room is a lot stronger than theirs. So
Yeah. I mean, you're talking about Enam Tailwind, but also Volcarona gets Tailwind as well, which is probably just a better setter,
about that
right?
guy getting Tailwind.
Yeah.
But even then, I don't like. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think it's wise for us to try to play the Tailwind v Tailwind game. I don't think it's ever really a winning battle. We really should just be focusing on the Trick Room element.
Well, you could also look at it like, if you get Trick Room or Tailwind advantage, then the Blood Moon is like really strong. You need one or the other. You don't need.
True.
It doesn't matter which one.
In a world,
just one of them.
The problem is right. So we're talking about the different modes they can bring. So like, okay, in my mind, Gothita and Magmortar are not. Magmortar is separable, but if you bring Gothita, you must have Magmortar. And if that's the case, I don't think Moon's going to be in the back with that composition. Or if it is, that's really weird, because like you're really, like what do you do? Like you set up Trick Room and then what, right? Like it doesn't make sense. So I'm thinking that they're almost never going to be bringing their Trick Room. And if that's the case, we just always want to focus on ours. So there's really no point to like play towards a Tailwind game. Is what I'm trying to say.
I get it. All right, let's take a look. Wordier and Volcarona leading off. So you have ideas of, you know, a Rage Powder plus the Trick Room potentially. You also could just Tailwind. Like both speed options are available, whereas the speed option for Repeat is not on the field right now. So you could go for either one.
To me, this looks like just a tag with Landorus and a Hypnosis attempt with a Spot Throw, if I had to guess, but we'll see.
We see a
Could
Lumina
be a double up.
Crash.
Oh, I get it. Yeah. The idea is to... Yep.
So that prevents the Trick Room, but the Tailwind does go up.
So I guess I'm wondering, did Robin click Trick Room? Because my guess is that like you go for Trick Room and Tailwind, saying that okay,
one of them will happen, yeah.
Yeah.
And then Blood Moon takes advantage no matter what.
Click Psychic. Okay. Well then you got that, bro. If they knock out the Volk there, shit, we were kind of fucked.
Hey, but did they though? But did they? I don't see a dead Volk.
You know what, bro? Lie to the people and say that you clicked. Just lie and say that you clicked fucking Trick Room.
Anyways, now Heat Wave plus Life Orb Hyper Voice with Terra Normal, completely unguardable, and he just forfeits immediately. So
and wow, nice game, bro.
Imagine you're a Yoshi player and you're like, oh, maybe we can tie a week, and then
dude,
that's your game one.
The biggest problem with that draft on their end is they have no wide guard. They have no way to deny spread moves. It's just like super free. And Luna's got to be like one of the best spread attackers in the format. So
yeah, easily. And then Enam as well, and Volcarona. Like we got all of them.
I don't think I said anything in Robin's chat at all. Besides, I said like, bro, Terra Normal Hyper Voice just deefs. I think that was like the one message I dropped in his chat.
When is that ever not the case though? That's like
clearly he was well.
That feels exactly the same as me being like, hey, have you considered Qianpao D-Knight as a combination?
Not pull up to my Swish matches, be like, Glop, have you considered Stealth Rock and Uxie? And I'll be like, oh my god, I didn't think about that.
My
like,
god.
Wait, we're actually reinventing Swish now.
Actually. All right, game 2. Let's see if Repeat has anything in the tank to counter off that lead. See Volcarona and Wordier again into Gothita and Urshifu. All right, this is Rapid Strike. So Volcarona is kind of threatened here by the Surging Strikes. Could be Scurf, we don't know that. Gothita probably going to fake out one of these two Pokemon here. We see a Terra Water immediately trying to guard against that Surging Strikes, and a Terra Water offensively from the Urshifu. Alright, Rocky Helmet, Volcarona, but Surging Strike goes into the Wordier slot instead, which is going to one-hit KO it.
Where is our Citrus Berry, bro?
Right?
Where is the Citrus Berry?
J. Ricky is not pleased.
J. Ricky's screaming from the bench.
They frisked it, right? In the earlier game with a Spothra, they know it's Mental Herb.
Hey, you're too smart.
Yeah. So now Enam comes in.
No wonder you're the king.
Tailwind into Moonblast into the Rapid Strike slot would have KO'd, but a good switch to Landorus and a T-Wave from Gothita comes out. Now it protects.
I'm not gonna lie, Trick Room on that turn would have been.
Not gonna lie.
Actually, would have
Kind
been
of fire.
Would have been terrible. No. Would have been terrible because Enamorous in especially if you're paralyzing shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably not ideal.
It would be one or the other, not both.
Right.
Alright, so now they've successfully stalled out the Tailwind. But now Rage Power is going to take away the Earth Power. Now Enam would have gotten like 2 kills with Dazzling Gleam there, low-key, but alas. Now Blood Moon comes in, but Helping Hand Earth Power into Blood Moon slot I think is pretty much guaranteed win, which they don't go for, but I mean they have 2 Pokemon on the back, so it's probably fine either way. Yeah, they're completely chilling. Yeah, Acro, Surging Strike, GG. And we go into Game 3 to decide the series. Oh my god, I love VGC. Alright. Any adjustments from both sides?
Alright, surely we bring out the Trick Room, and we're just not using the Trick Room.
And now we have Tailwind versus Tailwind, potentially. Alright. Let's see.
Apparently I watched this game live, and I don't even remember it.
Yeah. We see 2 Terraflyings immediately on the Roaring Moon and the Dragapult. We see an Acrobatics one-shots the Volcarona. Love to see that. And we Dragon Dance, and the Landers clicks Earth Power. So a free setup on the Dragapult, which is pretty nice. Now Rapid Strike comes in.
It's really huge.
And now this is no item Dragapult.
Are we actually no item? Wait. Yeah, he might be.
It's gotta be, right? One shots the Roaring Moon, which is such a big deal here. Because you can't Tailwind now. Earth Power knocks out our Urshifu, so a lot of Pokemon are dying very quickly. Blood Moon comes in. And yeah, the Frisk only shows Life Orb, so it's no item Dragapult guaranteed. I mean, we knew that already, but like Acrobatics one-shots the Espathra. Sludge Bomb crit doesn't even knock out Dragapult. Blood Moon one-shots the Landorus, and oh my god. Acrobatics one-shots the Urshifu, and that's gonna be the game.
Explosive.
Truly explosive. Shout out Zooch.
And it's dripping down Zooch's ceiling, apparently.
It really is. That's a crazy sentence that I wrote. I have some bangers in the chat this week.
No, that's like the 4th crazy sentence you've written this week, yeah.
I've done a lot of sus, but that's okay. And that's going to be all of the games for DCL Week 5. So if you enjoyed all those games, like the stream, all that stuff, you know. It does help out the algorithm, so appreciate if you'd help me out there.
If you guys enjoyed my brain rot commentary where I just like mixed up everything and started switching Pokemon onto opposing sides, make sure you guys give the stream a like.
Yep, and now we can take a look at some of these standings and look at the playoff picture going into Week 6. Now we have ZUFG pretty comfortably locked in playoffs at 9 points. Judgment Day and Infernal Armory also very much locked for playoffs at 8 points. We play each other this week, so that game is for seeding basically, and just for the funsies, which is why we see Glop and Oras, which is totally throwing. But hey,
what?
I'm joking.
Excuse you?
I'm joking. Ah, ha, 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 ha.
Yeah, we're just trolling. Hey, go to that overall MVP tab. Go to that overall MVP.
Hey, yeah, look at us.
And we're just
right next to each other.
Yep.
Yep. Combo as old as time.
Yep. But anyways, these 3 locked in. However, everyone else can technically make playoffs. Mostly, you're going to be looking at Tacticians versus Mythical Alliance. Technically, Subway Surfers is like 1 game off of Alliance as well. So maybe like this series right here, week 6, Alliance versus Subway Surfers, that's going to be a big series for playoffs because it kind of decides who gets to challenge the Tacticians for their slot, right?
Wait, the way you view space and slot was so tough.
I'm so sorry, man. It's been a 4-hour stream, man. Give me a break.
No, I get it.
But like, if Subway Surfers win versus Alliance, that puts them at 5 points. Let's say AT wins versus Yoshi's. That puts them at 7 points. Then you have to rely on Alliance to win versus Tacticians, and you have to beat Judgment. And then you have to like get the differential tie. Maybe that's a little bit steep, right? So Subway Surfers, a path to Judgment or path to the playoffs seems pretty tough. But Alliance, you have to beat Surfers, and then you have to win the 1v1 versus Tactician. That's so doable. You know what I mean?
If they tie Surfers and beat Tacticians, can they get it?
Not if AT beats Yoshi's, because they would have 7 points.
All right, so if Tacticians lose and Surfer and the Alliance ties, and then they beat Tacticians, they would steal the spot.
Yes. There's several combinations in week 6 that lead to this week 7 being win and in for both of these teams.
That is really crazy that those two teams are facing week 7. That is something.
Super hype. Yeah, this next week,
Yeah.
the series that matters the most is Surfers Alliance, and then if AT fumbles the bag versus Yoshi's, then it becomes really scary for them.
You know, we had a chatter ask a really interesting question here. Your Dunk asks, can Judgment Day make playoffs?
Yes. Any more questions from the crowd? If Tacticians tie or lose to Yoshi's, well, that's the funny thing. If they lose to Yoshi's can make playoffs by beating the Wishes, and then Tacticians lose to Alliance, or they tie, right?
If Yoshi's make playoffs, I will get a Yoshi tattoo. Let it be known.
Oh my god.
I'm that confident it ain't happening, bro.
Okay, but it is technically possible, which is more than you could ask for given their start to the season. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no. All things considered, no, yeah, that's
Yeah. And I think it's easier for them to make playoffs than it is for Make-A-Wish, because they have to beat Foxes, which I don't think that's gonna happen. Loki. Oh, I hate. You gotta. 1-4 and 12-28 and still possibly for playoffs is some crazy work. Yeah, shout out to Math, dude. Math is crazy. Anyways, that's it for me. I'm gonna head out here. Thanks to Glop for joining me for majority of the stream.
no problem, man. Glad to help.
We'll be back next week for week 6, and probably pick'ems either Thursday or Friday, depending on when I feel like it. And given that I usually feel like it Friday night, probably Friday night. Can you tell them to post the low tier finals matchup? Will not be doing that. Anyways, peace. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one.